Chapter 487. The 9 six-story tall warlock towers in the Saseki city radiated blood-colored light from all directions and entered the blood-colored coffin. The blood-colored coffin lid suddenly flew out and bounced to the side. An evil, ferocious, and tyrannical aura spread out from the blood-colored coffin. The eyes of Seijo Yorawa and the other 4 Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses shimmered with a dignified glint. Evil god emissaries were evil beings refined by the rulers of the Fuso subcontinent's major states according to the guidance of their respective evil gods by using blood sacrifice and other evil methods. Every evil god emissary had an incredible innate ability, which couldn't be underestimated. The complexion of Katsuragi Kojiro, who was proficient in curse techniques, suddenly changed. He opened his mouth, and a large hand with green hair stretched out of his throat. The hand directly pierced into the top of his head and forcefully clawed. The hand directly tore through the top of his head and forcibly dug out the moonlight core in his head. Seijo Yorawa's face fell, and he warned loudly, "Be careful. This evil god emissary is a void evil ogre, and it has the innate ability to freely travel through the void." Katsuragi Kojiro's body suddenly burst apart, and a cyan void evil ogre covered in cyan fur, with a ferocious face, and shorter than an ordinary person appeared in front of everyone. The void evil ogre showed everyone a malevolent smile, and then its body blurred. "Go away, I'll suppress it." Seijo Yorawa frowned slightly, then silently recited an incantation, and quasi-glorious dawn warlock rank might diffused from him. He extended his hand, and his right hand turned into an inhuman claw that slashed at the void. A ghostly claw suddenly stretched out from the empty void and collided with Seijo Yorawa's ghostly claw. The void evil ghost suddenly appeared in the void and flew backwards like a broken rag doll. There was a flash of distorted light, and the void evil ogre disappeared in an instant. Seijo Yorawa casually clawed at the void and once again forced the void evil ogre out of the void. Although the void evil ghost had the innate ability to travel through the void, it was still an emissary of the heretic god without any intelligence. Even with the support of the Warlock Towers and advanced Moonlight Warlock rank cultivation base, he still couldn't break through Seijo Yorawa's defensive line. Seijo Yorawa is well aware that with the blessing of the Kihara State's 9 Warlock Towers, the Void Evil Ogre is virtually undying. He didn't cast any world-shaking spells, but just entangled with the Void Evil Ogre, preventing it from going after Minamata Shinichi and the others. Your Majesty Shicheng truly lives up to his name. It seems that I have no choice but to act. Kihara Kai sighed slightly, then silently recited an incantation and took a few steps back. His body swayed slightly, black light shone, and he turned into a 100-meter-tall evil god Aoki evil ogre with a green face and countless tendrils growing all over his body. Greenwood evil ogres were powerful evil ogres of the evil god plane. After reaching adulthood, they would possess Moonlight Warlock rank power. The Greenwood Evil Ogre clan was born with the ability to control all kinds of extraordinary plants and strengthen the power of many extraordinary plants. In forests full of extraordinary plants, they possessed terrifying battle prowess. Kihara Kai transformed into an Azurewood Evil Ogre. Inside the palace, a 20-meter-tall ink cloud tree with countless black leaves shook its branches, and countless black leaves suddenly flew out, as if turning into a dark cloud, covering the sky. The 3 Moonlight Warlock rank experts Moonlight Ogre Slayer, Minamata Shinichi, and Ogre Hound were shrouded by the dark cloud, and as if they fell into a domain of darkness, they couldn't see anything. The Moonlight Warlock rank extraordinary perception was also obscured. The Moonlight Ogre Slayer silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and bright moonlight radiated from him and illuminated the space covered by the ink cloud tree's leaves. Illuminated by the moonlight, the space returned to normal. The earth suddenly trembled, and countless tendrils rose from the earth and swept towards the Moonlight Ogre Slayer and the other 2 Moonlight Warlocks. "Sir Prime Minister, leave this to me. Quickly go and kill Yang Feng." The Moonlight Ogre Slayer screamed, his figure fluttered, and he turned into a 30-meter-tall handsome moonlight evil ogre with a moonlight imprint engraved on his forehead. The moonlight evil ogre was a humanoid existence born from moonlight. The first moonlight evil ogre was a warlock monarch rank powerhouse, a darling of moonlight, and one of the 108 warlock monarchs who followed the first warlock emperor Time Lord. When the moonlight evil ogre followed the Time Lord, it was called the Moonlight Monarch. After the Time Lord died, the first warlock dynasty fell apart. The Moonlight Monarch went to the evil god plane, was polluted by the evil god plane, and became a first-generation moonlight evil ogre. Although there were only 2 or 3 moonlight evil ogres in each generation, but they still passed down their inheritance. The Moonlight Ogre Slayer obtained a Moonlight Evil Ogre inheritance after a fortuitous encounter. In terms of inheritance alone, the Moonlight Ogre Slayer's inheritance was even stronger than Seijo Yorawa's. When the Moonlight Ogre Slayer turned into a Moonlight Evil Ogre, moonlight gathered around him and formed crescent moon-like moon discs. Manipulated by the Moonlight Ogre Slayer, the crescent moons slashed at the tendrils in the surroundings. The tendrils were instantly sliced apart by the incredibly sharp moon wheel, and a path was carved out in the tendrils forest. The ogre hound carrying Minamata Shinichi leaped into the passage and crossed a distance of hundreds of meters. The moonlight mark on the Moonlight Ogre Slayer's forehead shone, and dozens of moon discs suddenly appeared and swept in all directions. Countless tendrils poured out from all directions and swept towards the Moonlight Ogre Slayer, and then were cut into pieces by the moon discs. One type of extraordinary plant after another seemed to have awakened, and they surged over from all directions. All kinds of incredible attacks shot towards the Moonlight Ogre Slayer. In terms of rank and evolution potential, the Moonlight Evil Ogre was much higher than the Azurewood Evil Ogre. But in the royal palace, under the attack of the endless plant-type extraordinary life forms, the Moonlight Evil Ogre suffered a few small losses. The Ogre Hound has just escaped from the extraordinary plant forest with Minamata Shinichi on its back, when the Moonlight Warlock rank mechanical black dragon descended from the sky and fired a dragon breath beam barreling towards the Ogre Hound. The Ogre Hound's incarnation of a horned evil Ogre Hound belched a black pillar of evil chi, which intertwined with the dragon breath beam in the sky and eventually annihilated each other. Neither side gained the upper hand. Minamata Shinichi's figure blurred, and he turned into a green ray, left the Ogre Hound behind, and went to the palace where Yang Feng was cultivating in seclusion. He slammed a fist into a wall and blasted it to pieces. Behind the wall was a secret room covered in a powerful barrier. Inside the secret room sat a person with his eyes closed. It was Yang Feng. Minamata Shinichi's figure fluttered, and he turned into a 10-meter-tall green-faced evil ogre with a green face and fangs. Green-faced evil ogres were ordinary evil ogres of the evil god plane, and their ultimate evolution potential was the Moonlight Warlock rank. They had the formidable strength and terrifying speed of evil gods, and were proficient in curses. Apart from this, they didn't have many characteristics. They appeared very mediocre among evil gods. However, green-faced evil ogres had an illustrious reputation among humans. Human moonlight warlocks of the same rank were not their opponents. In order to kill Yang Feng, Minamata Shinichi used this trump card for the first time. "You're late." Yang Feng, who was sitting motionlessly, suddenly opened his eyes, which shone brightly, and a set of black armor appeared on him. He took a step forward, primal chaos aura diffused from him, and a primal chaos annihilation fist containing a trace of world force barreled towards Minamata Shinichi. When the primal chaos annihilation fist containing the law of power slammed into Minamata Shinichi's abdomen, a tyrannical force erupted in an instant, and the lower half of Minamata Shinichi's body was shattered. Minamata Shinichi's eyes shimmered with astonishment, and he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Starry Sky Warlock! You promoted to a Starry Sky Warlock!" Yang Feng could contend against Junior Moonlight Warlock rank Yi Yuanyang when he was in the Great Warlock realm. Now that he has promoted to a Starry Sky Warlock, his battle prowess suddenly soared several-fold. When Minamata Shinichi thought of this, he shuddered inside. With a flash of flames, the six-winged sun-devouring centipede suddenly appeared. It opened its mouth and spurted out a golden sun flame that swept toward Minamata Shinichi. In the golden sun flames, Minamata Shinichi's upper body was burned to ashes, leaving only a moonlight core behind. After killing Minamata Shinichi in an instant, Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he appeared behind the ogre hound incarnated into a unicorn evil ogre hound and slammed a primal chaos annihilation fist into the back of the unicorn evil ogre hound. Primal chaos force erupted and blasted a huge bloody hole in the abdomen of the unicorn evil ogre hound, and a copious amount of flesh and blood splashed about. The mechanical black dragon took this opportunity to fire a dragon breath beam that slammed into the head of the unicorn evil ogre hound and blasted open a huge hole. The six-winged sun-devouring centipede took the opportunity to spit out a stream of golden sun flames towards the one-horned evil ogre hound. The violent golden sun flames burned the one-horned evil ogre hound into ashes, leaving only a moonlight core. When the Moonlight Ogre Slayer saw this scene, he felt a chill run down his spine, and he bellowed, "Your Majesty, run!" Moonlight discs shot out and cut the dense extraordinary plant forest into countless pieces. The Moonlight Ogre Slayer blurred into motion, turned into a stream of moonlight, and fled outside the Imperial Palace. Chapter 488. An azure magic shield suddenly blocked in front of the Moonlight Ogre Slayer. The Moonlight Ogre Slayer burst out with dozens of moonlight discs and smashed the azure magic shield. The azure magic shield has just collapsed, when another transparent magic shield blocked in front of the Moonlight Ogre Slasher, layer upon layer, seemingly without end. The Moonlight Ogre Slayer was forced to frantically cast spells and bombard the magic shields that kept appearing one after another. Yang Feng took a step forward, appeared behind the Moonlight Ogre Slayer, and sent an overbearing primal chaos annihilation fist barreling towards the Moonlight Ogre Slayer. The Moonlight Ogre Slayer's face fell. The moonlight mark on his forehead suddenly lit up, and a copious amount of moonlight gathered and formed a total of 36 layers of moonlight shields. When the primal chaos annihilation fist slammed into the moonlight shields, it shattered layer by layer. Finally, when the 34th layer was reached, the fist force was exhausted, and the shields collapsed. Virtually at the same time, a vine suddenly ejected from the void and mercilessly whipped the Moonlight Ogre Slayer on the back, splitting his back. The mechanical black dragon opened its maw, and a dragon breath beam slammed into the Moonlight Ogre Slayer, smashing the last 3 layers of defense of the Moonlight Ogre Slayer. The beam blasted a big hole in the Moonlight Ogre Slayer. The six-winged sun-devouring centipede opened its maw, and golden sun flames swept towards the Moonlight Ogre Slayer. The Moonlight Ogre Slayer's eyes flashed with despair, and he screamed miserably, "Your Majesty, save me!" In the Kihara State's royal palace, a powerful barrier was activated. Unable to escape, the Moonlight Ogre Slayer could only seek help from Seijo Yorawa. Seijo Yorawa frowned slightly, then raised the black fire flask and pointed at the golden sun flames. The golden sun flames were strangely sucked into the black fire flask. The Moonlight Ogre Slayer has just heaved a sigh of relief, when gravity balls shot out from the Imperial Palace and hit him, making him feel as if he was carrying a mountain on his back, and his movements became extremely sluggish. A dense swarm of starry sky rippers suddenly flew out at Mach 10 speed and slashed at the Moonlight Ogre Slayer. The Moonlight Ogre Slayer's eyes flashed fiercely, and he waved his hand, and moonlight discs revolved and turned into a moonlight disc storm. When the starry sky rippers approached the moonlight disc storm, they were directly chopped to pieces. Seijo Yorawa glanced at Yang Feng with a frigid gaze, and killing intent streaked past. Then, and he said frigidly, "Yang Feng, and I'll pretend that nothing happened today." Yang said with a cold smile, "Yang Feng of you Yang Feng Yang Feng? Yang of, you said nothing? God star Yang God you, star God God." The 3 arc battle stars hidden in the clouds suddenly appeared, and their three main artilleries locked on Seijo Yorawa and the Moonlight Ogre Killer from afar. Seijo Yorawa's face changed greatly, and he blurred into motion, leaving an afterimage in his wake, and disappeared. The arc of the war off of. The Wari Wart Star off. With, and by, Ak. Star, off of roared. The Arc Battlestar's main artillery was so powerful that it could even severely wound a Glorious Dawn Warlock with a single shot. Neither Seijo Yorawa nor the Moonlight Oki Cutter dared to let the interstellar battleship's main cannons lock onto them. The Void Heavenly Ghost's figure flickered as it kept chasing after Seijo Yorawa, forcing him to fight it. He couldn't afford to be distracted. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he frantically extracted the power of the semi-plane inside him. He strangely appeared in front of the Moonlight transformed from the Moonlight Ogre Beheader and slammed a Primal Chaos Annihilation fist into the Moonlight Ogre Beheader. The lower half of the Moonlight Ghost Beheader's body was blasted into smithereens by the tyrannical power. The six-winged sun-devouring centipede opened its mouth and spat out a stream of golden sun flames that swept up the Moonlight Ghost Beheader's remaining upper body. Under the burning of the golden sun flames, the Moonlight Ghost only lasted for a few seconds before it turned into ashes amidst a miserable shriek. Only a Moonlight core remained. When Seijo Yorawa saw this scene, his heart turned cold. He silently recited an incantation, and black light shone. He transformed into a multi-headed, multi-armed troll with 3 heads and 6 arms, standing over 100 meters tall. On the 6 arms of the multi-armed troll Seijo Yorawa transformed into, there were 6 secret treasures, the black fire flask, the lightning sword, the flame halberd, the split wind blade, the Vajra shield, and the mountain hammer. Secret treasures were treasures developed by human warlocks to deal with powerful existences from other planes. The reason why human warlocks were able to establish the 8 warlock dynasties and suppress countless planes was due to the power of secret treasures. Alchemists were the most respected and had the highest status on the Zhangji plane. Even potioneering warlocks were slightly inferior to alchemy warlocks in status. Level 6 secret treasures and above had another name in other planes, divine armaments. Even on the Zhangji plane, level 6 secret treasures were very precious. Although the ruler of the Kihara state, Kihara Kai, was a moonlight warlock, but he didn't have a suitable level 6 secret treasure. Seijo Yorawa used the power of the Nishino state, spent countless precious treasures, and spent 1,000 years to invite the Zhangji Plains alchemists to refine these 6 level 6 secret treasures. The Void Evil Ogre suddenly appeared from the void and grabbed at Seijo Yorawa's back. Go to hell! Seijo Yorawa roared, and the thunder light sword in his hand slashed down on the Void Evil Ogre. Countless flashes of lightning flashed, and the Void Evil Ogre was paralyzed by the electricity. The mountain hammer smashed into the back of the Void Evil Ogre with the power to shatter mountains, and the Void Evil Ogre was shattered into countless pieces that flew in all directions. The flame halberd stabbed forward, and a violent blue flame suddenly gushed out and madly burned the remains of the Void Evil Ogre, making sizzling sounds. If it was a Void Evil Ogre with a true corporeal body, it would have been seriously injured by Seijo Yorawa's attack, and would have had to flee. Rays of blood-red light came from all directions and poured into the remains of the Void Evil Ogre. In a breath's time, another Void Evil Ogre was formed. With the 9 Warlock Towers as the core power source, even Glorious Dawn Warlocks would find it difficult to eliminate Evil God Emissaries. This was the most troublesome aspect of Evil God Emissaries. The mechanical black dragon opened its mouth and shot out a dragon breath cannon, which turned into a beam of light and blasted toward Seijo Yorawa. Seijo Yorawa raised the Vajra shield to block. When the dragon breath beam slammed into the Vajra shield, it was immediately blocked by the golden light. The 6-winged sun-devouring centipede suddenly belched golden sun flames. Seijo Yorawa raised the black fire flask, and then absorbed the golden sun flames. Kihara Kai operated a spell, and countless thick tendrils swept toward Seijo Yorawa. Seijo Yorawa brandished the flame halberd, and a copious amount of violent flames suddenly erupted and burned the thick tendrils. He brandished the space splitter blade in his hand again, and the violent flames of the wind blade sword became more vigorous and swept towards the royal palace in all directions. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with dignity, so strong. That's a quasi-glorious Dawn Warlock rank existence for you. In the royal palace, he can fight for Moonlight Warlocks by himself. If it wasn't for the Void Evil Ogre restraining him, then the mechanical Black Dragon, the six-winged sun-devouring centipede, and Kihara Kai together might not be his opponent. With the 6th-level, 6 secret treasures in hand, Seijo Yorawa, like an invincible transcendent, easily neutralized the siege of the 4 Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses. Unfortunately, no matter how strong you are, today, only death awaits you. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he retreated 1,000 meters away. The countless starry sky rippers hidden in the Suki city turned into a steel cloud and rushed toward Seijo Yorawa's incarnation of a multi-armed troll. A beam of fire soared into the sky, and thousands of starry sky rippers that activated their energy shields collapsed and shattered. Countless wind blades flickered, and thousands of starry sky rippers were cut into countless pieces again. Violent lightning snakes danced in the air, and wherever they passed, starry sky rippers fell to the ground like rain. No matter how Seijo Yorawa attacked, there seemed to be no end to the starry sky rippers that kept coming at him. The sound of huge explosions rang almost incessantly. Seijo Yorawa had little time to catch his breath. Every moment, he had to expend a great deal of energy to destroy thousands upon thousands of starry sky rippers. Once he relaxed a little, the starry sky rippers would cut open wounds on his body. The various gravity balls and spatial disruptions shot toward Seijo Yorawa almost without stopping, making his body extremely heavy, and his physical strength and spirit force quickly depleted. Yang Feng, do you dare to fight me fairly? What kind of hero are you to use these mechanical golems to consume my power? As a dignified disciple of the Battle Demon sect, don't you dare to fight me heroically? A resplendent bolt of lightning soared into the sky, and a violent lightning snake shot in all directions. In the wake of the lightning snake, thousands of starry sky rippers were blown to pieces. At the same time, Seijo Yorawa's mad roars came from the lightning snake. After the lightning snake disappeared, the wounded Seijo Yorawa stared at Yang Feng aboard a battlestar 500 kilometers away. Quasi-glorious Dawn Warlock rank powerhouses were extremely powerful. Yang Feng knew that he wasn't a match for such powerhouses, so he naturally didn't want to stay on the battlefield. Otherwise, he would be killed by Seijo Yorawa. Yang Feng said flatly, "It's no use, Seijo Yorawa. The winner is king and the loser a bandit. I know that I'm not your opponent right now. Only after I promote to a Moonlight Warlock will I be able to cut off your head myself. Therefore, I can only use the Mechanical Legion to exhaust you. Please rest in peace." Chapter 489. There was a flash of despair in Seijo Yorawa's eyes, and he turned into a black ray shooting away lightning fast. A transparent magic barrier blocked in front of Seijo Yorawa, and then he slashed it apart. The magic barrier had just been broken, when another azure magic barrier blocked in front of Seijo Yorawa. The Void Evil Ogre suddenly flashed out of the void and sent a claw at Seijo Yorawa. Seijo Yorawa raised his shield and blocked the claw of the Void Evil Ogre. The mechanical black dragon took this opportunity to lash its tail at Seijo Yorawa and send him crashing into the royal palace. The royal palace was covered with countless defensive arrays. Even though Seijo Yorawa was a quasi-glorious Dawn Warlock, it would take him some time to escape. However, Yang Feng wouldn't give him the time to escape. Hundreds of starry sky rippers took this opportunity to slash at Seijo Yorawa, and hundreds of wounds appeared on his body, and blood splashed about. Seijo Yorawa let out a fierce roar. Lightning flashed and lightning snakes danced in the air, bombarding the hundreds of starry sky rippers and shattering them one by one. Eyes shot with blood, Seijo Yorawa exuded a dangerous aura, and his gaze locked on the mechanical black dragon and the six-winged sun-devouring centipede, exuding a dangerous light. Are you going to go all out? Even if you can't kill me, at least go all out to kill a few of my assistants? Unfortunately, even if you want to go all out, you can't. Yang Feng's voice suddenly sounded beside Seijo Yorawa, and the mechanical black dragon and the six-winged sun-devouring centipede flew out in an instant, locked on Seijo Yorawa from afar, and fired dragon breath beams and golden sun flames at him from time to time. Countless starry sky rippers and other battle robots rushed toward Seijo Yorawa like cannon fodder. All kinds of light beams bombarded Seijo Yorawa's body, consuming his power. There was a flash of despair in Seijo Yorawa's eyes. He had planned to go all out to kill the mechanical black dragon and the six-winged sun-devouring centipede. But now there were countless starry sky rippers blocking his way. Even if he went all out, he wasn't sure if he could kill the mechanical black dragon and the six-winged sun-devouring centipede. Yang Feng looked at Seijo Yorawa from the battlestar and said lightly, "Seijo Yorawa, you're pretty strong. I appreciate you very much. Submit to me, and you can live. Otherwise, today will be the day you die." A trace of arrogance flashed in Seijo Yorawa's eyes, and he shouted, "You're not qualified to make me submit. Unless you have a fair fight with me and defeat me in a fair fight. I'm only willing to submit to you because I'm afraid." Yang Feng said with a cold smile, "Oh, in that case, you want to die? If you die, I won't even need to do anything myself. Countless hungry wolves will tear your Shicheng clan to pieces. They'll live a life worse than death. You should be very clear about what will happen to your most precious daughter, Seijo Yatsuki, who is known as the #1 beauty of the Nishino state. Don't you know what will happen to your most beloved beauties and concubines? After all, the number of clans that have been sent to hell by you are not few." Seijo Yorawa felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He was silent for a while. The winner was the king and the loser was the bandit. The Nishino state was one of the 4 major states of the Fuso subcontinent. As the ruler of the Nishino state, Seijo Yorawa had sent countless clans to hell in order to rise to power. After those clans fell to hell, their fates were extremely miserable. Seijo Yorawa shuddered inside when he thought that his concubines and daughter would fall into such a situation. 2 conditions. Yang Feng, as long as you agree to them, I'll be willing to submit to you. Just like Kihara Kai, I'll be restricted by you. Seijo Yorawa was a very smart person. He guessed that Kihara Kai was being controlled by Yang Feng using a strange spell. "Speak." Yang Feng waved his hand, and the starry sky rippers stopped and stared covetously at Seijo Yorawa. "First, don't make things difficult for the family members of Minamata Shinichi and them. They died for me. I don't want their family members to end up miserable. Second, you have to marry my daughter, Seijo Yatsuki." Seijo Yorawa looked at the battlestar Yang Feng was riding and said loudly. Yang Feng pondered for a moment, and then said decisively, "I agree." With a quasi-glorious Dawn Warlock joining his side, not only could Yang Feng's power increase greatly, but he could also smoothly get his hands on the Nishino state. This would allow Yang Feng to have great power in the Fuso subcontinent. Seijo Yorawa put away all his secret treasures, prostrated himself on the ground in Yang Feng's direction, and said respectfully as if worshipping an evil god, "Greetings, Lord." Even though Seijo Yorawa was the ruler of the Nishino state, but when worshipping evil gods and drawing support from them, he still had to prostrate himself on the ground to please them. This ritual was essential, otherwise the evil gods wouldn't have given them power. Yang Feng pressed a button, and missiles flew out of the battlestar. When they reached the imperial palace, they dispersed, turned into parachutes dragging boxes, and landed on the ground. Engineering robots stepped forward, opened the boxes, took out the liquid metal nano-robot elixir, and injected it into Seijo Yorawa. A formidable life force surged inside Seijo Yorawa and killed the liquid metal nano-robot elixir in an instant. All the liquid metal nano-robots have been killed. Please lower the target's immunity. Otherwise, the liquid metal nano-robot elixir will be ineffective. A line of information appeared in Yang Feng's pupils. Yang Feng sighed. Quasi-glorious Dawn Warlock rank powerhouses are really powerful. The life force inside them can make them immune to most poisons. The stronger a warlock's cultivation base was, the stronger their physique would be. If they could reach the Warlock Emperor realm, they would be immune to virtually all poisons in the world. Only some innate poison-type innate abilities might be able to injure them. Lord, I have a way to let the restriction enter my body. Seijo Yorawa also felt the changes in his body, and took out a vial of elixir and drank it. As soon as the vial of elixir entered his body, the quasi-glorious Dawn Warlock rank life force inside Seijo Yorawa disappeared, and he looked a bit haggard. The engineering robot stepped forward and injected the liquid metal nano-robot elixir into Seijo Yorawa. Seijo Yorawa's immunity was barely activated. After killing some of the liquid metal nano-robot elixir, he allowed the liquid metal nano-robot elixir to erode his whole body and eventually merge with his soul. About an hour later, Seijo Yorawa's aura slowly strengthened, and he finally recovered. Seijo Yorawa understood that if Yang Feng didn't have the means to control him, he would immediately fall out with him and kill him. After all, a quasi-glorious Dawn Warlock who could rebel at any time was too dangerous. If Seijo Yorawa and them hadn't taken the initiative to assassinate Yang Feng and entered the Kihara State's imperial city, they wouldn't have been forced to the point where they couldn't escape. Otherwise, with Seijo Yorawa's quasi-glorious Dawn Warlock rank strength, even if he was besieged by Yang Feng and his people, he could still easily escape. As the ruler of the Nishino state, Seijo Yorawa naturally understood the mentality of a ruler, and so made a decisive choice. When the liquid metal nano-robot elixir completely eroded Seijo Yorawa, the killing intent in Yang Feng's eyes disappeared, and the swarm of starry sky rippers immediately flew away. Countless engineering robots quickly poured in, collected the remains of the destroyed starry sky rippers, and transported them to various munitions factories for smelting and remanufacturing. When the Ark Battlestar flew over the Imperial Palace, a ray of light enveloped Seijo Yorawa and brought him to the bridge. When Seijo Yorawa saw the various instruments full of sci-fi style inside the Battlestar, his eyes flashed with shock. This is the interior of Yang Feng's warship? It's completely different from the secret treasures I've seen. As expected of a true disciple of the Battle Demon sect. Seijo Yorawa came to in front of Yang Feng sitting on the bridge and said, "My lord, I have something to report." Yang Feng asked, "What is it? Speak." A complicated look in his eyes, Seijo Yorawa said, "I was invited by the Tsangyue Sea Pavilion. I had eyes but failed to recognize you, my lord. The Tsangyue Sea Pavilions Tsangyue Xiongtian and the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilions Jiang Wanghai have brought people here. In another month, they will arrive at the Fuso subcontinent." Originally, if Seijo Yorawa had joined up with the Tsangyue Sea Pavilion's powerhouses, then assassinate Yang Feng, he would have been more confident. However, Yang Feng could flatten the Nishino state within a month. Seijo Yorawa had no choice but to release the arrow on the bowstring, but he didn't expect to end up like this. Yang Feng glanced at Seijo Yorawa. Seijo Yorawa responded promptly, "When the time comes, I will cooperate with you to kill those rebels, my lord." Yang Feng nodded with satisfaction. With Seijo Yorawa as a mole, Tsangyue Xiongtian and them wouldn't be able to stir up any trouble. Seijo Yorawa continued, "My lord, there's a reason why I accepted Tsangyue Xiongtian's invitation so easily. The force behind Tsangyue Xiongtian isn't simple. It even has an Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse." Yang Feng frowned slightly and asked keenly, "Isn't it an Infinity Warlock rank evil god of the evil god plane?" The Evil God Plain was extremely far away from the Zhangji Plain. Moreover, once an Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse entered the Zhangji Plain, they wouldn't be able to hide their whereabouts before the barrier set up by the 8 Warlock Emperors. As long as Yang Feng didn't go to the Evil God Plain to throw away his life, the Infinity Warlock rank evil gods of the Evil God Plain wouldn't be able to come and kill him in person. The 8 Warlock Emperors set up powerful barriers and created a variety of secret treasures to probe the Zhangji Plain. Once an Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse from another plane entered the Zhangji Plain without permission, they would be detected by those secret treasures. Since their whereabouts were completely under the control of those secret treasures, Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses wouldn't easily come to the Zhangji Plain. Chapter 490. Seijo Yoruwa replied, "No. That's an Infinity Warlock of the Zhangji Plain. Of course, I only have a vague feeling, but I have no concrete evidence." Yang Feng frowned slightly. An Infinity Warlock of the Zhangji Plain. Each Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse is the pillar of a force. Even among the 10 great sects, they were among the strongest. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, the strongest known powerhouses were Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses. It is definitely not a pleasant thing to be an enemy of a living Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse. Yang Feng's thoughts revolved slightly. An Infinity Warlock? There's no way to deal with an enemy of this level. Let's leave it to teacher and the others. Seijo Yoruwa said solemnly, "Zhangyue Xiongtian and them are very cunning. It won't be that easy to ambush them. I'll return to the Nishino state to prepare. Master, please keep your mechanical legion in its current state." Yang Feng replied, "All right." After the discussion, Seijo Yoruwa quietly returned to the Nishino state that very night. Time passed, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. The Nishino state, the capital of Seijo state. Zhangyue Xiongtian and Jiang Wanghai, the 2 leaders of the Wei Sea city's top 10 sea merchant groups, arrived in front of the gate of the Seijo Royal Palace along with 5 Moonlight Warlocks and 16 Quasi-Moonlight Warlocks. A great warlock wearing a suit of armor stepped forward and barked, "This is the Imperial City's restricted area, idlers are not allowed to enter. Otherwise, I'll kill you." Zhangyue Xiongtian took out a blood-colored wooden token and shook it, and a 3-headed, 6-armed, ferocious multi-armed evil god flew out of the wooden token, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, and a fierce aura diffused from the wooden token. The complexion of the great warlock changed dramatically, and he bowed 90 degrees in salute, saying, "So it's a distinguished guest invited by His Majesty. Sorry, I failed to recognize Mount Tai. Open the gate." The gate opened, and Zhangyue Xiongtian and his party swaggered into the city. The slender Moonlight Warlock Gue-san frowned slightly and said, "The rulers of the Fuso subcontinent believe in evil gods, and treachery is commonplace. Isn't it inappropriate for us to enter the imperial city of the Nishino state?" The major forces of the Fuso subcontinent believed in evil gods. This was a fact known to all Moonlight Warlocks in the region. It was an unspoken rule that Moonlight Warlocks abided by not entering royal cities. Zhangyue Xiongtian uttered with a smile, "Don't worry, Seijo Yoruwa fought Yang Feng not long ago, and his Moonlight Warlocks suffered heavy casualties. Only Minamata Shinichi escaped with serious injuries. With our strength, even if Seijo Yoruwa fell out with us and wanted to keep us here, he wouldn't be able to do it. Yang Feng's mechanical legion has already arrived, he wouldn't be so unwise." The other Moonlight Warlocks thought about it and agreed, so they didn't say anything else. 6 Moonlight Warlocks, 16 Quasi-Moonlight Warlocks, plus a Quasi-Glorious Dawn Warlock, this force can even contend against Glorious Dawn Warlocks. Even if Seijo Yoruwa went crazy and activated the Warlock Towers in the Imperial City, he still wouldn't be able to stop this force from leaving. With a bright smile on her face, a voluptuous, sexy, gorgeous, and coquettish woman greeted them, "Sir Zhangyue Xiongtian, may I ask if you are Sir Zhangyue Xiongtian?" "I am Hong Ying." His Majesty asked me to wait for you here, sirs. Please come with me, sirs. Cangyue Xiongtian nodded, and then, led by Hong Ying, they came to a spacious, bright, and magnificent hall. There was an incense burner in each of the four corners of the hall, from which a peculiar fragrance diffused. When Cangyue Xiongtian and his party smelled the peculiar fragrance permeating the hall, they felt their spirits roused, and the life force inside them became a lot more active. Jiang Wanghai glanced at the incense burners, showed a smile, and transmitted a spirit ripple to Cangyue Xiongtian and them. This is the Fuso subcontinent's specialty rejuvenation incense. It seems that Seijo Yorawa is anxious to use such a treasure to entertain us. Rejuvenation incense was an extremely precious specialty of the Fuso subcontinent. If used during cultivation, rejuvenation incense could clear a person's mind and make it easier to absorb all kinds of knowledge. Often smelling this fragrance could also improve one's spirit force to a small extent. Each rejuvenation incense was worth more than 100,000 magic crystals. Moreover, there was no market for it, and it was extremely difficult to buy. Cangyue Xiongtian and his party glanced at the rejuvenation incense and smiled. For Seijo Yorawa to take out such a precious treasure to entertain them, he was obviously anxious. In this way, they would be able to take the initiative in the following negotiations. Beautiful and delicate Fuso demon maidens with various bloodlines walked out of the hall and led Cangyue Xiongtian and his party to their respective seats. All kinds of precious delicacies were served to the banquet like flowing water. After each dish was served, the Fuso demon maidens would taste it first to show that it was not poisonous. Cangyue Xiongtian and his party carefully cast detection spells on the delicacies and the Fuso demon maidens. After making sure that the delicacies were not poisonous, they began to gorge themselves on the delicacies. Before long, a stunning woman with long black hair, picturesque features, snow-white skin, an oval face, and an extraordinary temperament exuding a classical aura walked into the palace along with a fragrance wafting from her. Among the quasi-moonlight warlock rank powerhouses, several people stared at the stunningly beautiful woman with greed in their eyes. The stunning woman smiled sweetly and said, "I am Seijo Yatsuki. Hello, uncles. Are you satisfied with these delicacies?" There was a flash of displeasure in Cangyue Xiongtian's eyes, and he asked solemnly, "Niece Yatsuki, where's your father? Why hasn't he come to see us?" As the leaders of the Wei Sea city's top 10 sea merchant groups, Cangyue Xiongtian and them had a lofty status. They had never paid much attention to the Fuso subcontinent's powerhouses. In the entire Nishino state, only Seijo Yorawa had the same status as them. Yet Seijo Yorawa didn't come out to greet them, which naturally made them quite unhappy. Seijo Yatsuki smiled sweetly and said, "My father is entertaining a distinguished guest, so I can only entertain uncles." Jiang Wanghai snorted discontentedly, "What distinguished guest? He's more important than us." Seijo Yatsuki replied with a sweet smile, "He's a true disciple of the Battle Demon sect, Sir Yangfeng, and my future husband." Shocked, Cangyue Xiongtian frantically operated the life force inside him, only to discover to his horror that the life force inside him disappeared without a trace in an instant. The faces of Jiang Wanghai and the other powerhouses changed dramatically as well, and they were shocked to find that the life force inside them disappeared. Cangyue Xiongtian's face was pale, and his eyes flashed with despair and unwillingness, saying, "Poison, when did you poison me?" Seijo Yatsuki smiled sweetly and uttered, "Rejuvenating incense and whale oil of the mysterious fragrant whale combined with a special elixir will become a strange tonic. It can suppress the life force of a warlock for a day and recuperate the body. You'll lose all your strength in a day. But tomorrow, not only will your strength be restored, but you'll also receive great benefits. This isn't a poison, so poison detection spells won't have any effect." Seijo Yatsuki's beautiful eyes sparkled with indescribable wisdom and a confident smile on her face. "My father has submitted to Sir Yangfeng. The Seijo family needs a big gift in exchange for Sir Yangfeng's trust. Therefore, thank you very much for being the gift the Seijo family offers to Sir Yangfeng. The faces of Zhangyue Xiongtian and his party were ashen, and their eyes shimmered with despair and unwillingness. Jiang Wanghai gritted his teeth and crushed a bead in his hand. A powerful spatial force immediately diffused from the bead and enveloped him. With a flash of magic light, the space in the hall became chaotic. Jiang Wanghai trembled slightly, and the spatial force enveloping him disappeared. It's useless. A powerful barrier has been activated in the Wanhua Hall. Unless a bright world warlock rank powerhouse takes action, no one can save you. Seijo Yatsuki clapped her hands, and a team of royal guards in black armor suddenly poured out from the side, pressed Zhangyue Xiongtian and the other moonlight warlocks to the ground, and tied them up. If they still had their life force, then moonlight warlock rank powerhouses like Zhangyue Xiongtian would be able to kill the royal guards with a glance. But now, they could only let themselves be slaughtered. They were tied up, and all their secret treasures were searched. There was nothing left. Amazing. Seijo Yorawa, your daughter is really smart. With a smile on his face, Yang Feng strode in, followed by Seijo Yorawa. Originally, Yang Feng had mobilized all his experts to besiege Zhangyue Xiongtian and the other powerhouses. However, Seijo Yatsuki used a small trick to capture Zhangyue Xiongtian and the other moonlight warlocks alive. This method made Yang Feng have a whole new level of respect for her. Seijo Yorawa responded with a smile, "My lord, it was just a fluke. Zhangyue Xiongtian and the others are from the Great Cloud Dynasty. They have always looked down on people from the Fuso subcontinent. It was because they were too arrogant that they fell into a trap." With a fragrance wafting out from her, Seijo Yatsuki came to in front of Yang Feng and bowed gracefully, "Greetings, Sir Husband." "Good." Yang Feng looked at the gentle, crafty, beautiful, and lovely Seijo Yatsuki, who exudes a sparkling luster and a classical aura, and his eyes lit up, and he revealed a satisfied smile. Seijo Yatsuki pointed at Zhangyue Xiongtian and the other powerhouses and said with a sweet smile, "This is a gift I prepared for Sir Husband. Do you like it, Sir Husband?" Yang Feng glanced at Zhangyue Xiongtian and company and revealed a smile, "Of course I like it. This gift is really great." Once Zhangyue Xiongtian and Jiang Wanghai, two of the Weici city's top 10 sea merchant groups, were under his control, Yang Feng would gain two forces that could generate endless wealth and relieve the pressure on his cultivation resources. Chapter 491. In the Myriad Flower Palace, Yang Feng sat on the throne, and the person sitting next to him was Seijo Yatsuki. Seijo Yorawa and Jiang Lang sat on his left and right respectively. Yang Feng said flatly, "Zhangyue Xiongtian, who is supporting you from behind?" Zhangyue Xiongtian didn't want to answer, but he couldn't stop himself from answering, "My lord, I don't know. It's an extremely secretive organization. After I joined the organization, I was granted secret methods and a large number of treasures by the organization, and finally promoted to a moonlight warlock. As for the organization, I only know that it's called Magic Note, an organization with an infinity warlock rank existence. It's extremely powerful." Yang Feng was startled. "Magic Note? That's the name of the 7th warlock dynasty. Among the Zhangji Plains 8 warlock dynasties, the warlock emperors of the 1st to 7th warlock dynasties were peerless existences who suppressed countless planes. Among the 8 warlock dynasties, except for the 8th warlock dynasty's Dawn Lord, who was slightly weaker, the other 7 warlock emperors were basically indistinguishable in terms of strength. After all, when the 7 warlock emperors were alive, they suppressed many planes, and no one could compete with them. Magic Note was the name of the 7th warlock dynasty. If that organization was related to the 7th warlock dynasty Magic Note dynasty, then it would be very frightening. The Magic Note dynasty was famous for its secret treasures and powerful secret methods. In the Magic Note Dynasty era, human warlocks created countless new secret methods and developed countless powerful secret treasures. The number of secret methods created by the Magic Note Dynasty was definitely the highest among the 8 warlock dynasties. Yang Feng asked again, but found out that Cangyue Xiongtian's status in the organization wasn't high, and the things he knew were very limited. Cangyue Xiongtian mainly earned a lot of resources in the Wuxia city, purchased all kinds of rare treasures, and sent them to the Magic Note organization. The reason why Cangyue Xiongtian believed that the Magic Note organization had an infinity warlock was because the organization instructed him to collect as many precious treasures as possible that infinity warlocks needed. The precious treasures that infinity warlocks need to practice cultivation are priceless, immeasurable, and precious to the extreme. Over the past 1,000 years, Cangyue Xiongtian had only collected a dozen or so. If the resources were used to cultivate moonlight warlocks, they could cultivate 2 or 3 moonlight warlocks. If they don't have an infinity warlock rank powerhouse, ordinary forces won't go to great lengths to collect all kinds of rare treasures that infinity warlocks need to practice cultivation. Seijo Yatsuki asked with a smile, "Lord Husband, what are your next plans?" Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with a cold glint, and he said, "Of course I'm going to attack the West Sea State and the Anto State together, and then bring all the small states originally affiliated to the Nishino State under my control. Those who submit to me prosper, and those who oppose me perish." The more territory they controlled, the more resources they would have. For Yang Feng to evolve the semi-plane into a world inside him, who knows how many resources he would have to consume. The resources provided by Yang Feng's forces in the Tarandit subcontinent and the Feisua plain plus the Fuso subcontinent's Nishino state were still far from enough. Seijo Yatsuki's beautiful eyes flashed with joy, and she praised loudly, "As expected of my lord husband. As expected of a hero." Seijo Yatsuki pondered for a while, and then said, "The head of state of the West Sea State Soma Shinichiro is very cunning. It will be a bit difficult to trick him out of the West Sea State. Although the head of state of the Anto State Akajija only has a junior moonlight warlock rank cultivation base, but he never leaves the Anto State's royal palace. However, we have people in the 2 states, so we can arrange for assassins to go in. Lord Husband, you have a peerless assassin in your hands. You might as well ask him to assassinate the 2 heads of state. In this way, the West Sea State and the Anto State will be at your fingertips." Yang Feng said with a smile, "I'm the assassin." Seijo Yatsuki was slightly startled, saying, "It's you. Then we'll have to change our plans a bit. The risk of assassination is too great. If we don't succeed, we'll die trying. Lord Husband, you can't take such a risk." Yang Feng uttered with a faint smile, "There's no need to go through so much trouble. Just have my mechanical legion crush them. If they don't surrender, kill them all." When Seijo Yatsuki thought of the nearly endless mechanical legion, she revealed a smile. With such formidable power, the way to go was to crush them head-on. A few days later, the huge mechanical legion formed of 4 million battle robots formed a dark cloud that nearly enveloped the entire Anto State. Among the dark cloud, there were 6 arc battlestars suspended in the air. The countless turrets on the battlestars would strike fear into the hearts of anyone who laid eyes on them. The Shieling Sea Wolf King flew out of a battlestar and said loudly, "The head of state of the Anto State Akajija, the head of state of the Nishino State Yang Feng summons you to Saikyo as a guest." Akajija's voice came from the Anto State, "Thank you for your kindness, Your Majesty Yang Feng. However, I'm currently ill, so I'm afraid I can't go to Saikyo. I'll increase this year's annual tribute by 50% as an apology for not being able to go to Saikyo." The Shieling Sea Wolf King's face flickered, and he barked, "How dare you disobey His Majesty's order? Attack!" Along with flashes of light, the 6 arc battlestars shone, and 6 beams barreled towards a warlock tower in the Anto City. One defensive barrier after another opened and covered the entire Anto City. When the 6 beams of light slammed into the barrier, they easily pierced through it and blasted into a warlock pagoda. Boom! Along with an earth-shattering blare, the 6-story-tall warlock tower was blasted to pieces. Countless starry sky rippers, space disruptors, wind manipulators, ice manipulators, and other battle robots poured into the Anto city. Magic lights flickered and 20-meter-long winged evil snakes flew out one after another, clashing with the starry sky rippers. Winged evil snakes were extraordinary life forms that possessed great warlock-rank battle prowess once they matured. The Anto state exhausted its resources to cultivate 200,000 of them as a trump card. The 200,000 winged evil serpents opened their mouths and shot evil serpent beads towards the battle robots. When a starry sky ripper was hit by an evil snake bead, its energy shield collapsed, and then the evil snake bead smashed into pieces. A gravity manipulator fired a gravity sphere at the winged nefarious serpent and slammed into it. The winged nefarious serpent was pressed down as if it was carrying a mountain on its back. 6 starry sky rippers descended from the sky, brandished the blades in their hands, and instantly chopped the winged evil snake into countless pieces. As soon as the 200,000 winged evil snake legion appeared, they were besieged by the fearless starry sky rippers and suffered heavy casualties. Their numbers continued to decrease. Akaji Jaw's furious roar came from the Anto city. "Ong Fong, you're going too far." Along with flashes of magic light, a 100-meter-tall intermediate moonlight warlock-rank scarlet nefarious ogre with 2 horns on the head, a sinister expression on its face, and exuding frightening killing intent suddenly appeared in the Anto city. The scarlet nefarious ogre was a grade higher than the cyan nefarious ogre, and it didn't have strong innate abilities. However, its formidable fleshly body and the undying nature born from the support of the Anto city's warlock towers still made it a fearsome weapon of war. Interesting, a scarlet nefarious ogre? Let me experience the power of the scarlet nefarious ogre. Jiang Lang showed a smile, then blurred into motion, and appeared in front of the scarlet nefarious ogre. With a flick of his wrist, a sword suddenly appeared in his hand, and he slashed at the scarlet nefarious ogre. Countless magic chains shot out from the sword and wrapped around the scarlet nefarious ogre. Sealing spells were the most effective against the scarlet nefarious ogre with extremely strong undying nature. In a reception hall, when Akajija saw the Anto state's evil god emissary, the scarlet nefarious ogre, being easily suppressed by Jiang Lang, his eyes flashed with despair. Suddenly, as if they were strolling in their own home, 2 people walked in from the front door of the reception hall. When Akajija saw the 2 people, his complexion suddenly changed dramatically, his eyes flashed with despair, and he exclaimed, "Yang Feng, Seijo Yorawa." Yang Feng glanced at Akajija and said domineeringly, "Akajija, I'll give you a chance to fight me with all your strength. If you win, then I'll take my troops and leave this place. If you win, then I'll immediately take my troops and leave this place. If you lose, then you must submit to me and let me plant a restriction on you." "Okay." Akajija's eyes lit up. Without saying anything superfluous, he took a step forward, his figure shook slightly, and he turned into a 10-meter-tall scarlet nefarious ogre with intermediate moonlight warlock rank fluctuations of power exuding evil chi and intermediate moonlight warlock rank fluctuations of power. A dignified look streaked past Yang Feng's eyes, and a black battle demon suddenly appeared, turned into a set of black armor, and attached itself to his body. "Then I'll attack." Akajija showed a ferocious smile, then his figure blurred, and he strangely appeared behind Yang Feng and stabbed his hand at Yang Feng's abdomen. The life force of warlocks was very tenacious. Even if half of a moonlight warlock's body was smashed, they could still survive through a variety of queer spells. Therefore, Akajija had no intention of showing mercy. "You're too weak." Yang Feng smiled coldly, then turned around and slammed a primal chaos annihilation fist into Akajija's abdomen. Immediately after, Akajija spewed out a large mouthful of blood, and he slammed into the wall of the palace. Seijo Yorowa's figure shook, and he strangely appeared in front of Akagi-ja. He pointed with his finger on Akagi-ja's forehead and formed a queer brand that sealed all of Akagi-ja's power. Chapter 492. When Akagi-ja's power was sealed, his body shrunk, and he returned to his human form. He said with a bitter smile, "Sir Yongfeng, you are really strong. I, Akagi-ja, am convinced. Pass down my order, everyone give up resistance and surrender on the spot." Only then did the ministers of the Anto kingdom heave a sigh of relief and said respectfully, "Yes, my lord." With Akagi-ja's surrender, the Anto state fell into Yongfeng's hands. After flattening the Anto state, Yongfeng left 200,000 battle robots to maintain order in the Anto state, and then continued to take the huge mechanical legion towards the West Sea state. As long as the West Sea state was flattened, the small countries that were originally affiliated to the Nishino state could only surrender, and no country would have the power to contend against the Nishino state. Wherever the 4 million-strong mechanical legion passed, the major cities of the 4 sea states surrendered at the mere sight of it. The main cannons of several interstellar battleships shot out from the cities that resisted, completely crushing the resistance in the cities. The huge mechanical army crushed everything in its way and arrived in front of the 4 Seas city, the capital of the 4 Seas kingdom. The Shieling Sea Wolf King flew out of a battlestar and said loudly, "The head of the West Sea state Soma Shinichiro, the head of the Nishino state Yongfeng summons you to Saikyo as a guest." An arrogant voice came from the capital of the Shirkai kingdom, Shirkai city. "Our Shirkai kingdom is now a vassal of the Kitano kingdom. If you want to summon me to Saikyo, you'll have to ask the king of the Kitano kingdom." A handsome man in a white robe with an arrogant expression stepped on the air, looking at the dense mechanical army without the slightest fear, and said loudly, "I am the Kitano kingdom's envoy Kuwata Hikari. The king of the Shirkai kingdom, Soma Shinichiro, has already declared his allegiance to our country, and the Shirkai kingdom is now a vassal state of our Kitano kingdom. Yongfeng, get the hell out of the West Sea state. This is the sphere of influence of the Kitano state. If you dare to touch a hair of the Shirkai kingdom, you'll be making an enemy out of my Kitano kingdom." In the capital of the West Sea kingdom, Soma Shinichiro sneered when he heard this and looked at the mechanical legion in disdain. The Kitano state is the largest country in the Fuso subcontinent. In the Kitano state, there are 2 quasi-glorious Dawn Warlocks and 10 Moonlight Warlocks. At the same time, it has 5 subsidiary states, each of which has 2 Moonlight Warlocks. If the West Sea state also defected, then the Kitano state could mobilize as many as 24 Moonlight Warlocks. If the 24 Moonlight Warlocks joined forces, they could even fight a glorious Dawn Warlock. Soma Shinichiro didn't believe that Yongfeng would risk universal condemnation to touch him. The air seemed to condense. On the bridge, the gazes of Jiang Lang, Seijo Yorowa, and many other powerhouses focused on Yongfeng, waiting for his decision. Yongfeng uttered lightly, "In that case, I will declare war on the Kitano state." A beam of light from the main cannon of an interstellar battleship descended from the sky and blasted Kuwata Hikari's body, instantly erasing him. One after another, battlestar artillery beams slammed into a 6-story tall Warlock tower and forcibly erased the 6-story tall Warlock tower. The secondary artilleries of the 6 interstellar battleships shone brightly, and a rain of light barreled towards the royal palace of the West Sea state. Under the bombardment of the dense light beams, hundreds of imperial guards in the 4 Seas kingdom's imperial palace were killed in an instant. 600,000 battle robots turned into a torrent of steel and rushed into the West Sea state's royal palace and fought with the West Sea state's warlocks. The West Sea city plunged into the flames of war, and warlocks of the West Sea state died at every moment. Soma Shinichiro's eyes turned bloodshot, and he roared wildly, "Damn it! Release the vampire nefarious bats!" In a side hall of the royal palace, the side hall suddenly split open, and vampire nefarious bats the size of a person with sharp fangs and exuding dense evil chi suddenly flew out. An almost endless number of vampire nefarious bats flew out of the side hall and formed a cloud of vampire nefarious bats in the sky. When Seijo Yorawa saw the cloud of vampire nefarious bats, he frowned slightly, and his eyes shimmered with a dignified shade. Vampire nefarious bats, so many vampire nefarious bats. Is this the underlying strength of the West Sea state? Sure enough, it's not simple. Vampire nefarious bats were strange evil creatures. Adult vampire nefarious bats were just level 3 extraordinary life forms. However, once the number of vampire nefarious bats exceeded 100,000, the vampire nefarious bat formation could link the power of the vampire nefarious bats together and contend against Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses. Individual vampire nefarious bats were afraid of fire. But when 100,000 vampire nefarious bats joined together to form a large formation, even meteorological fire spells couldn't do anything to them. The number of vampire nefarious bats that flew out of the side hall has already exceeded 300,000. The aura of the bat cloud they formed rose steadily and reached the pinnacle intermediate Moonlight Warlock realm. The vampire nefarious bats have just formed, when the gunner robots immediately fired at the vampire nefarious bats with their Gauss rifles. Under the bombardment of the dense rain of bullets, the vampire evil bats in the sky fell like raindrops. The huge cloud of vampire nefarious bats swept towards the starry sky rippers down below, and one starry sky ripper after another was torn to pieces. However, for every starry sky ripper lost, hundreds of vampire nefarious bats were killed by the gunner robots and starry sky rippers. Vampire nefarious bats could absorb the blood of the dead on the battlefield to divide and grow. In large-scale battles, they could even divide and grow. But the starry sky rippers didn't have any blood. Although they could destroy the starry sky rippers, but they couldn't absorb anything. The 6 battlestars turned their muzzles and fired at the cloud of vampire nefarious bats. A rain of light slammed into the cloud of bats and erased large swathes of them. The remaining 8 warlock towers shone brightly, and a 100-meter-long evil god emissary exuding a bloody aura, covered in dragon scales, and somewhat similar to an eastern true dragon suddenly flew out. I'll deal with it. Seijo Yorawa's figure fluttered, and he transformed into a multi-armed troll with 3 heads and 6 arms. Armed with 6 secret treasures, he engaged the blood evil dragon at close quarters. In a reception hall, 4 coffins suddenly opened, and 4 green shadows flew out from the mural and entered the 4 coffins. The corpses inside the 4 coffins turned into 4 cyan nefarious ogres exuding junior Moonlight Warlock rank fluctuations of power. The cyan nefarious ogres issued violent roars, blurred into motion, and flew out of the royal palace. The corpses in the 4 coffins were the corpses of the West Sea State's previous rulers, all of whom were Moonlight Warlock rank experts. After their corpses were processed, they could be used as vessels to carry the power of the cyan nefarious ogres. However, after only 1 day, the cyan nefarious ogres they transformed into would be completely annihilated. As soon as the 4 cyan nefarious ogres rushed into the midst of the battle robots, they started a massacre. Go! Yang Feng waved his hand, and the 4 Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses Lei Jiangjiao, Kihara Kai, the Shieling Sea Wolf King, and the Mechanical Black Dragon flew out and engaged the 4 cyan nefarious ogres. The Shieling Sea Wolf King was an expert in naval warfare, and Kihara Kai had to have a large number of extraordinary plants around him to be able to exert his full strength. Lei Jiangjiao and the Mechanical Black Dragon were no match for the cyan nefarious ogres. However, with the assistance of countless battle robots, the 4 cyan nefarious ogres were completely suppressed by the 4 Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses. A cyan nefarious ogre had just sent the Mechanical Black Dragon flying with a punch, when a gravity ball slammed into it and caused it to tremble. 10 starry sky rippers flew out and slashed at the cyan nefarious ogre with their blades, inflicting 12+ injuries on it. The cyan nefarious ogre waved its claw, and 10 claw rays flashed and slashed the 10 starry sky rippers into pieces in an instant. Gauss rifle bullets hit the head of the cyan nefarious ogre, directly shattering its eyes. Taking advantage of the moment when the cyan nefarious ogre was blinded, the mechanical black dragon opened its maw, and a beam formed from a dragon breath beam slammed into the chest of the cyan nefarious ogre and blasted open a large hole. Countless starry sky rippers took this opportunity to pounce on the cyan nefarious ogre and slash it into countless pieces. After the first cyan nefarious ogre was killed, the other 3 cyan nefarious ogres only struggled a little before they were killed by the Shieling Sea Wolf King and the other 3 Moonlight Warlocks. Seeing his trump cards being destroyed one by one, Soma Shinichiro hid in the palace with a look of despair on his face and muttered, "How could this be? How could this be?" In the face of the huge mechanical legion, Soma Shinichiro didn't have the courage to fight. Jiang Lang strode into the reception hall, glanced at Soma Shinichiro, and revealed a smile. "So you're Soma Shinichiro. Let me borrow your head." A resplendent sword light flashed and turned into a bright moon that slashed at Soma Shinichiro. It easily cut Soma Shinichiro in half and extinguished his life force. Jiang Lang looked at Soma Shinichiro's corpse, frowned, and his eyes shimmered with disappointment. "This is also a Moonlight Warlock? What a waste. It seems that he's also a waste that relied on resources. Killing him isn't satisfying at all." With Soma Shinichiro's death, the West Sea State's resistance collapsed, and it easily fell into Yang Feng's control. When Kaiman Kumasaburo saw that the West Sea State was captured by Yang Feng, he decisively swept away more than half of the Satsuma port's wealth, and then fled the Satsuma port overnight. After leaving the West Sea State, the Anto State, the Black Snake State, and the Kihara State to Seijo Yatsuki, Yang Feng mobilized the huge mechanical legion to attack the Kitano State's vassal state, the Osoda State. Chapter 493. As one of the 5 subsidiary states of the Kitano State, the Osoda State had countless experts and was a neighbor of the West Sea State. Very vigilant about the war taking place in the Nishino State, the Osoda State dispatched numerous warlocks to monitor the area adjacent to the West Sea State. The Osoda State's head of state Osoda Takashi widened his eyes, his face ashen, and he questioned a guard kneeling in front of him. "What? You said that Yang Feng's mechanical legion has already entered the Osoda State?" An unsightly expression on his face, the state teacher Tachiki Kenji stared at the guard kneeling before him. The guard's face was pale, and he said bitterly, "Yes. Your Majesty, after suppressing the West Sea State, Yang Feng's mechanical legion directly entered the Osoda State. The Rige city has fallen, and the city master has died." Feeling dizzy, Osoda Takashi promptly asked, "What about the West Sea State's head of state Soma Shinichiro?" The guard replied, "The West Sea State's head of state Soma Shinichiro was killed by Yang Feng's subordinate Jiang Lang." The faces of the 2 powerhouses Osoda Takashi and Tachiki Kenji became even more unsightly. Moonlight Warlocks were extremely difficult to kill, yet the Moonlight Warlock Soma Shinichiro was killed in his royal palace. This meant that they might also be killed by Yang Feng. Osoda Takashi barely calmed down and asked, "Why did Yang Feng attack the Osoda State? Isn't he afraid of provoking a war between the Kitano State and him?" The guard replied, "The West Sea State's head of state Soma Shinichiro sought refuge with the Kitano State. The Kitano State's envoy Kuwata Hiroshi angered Yang Feng. In a fit of rage, Yang Feng destroyed the West Sea State and officially declared war on the Kitano State. And the Osoda State is his target." Osoda Takashi suddenly cursed, "Kuwata Hiroshi, that trash. To provoke a fiend like Yang Feng, what a bastard. That bastard got us all killed." In the Fuso subcontinent, the strong were revered. Yang Feng controlled the Nishino State and had a huge mechanical legion under his command. He acted unscrupulously. Osoda Takashi feared Yang Feng to the bone. He didn't dare to scold Yang Feng, so he could only scold Kuwata Hiroshi to vent his anger. Osoda Takashi asked, "The West Sea State is a large state, after all. Yang Feng's mechanical golem legion must have suffered a lot of losses after capturing it. How many puppets did he lose from his mechanical puppet army?" The guard said, "Reportedly, Yang Feng's mechanical legion lost 300,000 mechanical golems in order to capture the West Sea State. Currently, his mechanical puppet army still has 5.6 million. Osoda Takashi was dumbfounded and almost jumped up in shock. How is this possible? Yang Feng's mechanical golem legion clearly only numbered 4.6 million. We lost 300,000 soldiers in conquering the Four Seas Kingdom. How can there be 5.6 million left?" Tachiki Kenji smiled bitterly and said, "Your Majesty, this only shows that Yang Feng has a mechanical golem legion of more than 6 million. Osoda Takashi felt a chill in his heart. 6 million mechanical puppets. The Osoda Kingdom only has 50,000 soldiers and 20,000 soldiers in the imperial capital. All the warriors were at least level 3 warlocks. Compared to the 5 million mechanical golems, they weren't on the same level. Although the population of the mortal state under the control of the Osoda Kingdom exceeded 100 million, and an army of 1 million ordinary people could be recruited at will. However, no one would recruit ordinary people to form an army, because it was meaningless. A large-scale meteorological spell could wipe out an army of millions of ordinary people. Only after a large formation was formed by level 3 warlocks or above, could they display a trace of power in a battle between Moonlight Warlock rank experts. The 50,000 Warlock army against the 6 million Great Warlock rank battle robots, no matter how Osoda Takashi thought about it, he couldn't find a way to win. Boom! Just as Osoda Takashi was feeling frightened, the Imperial Palace trembled, as if a violent earthquake had occurred. What's going on? Alarmed, Osoda Takashi silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and a ray of magic light entered an evil god statue. The evil god statue slowly opened its eyes, and scarlet light condensed into a mirror in the void. From the mirror, one could overlook the Osoda city. At this time, 3 of the 9 6-story-tall Warlock Towers have been blasted into pieces, leaving only 6 Warlock Towers. In the sky, countless battle robots were floating, surrounding the entire Osoda city. The Shieling Sea Wolf King trod on air, arrived in front of the Osoda city, and said in a clear voice, "Osoda Takashi, the Nishino state's head of state, Yang Feng, summons you to Saikyo." As if struck by lightning, Osoda Takashi trembled slightly, and then looked at Tachiki Kenji. A gloomy expression on his face, Tachiki Kenji was silent for a while before saying, "Your Majesty, let's escape. Where there's life, there's hope." Osoda Takashi's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and he said solemnly, "That's the only way." Along with flashes of magic light, the warlocks of the Osoda state fled in different directions. The 6 battlestars in the sky opened fire, and a rain of light rained down on the fleeing warlocks of the Osoda state. Swept by the dense rain of light, countless warlocks of the Osoda state were blasted apart and turned into fragments that fell from the sky. A dense crowd of starry sky rippers suddenly flew out, caught up with the fleeing warlocks of the Osoda state at Mach 10 speed, and engaged them at close quarters. A blood-colored mist rose from the Osoda kingdom, and 10-meter-tall extraordinary life-form scarlet ogres from the evil god plane jumped out from corners and engaged Yang Feng's mechanical legion at close quarters. Scarlet ogres were descendants of scarlet nefarious ogres and other extraordinary life forms. Adult scarlet ogres possessed great warlock rank strength and were violent and belligerent. They were weapons cultivated by the Osoda state, and there were as many as 100,000 of them. The various muzzles of the 6 battlestars in the sky turned and aimed at the scarlet ogres, and a rain of light slammed into the scarlet ogres. Under the bombardment of the dense rain of light, crimson ogre after crimson ogre were blasted into sieves, and they suffered heavy casualties. Without any restraints, the destructive power the 6 battlestars displayed was far beyond that of a quasi-glorious Dawn Warlock rank expert. Wherever the dense rain of light passed, all life was obliterated, not a single one left behind. The tenacious scarlet ogres, who wouldn't really die even if they were cut in half, were easily crushed like ants by the rain of light. One red and one black ray suddenly flew out from the scarlet ogres, exuding Moonlight Warlock rank might. Enchanted with defensive spells, they fled into the distance, one to the east and one to the west. Swept by the dense rain of light, if Osoda Takashi and Tachiki Kenji didn't use level 6 defensive spells, they would be turned into sieves. If they wanted to escape from the Osoda state with the Scarlet Ogres, they could only display Moonlight Warlock rank power. Emperor Osoda. You should stay. With a faint sigh, Seijo Yorawa descended from the sky and stood in front of Osoda Takashi. He looked at Osoda Takashi calmly. When Osoda Takashi saw Seijo Yorawa, his eyes shimmered with bitterness, and he stopped and said with a bitter smile, "Emperor Seijo, since you came in person." Countless battle robots flew over from all directions in a flash and surrounded Osoda Takashi. Seijo Yorawa shook his head and said, "I'm no longer the ruler of the Nishino state. The ruler of the Nishino state is Yang Feng." Osoda Takashi uttered with an expectant look on his face, "Sir Seijo Yorawa, can you let me go? I'm willing to give you all my treasures." Seijo Yorawa said lightly, "His Majesty ordered that if Emperor Osoda Takashi doesn't want to be summoned, then let me take your Moonlight Core back." Osoda Takashi's thoughts revolved slightly, and he made a prompt decision, "I'm willing to be summoned. Please take me to see Sir Yang Feng. It was better to live than to die." In order to cultivate to this realm, each Moonlight Warlock has spent hundreds or even thousands of years. They still had a good time to enjoy, so they naturally didn't want to die like this. On the other side, Jiang Lang, the 6-winged sun-devouring centipede, the mechanical black dragon, and the mechanical ancient devil, for Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses surrounded Tachiki Kenji. Jiang Lang uttered with a smile, "Tachiki Kenji, do you want to die, or surrender?" Tachiki Kenji glanced at the lineup surrounding him and uttered decisively, "I surrender." Jiang Lang killed 2 Moonlight Warlocks in a row in the Fuso subcontinent. Among Moonlight Warlocks, he was a fierce existence. Tachiki Kenji didn't want to become a ghost under his sword. Jiang Lang sighed meaningfully and took a deep look at Tachiki Kenji, looking somewhat dissatisfied. What a pity. Tachiki Kenji trembled slightly, rejoicing at his decisiveness. Once Osoda Takashi and Tachiki Kenji surrendered, the Osoda state fell into Yang Feng's hands. Yang Feng continued to lead his army to attack one of the Kitano state's vassal states, the Kamisha state. When the Kamisha state's head of state Kamisha Ming saw Yang Feng's army arrive, he immediately opened the city and surrendered. With this as an example, Yang Feng's mechanical legion was virtually unstoppable. The Kitano state's capital, the Riverwood City, the Imperial Palace, in a reception hall, there were 12 people sitting. These 12 people were the Kitano state's 12 Moonlight Warlocks. The 2 people sitting at the head of the hall were the Kitano state's 2 quasi-glorious Dawn Warlocks, namely the ruler Hako Yusiai and the state teacher Flame Ghost Wang. At this time, there was a tense atmosphere in the reception hall. A thin man said solemnly, "The Osoda state, the Kamisha state, and the Darkwood state have all surrendered to Yang Feng. Now we only have the Raij state and the Johto state left. Your Majesty, it'll be too late if we don't make a decision now. I propose that we immediately use the Kitano state's power to fight Yang Feng to the death." Chapter 494. A burly man said solemnly, "Higashiki-kun, no. If we use all our strength to fight Yang Feng, even if we win, it will be a Pyrrhic victory. The Higashino state and the Minano state will never let go of this great opportunity to weaken us. If we lose, then with Yang Feng's temperament, I'm afraid that the Kitano state will cease to exist." The other Moonlight Warlocks nodded slightly. In a fight between Moonlight Warlocks, it was easy to defeat the other party, but extremely difficult to kill the other party. In the Fuso subcontinent, generally, after a fight between two states, the loser would cede territory and pay reparations, compensate the other party for the losses, and then end the fight. Rarely would a state be wiped out. After all, to kill 1,000 enemies, one had to suffer 800 casualties. As Yang Feng attacked everywhere in the Fuso subcontinent, the number of battle robots he lost exceeded 1 million. But he has set up many munitions factories in the Kihara state and the Nishino state, and the destroyed battle robots were sent to the munitions factories to be melted down and reforged. At the same time, a steady stream of troops was sent from the Tyrannid subcontinent, which gave people a sense of despair. If it weren't for the huge number of battle robots acting as cannon fodder, someone as strong as Yang Feng wouldn't dare to rashly launch such a war. A gloomy expression on his face, a Moonlight Warlock said coldly, "That trash Kuwata Hiroshi actually made things this way. He should have been killed 10,000 times over." The rest of the Moonlight Warlocks also showed looks of anger, and killing intent surged towards the dead Kuwata Hiroshi. Of course, they didn't know how excited they were when Kuwata Hiroshi made the West Sea state submit to the Kitano state. Higashiki Yoshikazu said somewhat harshly, "Furukawa-kun, what do you think we should do? Do we do nothing and just watch Yang Feng take down our vassal states one by one?" Furukawa Yen responded with a faint smile, "Of course not. We can ask the Holy Glory state to join forces with the Higashino state and the Minano state to mediate. Even someone as strong as Yang Feng cannot ignore the cooperation of the three major states and the Holy Glory state. The Higashino state and the Minano state must be apprehensive of the aggressive Yang Feng. As long as we pay a price, they will definitely agree to mediate for us." Furukawa's eyes shimmered with an enigmatic glint, and he said, "If Yang Feng doesn't accept mediation, then we can gather the power of the four major forces and destroy all of his forces in the Fuso subcontinent." A bright light flashed through Hako Yusiai's eyes as he said, "Well said, let's do it." A few days later, in a secret room of the Nishino Imperial Palace, Yang Feng sat on a jade bed surrounded by magic crystals. His body formed an incomparably terrifying whirlpool, and every time it spun, a massive amount of magical crystals would be sucked into his body. With the support of countless resources from the Nishino state, Yang Feng quickly cultivated to the intermediate Starry Sky Warlock realm. With a semi-plane seed implanted in Yang Feng's Sea of Knowledge, the resources he needed to practice cultivation were thousands of times that of others. But unlike ordinary warlocks, he wasn't stuck in a bottleneck for decades or even centuries. For ordinary Starry Sky Warlocks, it would take at least 30 years to advance from the junior Starry Sky Warlock realm to the intermediate Starry Sky Warlock realm, and this was still based on the cultivation speed of the geniuses in the Battle Demon sect. Many rogue cultivators are trapped in the bottleneck between the junior and intermediate Starry Sky Warlocks for their entire lives. Suddenly, there was a light knock on the door from outside the secret room. As soon as Yang Feng opened his eyes, the door of the secret room opened by itself. A fragrance wafting out from her, Kitazuki Kaori came in, knelt in front of Yang Feng, and said respectfully, "Your Majesty, the Kitano state sent an emissary. Would you like to receive him?" "An emissary of the Kitano state? That's fast." Yang Feng frowned and said lightly, "Have him wait for me in the brilliant hall." Kitazuki Kaori retreated respectfully, "Yes. Your Majesty." Yang Feng went to a hot spring bath, where he comfortably bathed and changed his clothes under the care of a group of beautiful women, and then walked towards the brilliant hall. As soon as Yang Feng stepped into the brilliant hall, he saw a slender and handsome young man standing below. The emissary from the Kitano state was a Starry Sky Warlock. He has been waiting here for 2 hours, yet didn't dare to make any unusual movements. With Yang Feng's current power, he could make a Starry Sky Warlock wait for several hours, even if the Starry Sky Warlock was backed by a Moonlight Warlock. I am the emissary of the Kitano state, Tanaka Hisashi. Greetings, Your Majesty Yang Feng. After Yang Feng sat down on the throne, the emissary from the Kitano state, Tanaka Komodo, bowed respectfully 90 degrees to Yang Feng and uttered. Yang Feng asked in an arrogant manner, "Are you here to declare war on me on behalf of the Kitano state?" Tanaka Hisashi replied respectfully, "No. The Kitano state has always had the highest respect for you, Your Majesty. The matter of the West Sea state was just Kuwata Hiroshi's arbitrary action. The Kitano state was not aware of it beforehand. In order to resolve the misunderstanding between us, my head of state has invited the heads of state of the Holy Glory state, the Higashino state, and the Minamino state to mediate. Please stop your offensive and go to the Holy Glory ancient city 10 days later to discuss a resolution." Yang Feng frowned slightly. Sure enough. This is troublesome. If the Kitano state insisted on fighting Yang Feng, it would be for the best. He could destroy the Kitano state in one fell swoop and take over its forces and resources. Even if 5 million battle robots and the 6 battle stars were destroyed, as long as the Kitano state could be eliminated, Yang Feng could accept such a loss. However, the Kitano state invited the Holy Glory state, the Higashino state, and the Minamino state to mediate. Even someone as strong as Yang Feng had to think twice before acting. Yang Feng was confident that with his mechanical legion plus the many moonlight warlocks he subdued along the way, he could destroy the Kitano state in one fell swoop. However, if he fought the Kitano state, the Higashino state, the Minamino state, and the Holy Glory state at the same time, his odds of winning weren't high. Even if he won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. At least 70% of the experts under his command would die. Tanaka Hisashi took out a gold invitation letter and handed it to Yang Feng respectfully. "This is the invitation letter, please accept it." "I see, you can take your leave." Yang Feng beckoned with his hand, and the gold invitation letter flew into his hand. At the same time, he said coldly. Tanaka Hisashi saluted and took his leave. "Yes. Your Majesty." Yang Feng played with the gold invitation letter in his hand and sighed regretfully. "It's a pity. It seems that the large-scale attack will come to an end. If he could take full control of the Fuso subcontinent and use its resources, Yang Feng wouldn't need to go elsewhere to look for resources. After practicing cultivation for a period of time in the Fuso subcontinent, he would be able to promote to a moonlight warlock. The Fuso subcontinent was 100 times richer in resources than the Tyrannid subcontinent. It had countless rare treasures and once gave birth to infinity warlocks. The value of this subcontinent couldn't be mentioned in the same breath as that of the Tyrannid subcontinent. The Holy Glory ancient city was located in the western part of the Holy Glory state. It was a huge city specially set up by the Holy Glory state for the 5 major states to negotiate. In the Holy Glory ancient city, there were no magic barriers. In this way, even if something happened, the rulers of the 5 major states could escape immediately. Practically 90% of the forces in the Fuso subcontinent believed in evil gods, and treachery and betrayal were commonplace. It was only in a place without any magic barrier that they could enter with ease. Even so, every time before entering the Holy Glory ancient city, the 4 major states would send experts to conduct several magic probes in the city, and only after confirming that there were no traps would they enter. In the center of the Holy Glory ancient city, there was a wide platform more than 40 meters tall. There were 5 seats on the platform, which were the seats of the rulers of the 5 major states of the Fuso subcontinent. These 5 seats represented the 5 tycoons that decided the fate of the more than 30 billion people in the Fuso subcontinent. A casual word from the masters of the 5 seats could change the fate of countless people. At this time, there were already 4 people sitting on the 5 seats. The 4 people were Hako Yusei, the ruler of the Kitano state, Higashi Ajime, the ruler of the Higashino state, Minami Kikaku, and the current ruler of the Holy Glory state, Nakaho Suki Sakura. Higashi Ajime was a burly man who looked like a bear. Minami Kikaku was a man with a horn on his head, his face covered in ghost runes, and a gloomy expression. Nakaho Suki Sakura, on the other hand, was a very beautiful girl of about 16 or 17 years old, with a noble temperament and a trace of childishness. Among the four, apart from Nakaho Suki Sakura, who was just a level 2 warlock, the other three were quasi-glorious Dawn warlock rank experts. Unlike the other four major states, the Holy Glory State's ruler could only be inherited by direct descendants of the founder of the Holy Glory State's ruler. Next to Nakaho Suki Sakura stood an advanced Moonlight warlock rank expert with an aged face. Minami Kikaku glanced at Hako Yusiai and said with a gloomy smile, "Hako Yusiai, I heard that the Kitano state was utterly defeated by Yang Feng. Of the 5 subsidiary bones, only the Raij state and the Johto state remain. Isn't this a bit too embarrassing? I remember that the Kitano state is known as the #1 major state in the Fuso subcontinent. Why don't you have a good fight with Yang Feng? The face of our Fuso subcontinent has been completely lost by your Kitano nation." Gazes of ridicule focused on Hako Yusiai. The relationship between the 4 major states was extremely bad. If it wasn't for Yang Feng's rapid rise, the great threat he posed, and the seemingly endless mechanical legion, the other major states would be happy to see Yang Feng destroy the Kitano state. Hako Yusiai said lightly, "The Kitano state is indeed not Yang Feng's opponent. Why don't you give it a try? If you can defeat Yang Feng, then henceforth, I, Hako Yusiai, will give way to Minami Kikaku, how about it?" Chapter 495. Minami Kikaku frowned slightly and said with a smile, "The Minano state is not Yang Feng's opponent. Otherwise, I wouldn't be sitting here today." When he said this, the other 3 rulers frowned slightly, and their eyes shimmered with apprehension. The pressure that Yang Feng's mechanical legion put on the rulers of the 4 states was so great that they couldn't breathe. They were forced to put aside their former enmity and sit together. When he saw this, Hako Yusiai's heart stirred. If I propose to join forces with them to eliminate Yang Feng, what will happen then? The apprehension of the 3 rulers towards Yang Feng exceeded Hako Yusiai's imagination by far. If he proposed to join forces to deal with Yang Feng, there was a 50% chance that the others would agree. However, this thought only revolved in Hako Yusiai's mind, and then he remained silent. If he proposed to eliminate Yang Feng at this time, then once Yang Feng learned of it, he might attack the Kitano state desperately. Even if Yang Feng's forces were eliminated, the Kitano state would be destroyed. He would never do such a thing at the expense of himself. The other 2 rulers clearly thought of this as well. A strange atmosphere pervaded the venue. The gazes of the 3 people exchanged from time to time, but no one pointed this out. Nakaho Suki Sakura sipped tea leisurely, a faint smile on her pretty face, and quietly watched the intrigue between the 3 rulers. His Majesty Yang Feng, the ruler of the Nishino state, has arrived. A voice sounded, and Yang Feng, followed by Seijo Yorawa and the mechanical ancient devil, strode into the venue. When Hako Yusiai saw Yang Feng, his eyes shimmered with killing intent. But when his gaze fell on Seijo Yorawa behind Yang Feng, he had to restrain the killing intent in his eyes. Damn it, he's really on guard. The eyes of Minami Kikaku and Higashi Aya lit up at first, and then their gazes fell on Seijo Yorawa and the mechanical ancient devil. Their eyes dimmed, and the killing intent in the abyss of their eyes quickly retracted. Yang Feng was just a junior Starry Sky warlock. Yang Feng is concealing his cultivation base, powerhouse. Even if he had the power of a virtual world, he wouldn't be the opponent of a quasi-glorious Dawn warlock rank powerhouse. If Yang Feng dared to come here alone, Hako Yusiai and them, who are quasi-glorious Dawn warlocks, wouldn't mind becoming hostile and killing Yang Feng. However, with Seijo Yorawa and the mechanical ancient devil following behind Yang Feng, Hako Yusiai and them dispelled the idea. Yang Feng sat down in the Nishino state seat, looked around, and said with a faint smile, "Sorry, I'm late." Higashiba Ajime said with a kind smile, "Your Majesty Yang Feng, I am Higashiba Ajime, the ruler of the East State. You're less than 100 years old, yet you already possess a Starry Sky Warlock rank cultivation base and became the ruler of the Fuso subcontinent's Nishino state. Truly a young hero. Amazing, truly amazing." Yang Feng said lightly, "I was just lucky. Minami Kikaku of the Minami state. North River Wuxia of the Kitano Kingdom." Minami Kikaku and Hako Wuxia said coldly. Nakaho Suki Sakura smiled sweetly, and the surrounding scenery seemed to brighten up a bit. "I am Nakaho Suki Sakura, the ruler of the Holy Glory State. Your Majesty Yang Feng, I'm glad to see you here." Yang Feng said, "I'm also glad to meet you." A gloomy expression on his face, Hako Wuxia said, "Yang Feng, everything before was a misunderstanding. Please withdraw from the Osoda state, the Kamisha state, and the Darkwood state at once. They are vassal states of the Kitano state." Yang Feng said with a smile, "The rulers of the Osoda state, the Kamisha state, and the Darkwood state admire me and took the initiative to merge the three states with the Nishino state. Now, the three states are part of our territory. If you don't believe me, I can summon them and have them confront you." Nakaho Suki Sakura's beautiful eyes showed a trace of a smile. Hako Wuxia's eyes, however, revealed a trace of anger, and he said coldly, "Since the three rulers have fallen into your hands, they naturally won't dare to refute what you say. Yang Feng, return the Osoda state, the Kamisha state, and the Darkwood state to me, or else." Yang Feng sneered and immediately turned hostile, barking, "Or else? Or else what? Does the Kitano state want to go to war with the Nishino state? Alright, let's go back, gather our troops, and fight, how about it?" Forced into a desperate situation, Hako Wuxia's face turned cold, his eyes flashed with endless anger, and he barked, "You're going too far. Fine, I'll go back, gather all the forces of the Kitano state, and fight you to the death." Higashi Ajime said with a smile, "Calm down, both of you. Since you're here, then you have the intention to mediate. Three trifling states aren't worth fighting each other. How about this, according to Great Cloud Dynasty's usual practice, how about we have our subordinates make a wager? If you win, Your Majesty Yang Feng, then the three states will belong to you. If you lose, Your Majesty Yang Feng, then the three states will belong to His Majesty Hako Wuxia." Powerhouses above the Moonlight Warlock rank were powerful existences comparable to gods and fiends. If there wasn't a life and death enmity, then some ordinary contradictions and conflicts would be resolved through a competition. They could spar with each other, or let their subordinates and disciples spar with each other, and even bet on each other. This custom was formed because powerhouses above the Moonlight Warlock rank were so powerful that they were like moving natural disasters. If two Bright World Warlock rank powerhouses used powerful spells to attack each other without restraint, the terrifying power they would erupt could even destroy a small subcontinent like the Tyrannid subcontinent. Minami Kikaku immediately said, "Good idea, I agree." Nakaho Suki Sakura said with a sweet smile, "That's a good idea. This way, there won't be too many innocent mortals dying." Hako Wuxia's face changed several times, and he sighed, "Since everyone says so. Then I can't go against everyone's will. Alright, I also agree to this wager." Yang Feng said with a cold smile, "I also agree to this wager. However, I have an objection regarding the wager. The rulers of the Osoda state's three states admire me, so they joined the Nishino state of their own accord. They are now members of the Nishino state. If you want to wager with me, then use your Raige state and Johto state as wagers. Otherwise, let's have a fight to the death." Hako Wuxia's face changed several times, and then he finally gritted his teeth and responded, "All right." Yang Feng continued, "As for the wager. A fight between Moonlight Warlocks is too dangerous. Let's limit it to below the Moonlight Warlock rank. The two states will each send 3 people to fight to the death. If one side is annihilated, it'll be considered the loser. No. Hako Yusiai's face changed dramatically, and he uttered, the wager should be that we each send 5 Moonlight Warlocks to swap pointers with each other. Out of 5, 3 wins are the best of 5. Powerhouses who have already fought can't fight again. The side that wins 3 wins will be considered the winner. Yang Feng's battle prowess was comparable to that of a junior Moonlight Warlock. He could sweep the Fuso subcontinent's Starry Sky Warlocks. Hako Yusiai naturally understood this, and would never agree to the wager Yang Feng chose. Yang Feng said coldly, so there's no room for discussion? After all, the Kitano state was the Fuso subcontinent's largest state. It had 2 quasi-glorious Dawn Warlock rank powerhouses, 3 Pinnacle Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses, and 3 Advanced Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses. The depth of its foundation wasn't something Yang Feng could compare to. In a Moonlight Warlock swap pointers, Yang Feng had no chance of winning. Hako Yusiai sneered, I've already agreed to the wager. Naturally, I have the final say in the wager. Yang Feng uttered coldly, since you're not sincere, then there's no point in continuing the discussion. Let's go back, gather our troops, and fight to the death. Hako Yusiai said with a cold smile, this is our decision. Do you want to go against our will and become our enemy? The eyes of Minami Kikaku, Higashi Ajime, and Nakaho Suki Sakura flickered, and they stared calmly at Yang Feng. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose into a smile of ridicule, and he uttered coldly, so what? Even if my 10 million mechanical golem legion is wiped out. As long as I take control of the Fuso subcontinent, my strength will be fully restored in less than 100 years. A 10 million mechanical golem legion. When Minami Kikaku and Higashi Ajime heard this, their countenances couldn't help but change. According to their intelligence, Yang Feng's mechanical legion only had a little more than 6 million mechanical golem legion. Now that the number of mechanical golem legion had doubled, it set off stormy waves in their hearts. If the 3 major states mobilized all their forces, although they could still defeat Yang Feng. However, the 3 major states also schemed against each other. In a real fight, they weren't sure if they could defeat Yang Feng. Besides, if Yang Feng was defeated, he could still return to the fighting demonic sect. But if they were defeated, they would be driven out of the Fuso subcontinent and reduced to stray dogs, becoming rogue cultivators without a foundation. Nakaho Suki Sakura said with a sweet smile, let's compromise. The wager will be a duel between warlocks below the Moonlight Warlock rank, with 2 wins out of 3. Those who have fought once are not allowed to fight a second time. Your Majesty Yang Feng, what do you think? Yang Feng clapped his hands and laughed heartily, all right. Let's do that. Minami Kikaku nodded with a gloomy expression. Higashi Ajime squeezed out a smile and said, good idea. Yang Feng glanced at Hako Yusiai and sneered, Hako Yusiai? It's a decision we all have to make. If you don't agree, then you'll be an enemy of all of us. Hako Yusiai's face was ashen. He naturally knew that this rule was greatly beneficial to Yang Feng. With Yang Feng's frightening battle prowess that could contend against Moonlight Warlocks, it was equivalent to winning a duel. Only by winning both duels would he have a glimmer of hope of winning. Under the attentive gazes, Hako Yusiai knew that he had been abandoned by the other 2 rulers. He could only say with an ashen face, okay. I agree. Chapter 496. Since there's no time like the present, let's settle things here today. Yang Feng smiled faintly. Spatial fluctuations surged from his body, and with a wave of his hand, he tore open a hole in the void. He extended his hand and grabbed 2 people from the hole. One was the bewitching and charming dark elf Cheyenne, and the other was one of the Shilling Sea Wolf King's 8 dogs, the Mad Dog. Dark Elf. After Hako Yusiai and the other 2 male rulers saw Xiaofan, their eyes lit up and revealed greed. Dark elves were very rare, and they were even rarer in the Fuso subcontinent. A stunning beauty with an extraordinary temperament like Xiaofan was very rare even in the Fuso subcontinent. Coupled with her dark elf identity, she was even more alluring. If it wasn't for the fact that Yang Feng was the ruler of the Nishino state, his subordinates would be as numerous as clouds in the sky. Hako Yusiai and the others wanted to snatch Xiaofan away by force. Nakaho Suki Sakura's beautiful eyes constricted slightly, and she revealed a dignified look. His control of the law of space is amazing. To be able to manipulate space so easily and bring people more than a dozen kilometers away, Yang Feng's control of the law of space has already surpassed that of many moonlight warlocks. Yang Feng said, "The Nishino state will send these 2 and me." Hako Yusiai, don't tell me you can't find 3 people to participate in the wagered fight? Humph. Hako Yusiai snorted coldly, then silently recited an incantation and waved his hand, and a palm-sized green blueprint suddenly flew out, expanded, and changed into a square carpet with a diameter of 20 meters. Light shot out of the green carpet and formed a green gate in the void. Hako Yusiai said, "Send 3 of your strongest Starry Sky warlocks." A quarter of an hour later, a man with a folding fan in hand and a tall, pure white hat wearing a refined temperament, a 2-meter-tall man resembling a bear, and a man with a stiff expression and a sword at his waist walked out of the green gate. The 3 men exuded quasi-moonlight warlock rank auras. Hako Yusiai glanced at Xiaofan and the Mad Dog with a hint of disdain in his eyes. He sneered and said, "These are the candidates of my Kitano kingdom. I have an arena here. Everyone, please enter the arena and fight." Nakaho Suki Sakura smiled and waved her hand. A palm-sized arena suddenly flew out of her hand and landed on the edge of the platform, turning into a small arena. In battles between Starry Sky Warlock rank experts, some powerful spells would also destroy the environment. There were no defensive boundaries in the Holy Glory ancient city. If Starry Sky Warlock rank powerhouses were to fight at will, then the ordinary people in the Holy Glory ancient city would suffer heavy casualties. As soon as the small arena appeared, detection spells were cast on it, checking if there was anything wrong with it. Before long, Seijo Yorawa nodded slightly towards Yang Feng. With a wave of Yang Feng's hand, Xiaofan's figure blurred, and she turned into a black ray of light that entered the small arena. The eyes of the man who was as tall as a bear flashed with a sinister glint. His figure flickered slightly and he flew directly into the small arena. The eyes of the bear-like man flashed with a cruel glint. He licked his lips and said excitedly, "I am Fukanari Kuma. Dark Elf, you're unlucky to have met me. I've killed hundreds of women, yet this is the first time I've met a Dark Elf. Your heart must be delicious. After I dig it out, I'll have a good taste." The cultivation techniques passed down by the various evil gods in the evil god plane were extremely powerful and evil. The evil gods of the evil god plane were all selfish, cruel and murderous existences. In their eyes, humans were nothing more than food. The human warlocks of the Fuso subcontinent practiced the many secret methods passed down by the evil gods. Unless they were peerless geniuses, most people would be affected by the evil gods' blood meridians. It was precisely because of the evil gods' blood meridians that the people of the Fuso subcontinent had always been looked down upon by the people of the Great Cloud dynasty. "You fool, Master sent me to fight just to use you as a test subject for the power of his newly designed weapon." Xiaofan faintly smiled and took out a black rhombus-shaped Rubik's Cube. She clenched her hand and the rhombus-shaped Rubik's Cube suddenly disintegrated into a black armor with a pair of ghost horns on it. The armor was engraved with countless mysterious runes and had a moonlight core embedded in the chest area. It was a set of black armor with a pair of ghost horns on it. After Xiaofan was covered with the black armor with a pair of horns, her aura was completely concealed, making it impossible to see to what extent her strength had reached. The gazes of Hako Yusiai and the other two experts focused on Xiaofan, and their eyes shimmered with graveness. A gloomy expression on his face, Hako Yusiai looked at Yang Feng with astonishment in his eyes, and uttered word by word, "Alchemist." The gazes of Minami Kikaku and Higashi Ajime also focused on Yang Feng, brimming with excitement, apprehension, and longing. Alchemists were warlocks with the highest status in the Zhangji Plain. Every warlock alchemist can use all kinds of incredible materials to refine all kinds of incredible secret treasures with incomparable power. No matter how much human warlocks practiced cultivation and imitated the powerful beings of many planes, apart from some freakish geniuses who formed a virtual world, the rest of them couldn't contend against experts of the same rank from other planes by relying on secret methods alone. The various incredible secret treasures refined by alchemists were the greatest trump cards that allowed human warlocks to contend against experts of the same rank from other planes, and even suppress the other party. Each of the 7 warlock emperors, who were recognized as the strongest, spent countless precious materials to refine an extremely powerful Empyrean-grade secret treasure. By relying on the power of an Empyrean-grade secret treasure, they suppressed countless experts from other planes, became invincible, and established the 7 most brilliant and powerful warlock dynasties. The 7 warlock emperors were also the 7 most powerful alchemists in human history. In the Fuso subcontinent, the number of alchemists was extremely small. The strongest alchemists could only refine level 4 secret treasures at most. The Fuso subcontinent paid a huge price to obtain level 6 secret treasures from the Great Cloud Dynasty over thousands of years. Most Moonlight warlocks didn't even have a level 6 secret treasure. Xiaofan's armor was inlaid with a Moonlight core. If the armor could draw out the power of the Moonlight core, then it was definitely a level 6 secret treasure. Even quasi-glorious Dawn warlock rank experts like Hako Yusiai would be tempted by such a secret treasure. Nakaho Suki Sakura's beautiful eyes flashed with admiration, and she uttered, "What a beautiful armor! Your Majesty Yang Feng, what is this armor?" Yang Feng replied with a smile, "This is the Phantasy Star Series Battle Armor, number 1 prototype." Secret treasure? Great, after I tear you apart, I'll get another secret treasure. Fukunari Kuma smiled malevolently and silently chanted an incantation. A blood-colored mist condensed around his body. His body instantly expanded in the blood-colored mist and transformed into a 10-meter-tall scarlet nefarious demon with muscles all over his body. The scarlet nefarious demon's body was a mixture of black and red. A pure red scarlet nefarious ogre was a complete scarlet nefarious ogre, a freak with Moonlight warlock rank battle prowess. The scarlet nefarious ogre that Fukunari Kuma transformed into was an incomplete scarlet nefarious ogre. Even so, this incomplete scarlet nefarious ogre still had the power to crush ordinary quasi-Moonlight warlocks. "You're too slow." A voice reverberated in the arena, and a thigh covered in black armor descended from the sky and slammed into the back of Fukunari Kuma's head like a battle axe. A frightening force erupted, and Fukunari Kuma's head caved in. If it wasn't for the scarlet nefarious ogre's head being extremely hard, this kick would have blown Fukunari Kuma's head apart. What's going on? As if a broken rag doll, Fukunari Kuma fell forward, and the afterimages of Xiaofan disappeared from his eyes. In the arena, many afterimages flickered around Fukunari Kuma. The back of Fukunari Kuma's head, chest, face, heart, and other vital parts were all bombarded by Xiaofan. A large amount of blood sprayed out of Fukunari Kuma's mouth and scattered on the ground. If it wasn't for the scarlet nefarious ogre's body being extremely hard, he would have already been killed by Xiaofan. Even so, under Xiaofan's continuous bombardment, he was seriously injured and lost the ability to fight back. At the 40th second, Fukunari Kuma's eyes were kicked out by Xiaofan, and his face was blasted beyond recognition. His aura of life disappeared completely, and he fell from midair and turned into a corpse. Xiaofan pointed with a finger, and dark fire appeared from the void, landed on Fukanari Kuma's corpse, and burned it to ashes, leaving only a storage ring and a starry sky core. What a powerful secret treasure! Seeing this scene, everyone inhaled a breath of cold air. Looking at the black armor the Phantasy Star series on Cheyenne, their eyes shimmered with greed. Cheyenne was just a junior Starry Sky Warlock. But after equipping the Phantasy Star series, she could beat the Quasi-Moonlight Warlock rank Fukanari Kuma like a dog. With the speed provided by the Phantasy Star series, Cheyenne's speed even surpassed that of ordinary intermediate Moonlight Warlock rank experts. Naturally, even Moonlight Warlocks coveted such a secret treasure. There was a flash of joy in Yang Feng's eyes. Not bad. It seems that the mechanical armor refined from Shizu technology combined with alchemy of the world of warlocks is really useful. Besides, there's still a lot of room for improvement. If a soul stone is integrated with it, the armor can even evolve automatically. Chapter 497. Yang Feng sighed regretfully. It's a pity that a Moonlight Core is needed to refine a mechanical armor of the Phantasy Star rank. A Moonlight Core was a treasure formed from the soul, spell models, spirit force, and life force of a Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouse. It was the core of a Moonlight Warlock's life force. The appearance of a Moonlight Core represented the death of a Moonlight Warlock. Yang Feng didn't have many of such treasures. A gloomy expression on his face, Hako Wuxia stared at the Phantasy Star armor Cheyenne was wearing. If he could get the Phantasy Star armor, then even if he faced a glorious Dawn Warlock, he would be able to come and go freely and escape. Yang Feng glanced at the two Quasi-Moonlight Warlocks behind Hako Wuxia and said domineeringly, "Okay, I'm the next one to fight. Which one of you will fight me?" The two Quasi-Moonlight Warlocks behind Hako Wuxia looked at each other, and then lowered their heads with fear in their eyes. There was a huge gap between Quasi-Moonlight Warlocks and true Moonlight Warlocks. Under normal circumstances, 10 Quasi-Moonlight Warlocks could barely contend against a junior Moonlight Warlock, and they would lose more than they won. One-on-one, a Quasi-Moonlight Warlock would have no way to fight back against a true Moonlight Warlock. Yang Feng was a freak who could contend against Moonlight Warlocks. The two Quasi-Moonlight Warlocks weren't willing to throw away their lives against such an expert. Hako Wuxia said coldly, "Yasuda Yasushi, go fight Yang Feng. You must win. I will help you take good care of your family. If there is a genius with enough aptitude, I will nurture him into a Moonlight Warlock." The elegant man holding a folding fan said bitterly, "Yes, Master Mo. Your Majesty." "Ha, come on." Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he entered the arena. He operated the Battle Demon's secret method, and a set of black armor enveloped him. Yasuda Yasushi gave a long sigh, then his figure fluttered, and he entered the arena. As soon as Yasuda Yasushi entered the arena, he said, "Sir Yang Feng." With a flash of an afterimage, Yang Feng appeared in front of Yasuda Yasuda like a ghost, extracted a wisp of world force from the semiplane, and punched Yasuda Yasuda in the heart. Before Yasuda Yasushi could finish his words, his body exploded, turning into countless fragments that scattered on the ground. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and heavenly fire suddenly gushed out, rolled towards the ground, and burned Yasuda Yasushi's corpse to ashes. Yang Feng beckoned with his hand and sucked a storage ring from Yasuda Yasushi's corpse into his hand. His figure flickered, he left the arena, and he threw the storage ring to Seijo Yorawa. Seeing Yang Feng kill Yasuda Yasushi so straightforwardly, the four rulers were taken aback. Seijo Yorawa took out a red pill from the storage ring and said, "My lord, this is an evil ogre pill. After taking it, it can stimulate the caster's life force potential and enable a Quasi-Moonlight Warlock to display intermediate Moonlight Warlock rank strength for an hour. However, the price is that the Quasi-Moonlight Warlock will die after an hour." Yang Feng glanced at Hako Wuxia and said with a cold smile, "Intermediate Moonlight Warlock, you're really scheming." Hako Yusiai intended to let Yasuda Yasushi and Yang Feng perish together. When Yang Feng saw that the quasi-moonlight warlock Yasuda Yasushi dared to fight him, he realized that Yasuda Yasushi must have a trump card. Therefore, before Yasuda Yasushi could display his trump card, Yang Feng struck him with all his strength and insta-killed him. Hako Yusiai's face was gloomy, and he didn't say a word. The eyes of the man standing behind him with a wooden expression flickered with joy. Nakaho Suki Sakura said with a sweet smile, "Your Majesty Yang Feng won this fight. Then, Your Majesty Hako Yusiai, please hand over the Riga state and the Johto state to Your Majesty Yang Feng within a month." Hako Yusiai suppressed his anger and enunciated each syllable, "I understand. Within a month, I will hand over the Riga state and the Johto state to Your Majesty Yang Feng." In the Holy Glory ancient city, once something was decided, even the 5 major states couldn't violate it. Otherwise, they would become the common enemy of the 5 major states. If Hako Yusiai didn't want the Kitano state to be destroyed, then he could only hand over the Riga state and the Johto state to Yang Feng. Nakaho Suki Sakura suddenly asked, "Your Majesty Yang Feng, do you want to explore the brilliant ancient capital?" Yang Feng replied with a smile, "Of course. The Nishino state wants at least 10 spots to enter the brilliant ancient capital." The brilliant ancient capital was an extremely mysterious arcane realm that would appear once every 300 years. Countless passages leading to the brilliant ancient capital would open throughout the Tsangji plain. The brilliant ancient capital was said to be an ancient holy capital established by the brilliant Great Holy, one of the 12 Holy Spirit warlocks who followed the Time Lord. It was a secret realm specialized in cultivating the younger generation of the Tsangji Plains human warlocks. Only warlocks below the Moonlight Warlock rank could enter the brilliant ancient capital to hunt for treasures. In the brilliant ancient capital, there were countless rare treasures and all kinds of precious extraordinary plants. According to legend, apart from the Time Lord, the 7 warlock emperors have all gone to the brilliant ancient capital and left their footprints as well as some precious treasures that were rarely seen by future generations. In the Fuso subcontinent, because of the Fuso divine tree, every time the brilliant ancient capital opened, a passage would be opened in the Holy Glory state, and that passage would allow 100 people to enter. Every spot to enter the brilliant ancient capital would cause countless forces to compete for it. In the Fuso subcontinent, only the 5 major states could obtain more than 8 spots each time. The affiliated states of the 5 major states would compete for 10 spots. The rest of the spots would be given to some Bright World Warlocks, Infinity Warlocks, and other powerhouses that the Fuso subcontinent couldn't contend against. Although the Bright World Warlocks and Infinity Warlocks themselves couldn't enter the brilliant ancient capital, but their subordinates and descendants didn't have such restrictions. In the brilliant ancient capital, there were even treasures that could move the hearts of Infinity Warlocks. The Infinity Warlocks naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity. In addition, there were more than 10 million rogue warlocks in the Fuso subcontinent, yet none of them had a spot to enter the brilliant ancient capital. In order to get a spot to enter the brilliant ancient capital, many Moonlight Warlock rank rogue warlocks had to join the 5 major states and serve the 5 major states. Yang Feng knew that the Battle Demon sect had more than 100 spots to enter the brilliant ancient capital. If he didn't get a spot to enter the brilliant ancient capital in the Fuso subcontinent, then he would have to compete for a spot in the Battle Demon sect. However, there was no need for him to return to the sect to compete. When they heard that Yang Feng wanted 10 spots, the countenances of the other 4 major states flickered, but they didn't say anything. The Nishino state commanded by Yang Feng was now the most powerful force in the Fuso subcontinent, so asking for 1 or 2 more spots was within their expectations. Nakaho Suki Sakura's beautiful eyes swiveled, and she said softly, "Your Majesty Yang Feng, I will soon enter the brilliant ancient capital to look for opportunities. If we meet at that time, please take care of me." Yang Feng replied, "All right." When Minami Kikaku and Higashi Akira saw this scene, they hesitated for a moment, wanting Yang Feng to take care of their people. But in the end, they didn't say anything. At the meeting, the people divided up several resource points in the Fuso subcontinent, and then finally dispersed. Yang Feng's mechanical legion stopped its offensive, and the Fuso subcontinent regained its tranquility. A month later, Hako Wuxia handed over the Rige state and the Johto state to Yang Feng. The Rige state and the Johto state were great states that could support Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses, and they also had countless resources. After Yang Feng took over, countless engineering robots went to various places and continued to exploit the resources of the two states. After handing over the matters of the Fuso subcontinent to Shiena, Eunice, Seijo Yatsuki, and Seijo Yorawa, Yang Feng plunged into the treasuries he plundered from the major states and began to search for treasures. Top inert Atlam stone. These top inert Atlam stones are enough to refine 50 top teleportation portals. As expected of the Fuso subcontinent, there are so many treasures. In a huge treasury of the Nishino state, Yang Feng, like a mouse that entered a rice jar, happily hunted for treasures and made all kinds of pleasant discoveries. Although the Fuso subcontinent was far less fertile than the Eastern world and the Western world, but it was still a subcontinent that once gave birth to infinity warlocks. There were countless precious ores, elixirs, and treasures on the subcontinent. This is Golden Sun Flame Stone. If the six-winged sun-devouring centipede eats it, it should be able to evolve again and become an intermediate Moonlight Warlock rank existence. This is Star River Fine Steel, one of the core materials for Level 3 strongholds. Yang Feng looked around as he walked, his eyes flashing with excitement. There were all kinds of precious materials in the treasury that he could use. This is a superior grade soul stone. When Yang Feng arrived in front of a large pile of soul stones, he opened the precious and heavy box placed at the top, and then exclaimed in surprise. Soul stones were divided into 7 grades: inferior, intermediate, superior, superior, monarch grade, holy grade, and god grade. Inferior soul stones were the easiest to produce. They could be produced by blood sacrifices of tens of thousands of ordinary people and through evil rituals. Intermediate soul stones could be produced by hundreds of thousands of ordinary people. Superior soul stones required the soul of a great warlock rank powerhouse or above as the dominant soul, then hundreds of thousands of warlocks or extraordinary life forms as the blood sacrifice, and through all kinds of evil rituals. The stronger the dominant soul, the better the quality of the superior soul stone obtained. The first superior soul stone Yang Feng obtained was a soul stone refined with a Moonlight Warlock as the dominant soul, which gave the mechanical black dragon a strong evolutionary ability. Chapter 498. Superior grade soul stones, on the other hand, require a Bright World Warlock rank powerhouse or above as an offering, a blood sacrifice of more than 100,000 great warlock rank souls, and then transform them through various evil rituals. If a superior grade soul stone is given to a top alchemist with countless rare materials, they can even refine a weapon with Bright World Warlock rank battle prowess that can evolve until the Infinity Warlock rank. If the superior grade soul stone is given to the Fesua Plains Radiant Primary God Prados, he can easily transform a blazing angel with virtually endless evolutionary potential. As for monarch grade soul stones, they require a warlock monarch rank powerhouse as an offering and 1,000 Moonlight Warlock rank souls as blood sacrifices to produce them. Holy grade soul stones require a Holy Spirit Warlock rank and 1,000 Glorious Sun Warlock rank souls as blood sacrifices to produce them. God grade soul stones require a Warlock Emperor rank existence and 1,000 Bright World Warlock rank souls as blood sacrifices to produce them. Holy grade and God grade soul stones have only appeared during the Second Warlock Dynasty Taboo Dynasty and the Third Warlock Dynasty Transcendent Dynasty. After the Third Warlock Dynasty, only Monarch grade soul stones have appeared sporadically. In modern times, Monarch grade soul stones are virtually extinct. Superior grade spirit stones were already the highest grade spirit stones that warlocks could get their hands on. A superior grade soul stone can even tempt many infinity warlocks. Of course, only top alchemists or bright world warlocks and infinity warlocks can use superior grade soul stones freely. This superior grade soul stone is a treasure Yang Feng got from the Kamisha state. He didn't expect that the trifling Kamisha state to hide a treasure that can even tempt infinity warlocks. Yang Feng held the superior grade soul stone in his hand, and his eyes revealed a look of excitement. With this superior grade soul stone, my exclusive ruler can be manufactured. The ruler series body is an body developed by Yang Feng after combining Shizu technology and the Zhangji Plains warlock civilization. That body was usually like a Rubik's cube. Once it was used, it would immediately expand. With the moonlight core embedded in the body and the life energy of the body itself as the power source, it would display a terrifying combat strength. The fantasy star used by Xiaofan was Yang Feng's test body. After seeing how powerful the fantasy star is, Yang Feng made up his mind to develop the ruler. The juggernaut's body must be able to continuously evolve. Therefore, we must consider the possibility of absorbing more soul stones in the future. Right now, I only have one glorious sun core and 13 moonlight cores. But in the future, I will get more powerful power sources. In terms of design, we must be prepared to absorb other power sources. As an auxiliary optical supercomputer, it is currently only level 2. We must be prepared to change it at any time. As for the Paragon's abilities, I'm guessing its ability to escape, absorb energy, defend, and speed. If necessary, he could sacrifice his attack power. In terms of attack power, you can use other artifacts to make up for it. Yang Feng plunged into the design of the ruler. With the help of the level 2 optical supercomputer, he frantically absorbed the original Shizu technology and the warlock knowledge he learned from the Zhangji Plain to verify and combine them. Crazy ideas emerged one after another, and then were realized one after another. After obtaining the Apple of Wisdom, Yang Feng's wisdom was no longer inferior to that of any genius in the world. After he promoted to a Starry Sky Warlock, his soul underwent another transformation, reaching the Moonlight Warlock rank. Coupled with the help of the level 2 optical supercomputer, he had the qualifications to find his own path. A month later, the Nishino State's royal palace, in a huge empty martial arts arena. Yang Feng spread the fingers of his hand, and a black Rubik's cube appeared in his hand. He squeezed hard, and the black Rubik's cube released rays of golden light that transformed into a black armor that covered his body. The black battle armor was equipped with a pair of ghost horns, and sharp blades were hidden at the joints. The entire battle armor was simple and unadorned, but it was engraved with countless mysterious runes. 1 glorious sun core and 9 moonlight cores were hidden at the chest area of the black battle armor, serving as the core power source of the ruler mecha. As soon as he put on the ruler armor, Yang Feng felt endless power pour out of the armor, as if he could tear apart a moonlight warlock with a wave of his hand. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and 9 afterimages appeared on the square. After a long while, the 9 afterimages collapsed completely, and there was no trace of Yang Feng in the square. The void twisted, ripples flickered in the void, and the ruler armor Yang Feng wore emerged from the ripples. Yang Feng carefully checked the battle log and revealed a satisfied smile, as expected of the ruler armor I designed. It can perfectly integrate with the various secret methods I cultivate. As long as the ruler armor continues to evolve, it will evolve into an Empyrean-grade secret treasure in the future. The ruler armor was made by Yang Feng by combining Shizu technology and the power of the Zhangji Plains warlock civilization. He consumed countless precious materials, even the only glorious sun core he got from the Nishino state, and used a superior soul stone. The ruler armor itself was a living mechanical life form that could evolve continuously. Before equipping the ruler armor, Yang Feng could only defeat intermediate moonlight warlocks at most. But after equipping the ruler armor, he was confident that he could even contend against some weaker Glorious Sun warlocks, and even defeat them. As soon as Yang Feng walked out of the square, Jiang Lang stopped him, stared at Yang Feng, and said, "Yang Feng, I need 3 spots to enter the brilliant ancient capital." Yang Feng agreed casually, "Okay." Although the spots to enter the brilliant ancient capital could move the hearts of Bright World warlocks and Infinity warlocks, but Yang Feng already had 10 spots. For him, the spots that these rogue cultivators had to fight for almost their lives were nothing. Jiang Lang helped Yang Feng at the most critical time. If it weren't for Jiang Lang's help, Yang Feng wouldn't have been able to take control of the Nishino state so smoothly. Jiang Lang showed a forthright smile and said, "You're a good friend. I didn't help you kill so many Moonlight warlocks in vain." Yang Feng asked curiously, "Do you plan to give these 3 spots to the Bright Moon School?" Jiang Lang showed a wicked smile and said, "Haha, you don't understand. With these 3 spots to enter the brilliant ancient capital, I can pick up at least 3 more junior disciple sisters of the Bright Moon School." Yang Feng said with a smile, "No wonder there are fewer and fewer junior disciple sisters of the Bright Moon School marrying people from the Battle Demon sect. It turns out that they were picked up by guys like you." Sure enough, the pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first. Jiang Lang said with a wicked smile, "Haha. Of course. Actually, I'm also the master of a 9th grade plane. I have a harem of 3,000 in that 9th grade plane. Unfortunately, compared to female warlocks, the taste of mortal women is still a long way off. How about it, Yang Feng, do you plan to marry into the Bright Moon School? If you join the Bright Moon School, then we 2 brothers can definitely turn the entire Bright Moon School into 2 harem queens." Yang Feng said with a smile, "If that's the case, the great elders of the Bright Moon School will slap us to death." The Bright Moon School was a warlock group dominated by women. Most of the great elders of the Bright Moon School were women. If they knew that Jiang Lang was going to start a harem in the Bright Moon School, they would definitely let him know how powerful Bright World warlocks are. Jiang Lang's words were astonishing. Full of confidence, he spread his hands as if embracing the world and said, "It's simple, just pick up the great elders. They are also women, and beautiful women at that. They also want men. If I conquer them, they will conquer the world." Startled, Yang Feng clapped his hands and laughed heartily, "Awesome." Yang Feng and Jiang Lang huddled together. After carefully exchanging various experiences, they dispersed, satisfied. Jiang Lang was a Moonlight warlock of the Bright Moon School and was once the eldest senior disciple brother of the previous generation. He had a lot of experience in cultivation. Giving Yang Feng a few pointers was very beneficial to him. The Holy Glory State's capital, the Holy Glory City, was the center of the Fuso subcontinent as well as a rare holy land for cultivation. Even though the Holy Glory State has declined, but it is still very prosperous. That's the Fuso Divine Tree, what a treasure. Standing on the deck of a flying vessel, Yang Feng gazed into the distance. He saw a several thousand-meter tall divine tree rising into the sky. As if from different planes, its countless branches and leaves extracted various kinds of energy to nourish the divine tree. Wisps of life magic energy dispersed from the divine tree and entered the Holy Glory City, and then were directly absorbed by the 9 story-tall warlock towers. Jiang Lang took a deep look at the Fuso Divine Tree and said with a smile, "The Fuso Divine Tree is full of treasures. However, it is also a peerless powerhouse with unfathomable strength. There was once an Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse who wanted to cut it down and refine it into a treasure. As a result, the Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse was suppressed by it. Reportedly, it has become its nourishment." Jiang Lang said, "The Fuso Divine Tree stands aloof from worldly affairs. His existence spanned across the 8 great warlock dynasties, and the pinnacle figures of the 8 great warlock dynasties had obtained benefits from him when they were weak. Yang Feng, you should give it a try. Maybe you can get some benefits from it. Chapter 499. The Fuso divine tree was a powerful divine tree that has survived since the Arch-God age. Its whole body was a treasure, and it was one of the best materials for refining Empyrean-grade secret treasures. Powerful divine trees of the same era as the Fuso divine tree were cut down by warlock emperors or existences of the same rank and refined into powerful treasures. For the Fuso divine tree to have survived for so long, it naturally had its own reasons. As soon as Yang Feng got off the flying vessel, Nakaho Suki Sakura came over with more than 20 beautiful female officials and said with a sweet smile, "Your Majesty Yang Feng, the great Fuso divine tree invites you to a gathering." When Jiang Lang saw Nakaho Suki Sakura, his eyes suddenly revealed a glimmer of excitement, and he uttered with a smile, "What a beautiful woman." "Beauty, I'm Jiang Lang. How about we go for a drink?" A soft voice came from the side, and a girl in yellow clothes stared at Jiang Lang with her big, pitiful eyes and said, "Senior disciple brother Jiang, aren't you going to accompany us to the Holy Glory City?" A tall beautiful woman said full of jealousy, "The Fuso subcontinent's barbarians have bewitched your senior disciple brother Jiang. How could he be in the mood to pay attention to us?" Jiang Lang laughed it off, directly grabbing the hands of the yellow-robed young lady, and strode out, I was just joking with her. She's a woman your senior disciple brother Yang fancies, how could I dare to provoke her? Let's go shopping at once." The other two beautiful women from the Bright Moon School smiled helplessly, and then followed Jiang Lang into the Holy Glory City. The Holy Glory City was the most prosperous city in the Fuso subcontinent. It was even more prosperous than many cities in the Great Cloud Dynasty, and it was full of exotic charm. It was the first time the three beautiful women from the Bright Moon School came to the Fuso subcontinent, so they were naturally curious about the Holy Glory City. Seeing Jiang Lang and his party leave, Yang Feng said lightly, "Does he want me to enter the Holy Glory Royal Palace? If that's the case, then I refuse to see him." In its heyday, the Holy Glory State once gave birth to a bright world warlock. There are countless restrictions in the Holy Glory Royal Palace. Even though there are only 2 Moonlight Warlocks, but they can suppress Glorious Dawn Warlocks. Nakaho Suki Sakura's beautiful eyes sparkled as she said, "The Holy Glory Nation has always had a good reputation, and the secret techniques we cultivate are definitely not those given by the evil god. Your Majesty Yang Feng, are you still unwilling to enter the Holy Glory Imperial Palace?" Yang Feng said with a smile, "After I become an Infinity Warlock, I'll come to the Holy Glory Royal Palace as a guest." Once he is promoted to an Infinity Warlock, the various restrictions in the Holy Glory Royal Palace will no longer be able to do anything to him. At that time, no matter what conspiracy there was, he would be able to crush it with absolute strength. A flat, yet powerful voice sounded directly in Yang Feng's sea of knowledge, "Little friend Yang Feng, I had Nakaho Suki Sakura invite you. Please come to my side." Yang Feng was startled, "Fuso divine tree." The voice replied, "It's me." Yang Feng suddenly asked, "What are you going to do if I refuse?" The Fuso divine tree replied gently, "Nothing. I just want to have a chat with you. If you don't want to, then forget it." Yang Feng's thoughts revolved, and he uttered, "Okay, since it's your invitation, Sir Divine Tree. Of course, I won't refuse." The Fuso divine tree was a terrifying existence that could suppress Infinity Warlocks. For such an existence to kill the current Yang Feng, it would be as easy as lifting a finger. Since the Fuso divine tree has shown goodwill, Yang Feng naturally wouldn't refuse to meet it. Led by Nakaho Suki Sakura, Yang Feng entered the Holy Glory State's Imperial Palace. Yang Feng could clearly perceive that there were countless powerful restrictions hidden in the Holy Glory State's Imperial Palace. Once activated, even Glorious Dawn Warlocks could be easily quelled. After passing through numerous winding corridors, a very wide square appeared in front of Yang Feng. In the wide square of thousands of hectares, there was only the Fuso divine tree. Apart from this, the ground was grayish-green, barren, without any plants. The Fuso divine tree clearly drained the life magic energy of the plants in the thousands of hectares in radius, which resulted in no plants growing in such a place. There was a jade table placed under the Fuso divine tree, and a beautiful woman dressed in white sat at the jade table and looked at Yang Feng with a smile. Yang Feng came to in front of the beautiful woman and said, "I am Yang Feng. May I ask where Senior Fuso divine tree is?" The beautiful woman in white smiled sweetly and said, "I am the Fuso divine tree." Yang Feng was taken aback. "You are Senior Fuso divine tree?" "To be precise, I am just a split soul of the Fuso divine tree." The beautiful woman in white took a careful look at Yang Feng, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with admiration, saying, "In less than 100 years, you have already practiced cultivation to the starry sky warlock realm, and you have implanted a semi-plane seed in your sea of knowledge. Amazing! When the Lord of Time and the others were at your age, there weren't many who surpassed you." Yang Feng's heart shook slightly, and tempestuous waves set off in the depths of his heart. Even Huang Yihe, who was comparable to an infinity warlock, couldn't see through the semi-plane seed Yang Feng implanted at a glance. However, the beautiful woman in white in front of him saw through Yang Feng's actual situation at a glance. This kind of eyesight was simply terrifying. The Fuso divine tree smiled slightly and handed Yang Feng a cup of green hot tea. "You don't have to be surprised. After living for a long time, you will naturally have more knowledge. This is the tea I brewed, please." Yang Feng took the cup of tea and sniffed it. A wonderful fragrance gushed out of the tea and entered his body, rousing his spirit. Yang Feng drank the cup of tea in one gulp. Suddenly, a cool stream of air ran through his body and, as if it entered his soul, cleansed his body and soul. Traces of black impurities gushed out of Yang Feng's body, turning him into a stinky black man. Yang Feng opened his eyes and pointed with his finger, and a stream of clear water appeared out of thin air and fiercely scoured his body, cleansed him of all the impurities, and turned him into a black ball of water that he threw aside. With a flash of green light, Yang Feng changed into another set of clothes in an instant. "Good tea, what kind of tea is this?" With a thought, Yang Feng was pleasantly surprised to find that his soul aptitude promoted to inferior level 7 because of this cup of tea. He couldn't help but ask. The higher the soul aptitude, the harder it was to improve. Yang Feng's soul aptitude hadn't improved for a long time. In the Fuso subcontinent, he got a lot of elixirs that could improve warlock soul aptitude, but none of them were effective on him. This cup of tea could promote his soul aptitude to inferior level 7, which was extremely precious. The Fuso divine tree said with a gentle smile, "This is tea made from the leaves of the mist hollow divine tree." Yang Feng's heart shook slightly, saying, "Tea made from the leaves of the mist hollow divine tree turned out to be such a treasure." The Mist Hollow Divine Tree was a divine tree of the same era as the Fuso Divine Tree. Its leaves could improve the soul aptitude of warlocks and were extremely precious. It once used a secret method to shed off its divine tree body and turned into a human, and then confronted the third warlock emperor, the demonic divine lord. Before the demonic divine lord became a warlock emperor, it once defeated the third warlock emperor, the demonic divine lord. However, the Mist Hollow Divine Tree was eventually slain by the third warlock emperor, the demonic divine lord, and its divine tree body was chopped off and refined into a secret treasure. Since then, the tea made from the leaves of the Mist Hollow Divine Tree has almost disappeared from the world. Only the Fuso Divine Tree, an antique that has lived for who knows how long, has some in stock. The Fuso Divine Tree said with a smile, "If you like it, I'll give you 50 grams. 50 grams of tea made from the leaves of the Mist Hollow Divine Tree should be able to promote your soul aptitude to superior level 7. There was a flash of joy on Yang Feng's face. "Thank you. What do I need to do for you?" The Fuso divine tree responded with a gentle smile, "It's nothing. However, if you have the ability to forge an Empyrean-grade secret treasure in the future, don't have any ideas about my true body. If you can, then help me resist an enemy in the future." Yang Feng contemplated for a while before saying, "No problem. However, I will only help you resist an enemy when I have the ability." The Fuso divine tree smiled and waved her lily-white hand, and a gold leather scroll flew into Yang Feng's hand. "That's enough. This is a small gift for you. I hope you like it." When Yang Feng received the gold leather scroll, he was startled, and his eyes flashed with a scorching shade. "This is the secret method demonic divine text created by the third Warlock dynasty's Lord, the demonic divine Lord." The Fuso divine tree responded with a smile, "That's right. The demonic divine Lord and I were good friends. He left a copy of the secret technique he created with me. I see that the secret method you practice isn't any worse than the demonic divine text. You can use the secret method in the demonic divine text as a reference." Yang Feng grabbed the gold leather scroll, his eyes flashed with excitement, and he uttered gratefully, "Thank you. The demonic divine text is a peerless secret method created by the third Warlock dynasty's Lord, the demonic divine Lord. It is recognized as one of the 8 great texts of the Zhangji Plains human world, not losing to the taboo text in the slightest. After the collapse of the third Warlock dynasty, the demonic divine text was seized by everyone in the war, and the complete version was lost. In the Battle Demon sect, there is only half a volume of the demonic divine text. The demonic divine text can become one of the foundations of a powerful warlock group. After all, this is a top-notch secret method. Even if you practice cultivation according to the demonic divine text, you will have a chance to practice cultivation until the Warlock Monarch rank, and even the Holy Spirit Warlock rank. Chapter 500. The demonic divine text was very important to Yang Feng. If he hadn't already cultivated the primal chaos imperishable body, a secret method created by the Taboo Lord in his later years, he would have changed his primary cultivation method and cultivated the demonic divine text. Because the demonic divine text was a complete secret method, while the taboo text in Yang Feng's hands was an incomplete secret method. The Fuso divine tree warned, "You can use the demonic divine text at will. However, it's best not to let people know that you have the complete demonic divine text. Otherwise, you'll be in big trouble." The demonic divine text was a complete Empyrean-grade secret method. In the Zhangji Plain, powerful forces like the 10 great sects had many Empyrean-grade secret methods, but most of them were incomplete. A complete Empyrean-grade secret method could even tempt Infinity Warlocks. Infinity Warlocks naturally wouldn't change their primary secret method easily. However, they could draw on countless experiences from the complete demonic divine text. At the same time, if they could practice several powerful offensive secret methods recorded in the demonic divine text, their fighting strength would become even stronger. Yang Feng replied, "Yes." The Fuso divine tree chatted with Yang Feng for a while and gave him some pointers. As an old monster that has lived for who knows how many tens of thousands of years, the Fuso divine tree was extremely knowledgeable. If it was willing to shed its body and transform into a human warlock, it could definitely become one of the strongest powerhouses in the Zhangji Plain with a little cultivation. Under his guidance, the problems Yang Feng encountered in his practice of cultivation were almost easily solved. 3 days later, in a spacious square 30 kilometers west of the Holy Glory State's royal palace, there stood 100 warlock geniuses from different countries, each of whom possessed Starry Sky warlock rank strength. On a dais in the square, there were 5 chairs placed, which only the rulers of the Fuso subcontinent's 5 major states could sit on. Sitting on a chair, Yang Feng looked down at the warlock geniuses from the Fuso subcontinent and sighed with emotion. If he hadn't become the ruler of the Nishino state, he might have to fight with other geniuses for a place to go to the brilliant ancient capital. Is that the ruler of the Nishino state, Yang Feng? So young. That's the Nishino state's Yangfeng. One day, I will replace him. This is the Yangfeng who defeated the Tai Yi sect's holy son Yuan Yang. It's just a junior Starry Sky Warlock rank cultivation base. It seems that the Tai Yi sect's holy son Yuan Yang isn't that great. In the square, the warlock geniuses looked at Yangfeng with peculiar light in their eyes. The eyes of the Fuso subcontinent's genius warlocks flashed with awe and apprehension. The warlock geniuses from outside the Fuso subcontinent looked at Yangfeng with disdain in their eyes. The warlock geniuses who came from outside the Fuso subcontinent are all descendants of Bright World warlocks and Infinity warlocks. They looked at the Fuso subcontinent's warlock geniuses as if they were a group of barbarians, their eyes full of contempt. The genius warlocks from the Fuso subcontinent and the genius warlocks from outside were clearly divided into two groups. There was no communication between them. Dressed in red, with a fiery and sensual figure, a dazzling, yet arrogant woman with a black ponytail and a fiery and sexy look on her face, swept Yangfeng with a glance and said somewhat disdainfully, "So that's the fighting demonic sect's true disciple Yangfeng? For him to become the ruler of the Nishino state with only junior Starry Sky Warlock rank cultivation base, it seems that there are no talents in the Fuso subcontinent." The gorgeous woman with an arrogant expression is Luo Mingyan, the precious daughter of Luo Feng, a Bright World warlock of the Great Cloud dynasty. Another handsome young man dressed in white glanced at Yangfeng, and his eyes shimmered with jealousy. "Junior disciple Sister Mingyan, he's just a nouveau riche who got the Golem Lord's inheritance by a fluke. If I had the Golem Lord's inheritance, would have already become an Infinity warlock. He's still a mere Starry Sky warlock, what a waste." The young man dressed in white is Luo Feng's eldest disciple Zhang Xian, a quasi-moonlight warlock rank powerhouse who has always been extremely arrogant. He looked at Yangfeng sitting on the seat of one of the five overlords with envy and jealousy in his heart. A beautiful woman with an oval face and a slender figure dressed in yellow said with a trace of arrogance, "In any case, to be able to reach that position, Yangfeng isn't simple. Although the Fuso subcontinent is just a subcontinent, but it still has some talents." The beautiful woman in yellow is Mei Yi, a personal disciple of Gue Wuheng, a Bright World warlock of the Great Cloud dynasty. The beautiful woman in yellow is Mei Yi, a personal disciple of the Great Cloud dynasty's Bright World warlock Gue Wuheng. The beautiful woman in yellow is Mei Yi, a personal disciple of Gue Wuheng, a Bright World warlock of the Great Cloud dynasty. The three of them plus the other two personal disciples of Gue Wuheng formed a small circle full of arrogance, vaguely exuding an aura that repelled others. Yangfeng glanced at the genius warlocks from other places, and then his gaze fell on Luo Mingyan and Mei Yi. After a slight scan, he no longer cared about them, and his gaze looked towards the sky. Suddenly, there was a tremor in the sky, and a distorted, blurry projection of an ancient city suddenly appeared. The Fuso divine tree emitted a pale green ray that entered the projection of the ancient city, and a grey path appeared. As soon as the grey path appeared, Yangfeng got up, treaded on air, and walked towards the grey path. Only 100 people can enter this projection of the brilliant ancient capital in the Fuso subcontinent. After 100 people enter, the path will be closed. Only those with Holy Spirit warlock rank strength or above can forcibly open a path leading to the brilliant ancient capital at this time. Yangfeng has just moved, when a spatial fluctuation flickered, and a Starry Sky warlock who didn't qualify suddenly flew towards the path. The eyes of Seijo Yorawa, who was standing guard next to the passage, flashed fiercely, and he extended his hand, which turned into a huge claw that grabbed the head of the Starry Sky warlock, and then crushed the head of the Starry Sky warlock. Seeing this scene, the restless Starry Sky warlocks hiding in the surroundings calmed down at once. Seijo Yorawa said calmly, "Everyone enter in an orderly manner. If there are any unusual movements, kill them on the spot." The Starry Sky warlocks lined up in a straight line, followed Yangfeng, and stepped into the path one by one. As soon as Yangfeng entered the passageway, his vision blurred, and he appeared in a vast area covered in trees and full of powerful life magic energy. Yang Feng glanced around. This is the brilliant ancient capital? Sure enough, it's extraordinary. The life magic energy here is probably a bit richer than in the Battle Demon sect. Only a few cultivation holy lands in the Battle Demon sect are slightly better than this place. There are all kinds of extraordinary plants growing everywhere in this place. With a cursory glance, Yang Feng found that there are dozens of extraordinary plants in the surroundings, most of which are level 3 or above. A tyrannical aura suddenly rose from the forest, and a 100-meter-long ancient black dragon exuding ancient dragon might and starry sky warlock rank aura flew out of the forest and stared at Yang Feng with a fierce gleam in its eyes. Yang Feng looked at the starry sky warlock rank ancient black dragon with a look of surprise in his eyes. A starry sky warlock rank ancient black dragon. For ordinary starry sky warlocks, the brilliant ancient capital might be very dangerous. This starry sky warlock rank ancient black dragon had advanced starry sky warlock rank cultivation base. Dragons were among the most tyrannical in the same rank. Human advanced starry sky warlocks might not be the opponent of this ancient black dragon. The ancient black dragon stared at Yang Feng with a fierce glint in its eyes, and it belched a black dragon breath barreling towards Yang Feng like a meteor. It's no use. Yang Feng smiled faintly and waved his hand, and a spatial rift suddenly appeared and swallowed the black dragon breath into the spatial rift. A spatial fluctuation appeared above the ancient black dragon, and a spatial rift appeared, and a black dragon breath flew out and slammed into the ancient black dragon. The violent dragon breath enveloped the ancient black dragon and burned it until it screamed in pain. I'll send you on your way. Yang Feng's figure blurred, and he strangely appeared on the head of the ancient black dragon. He stabbed his hand into the ancient black dragon's head, dug out a dragon crystal, and grabbed it. The ancient black dragon trembled, the life force in its eyes extinguished, and it fell from the sky. With a wave of his hand, Yang Feng put the ancient black dragon's corpse into a storage ring, and then took out a top-grade warp gate. After installing it, he activated it. After the warp gate was activated, there was a flash of light, and then there was no movement. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with regret. Unfortunately, warp gates can't be used here. Otherwise, would have another base. If warp gates could be used in the brilliant ancient capital, Yang Feng would have sent his mechanical legion to occupy the entire brilliant ancient capital. In this way, with the tremendous resources in the brilliant ancient capital, he could practice cultivation to the Moonlight Warlock realm in a very short time. It's time for you to show up. Yang Feng pressed the dimensional badge on his chest. With a flash of light, a level 2 mobile fortified stronghold with a diameter of 100 meters suddenly appeared and floated in the void. All kinds of radars suddenly appeared and frantically scanned in all directions. Whenever an extraordinary life form with a powerful life force was scanned, the information would be fed back to the optical computer. Based on the feedback, the level 2 optical computer quickly summarized and analyzed the information and selected the most precious extraordinary plants. Chapter 501. In the brilliant ancient capital, there were many precious extraordinary plants, which could be used to refine all kinds of rare elixirs. Many extraordinary plants were sold at sky-high prices outside. Once the most precious extraordinary plants were discovered, countless battle robots would fly out of the mobile fortified stronghold and collect them according to the method recorded in the database. Within a day, Yang Feng collected virtually all the precious extraordinary plants in the area, and the value of the precious extraordinary plants in his hands exceeded 3 billion magic crystals. This was the result of the mobile fortified stronghold and the 3,000 battle robots working day and night. Of course, this was also related to the precious extraordinary plants in the brilliant ancient capital. After sweeping the area, Yang Feng put away the mobile fortified stronghold and went to the next area. The mobile fortified stronghold was too big of a target. If it flew in the sky in an ostentatious manner, it would cause a lot of unnecessary trouble. Several days later, a crimson ray of light suddenly rose from a mountain and went straight into the clouds. A good treasure is about to emerge. Yang Feng threw the corpse of a level 5 extraordinary life form into a storage ring, then turned around and looked in the direction of the scarlet ray. His eyes shimmered with a scorching glint, and he blurred into motion, turned into a stream of light, and flew in the direction of the scarlet ray. As soon as Yang Feng approached the mountain, he clearly sensed powerful auras of life rushing towards him from all directions. Clearly, they came for the treasure that was about to emerge. Yang Feng dropped down from the sky and landed in front of a very clear pond. The water of the pond was very clear, yet it seemed bottomless. At a glance, it looked like the bottom of the pond was shrouded in endless darkness. In the center of the pond, there was a pitch-black lotus with wisps of black mist lingering around it. The faces of countless extraordinary life forms emerged from the black mist. 9 scarlet lotus seeds in the lotus pod bloomed with 9 scarlet rays that intertwined to form a scarlet pillar of light that soared into the sky. When Yang Feng saw the scarlet immortal black mist lotus, he immediately inhaled a breath of cold air, and his eyes flashed with a scorching glint. Scarlet immortal black mist lotus, that's a holy grade treasure. The brilliant ancient capital actually had such a treasure. It was utterly unbelievable. As expected of one of the 12 Holy Spirit warlocks who followed the Time Lord in the past. The scarlet immortal black mist lotus was a saint-tier treasure. The lotus seeds of the scarlet immortal black mist lotus could break through the heaven-man boundary and enable the soul aptitude of a warlock with superior level 7 soul aptitude to break through the limit and reach inferior level 8 soul aptitude. Furthermore, they could be taken continuously until their soul aptitude reached superior level 8 at most. On the Tsangji plane, warlocks with level 6 soul aptitude were already considered geniuses. Warlocks with a level 7 soul aptitude were super geniuses. As for the existence of rank 8 soul aptitude, only Yi Yuanyang, Shi Shui, these monster-like existences. Among the 8 warlock emperors, the aptitude of the Taboo Lord was the worst. By taking a peerless treasure like the scarlet immortal black mist lotus, he improved his soul aptitude step by step, and finally promoted his soul aptitude to superior level 9. Only then did he become a warlock emperor and founded the second warlock dynasty. The higher the soul aptitude, the more difficult it was to improve it. The scarlet immortal black mist lotus was a treasure known to be able to break through the heaven-man boundary and enable the soul aptitude of a warlock with a superior level 7 soul aptitude to advance to superior level 8. Even infinity warlocks would be tempted by such a treasure. Suddenly, a black blade ray shot out from the rear like a bolt of lightning, and a petite starry sky warlock holding a black blade secret treasure slashed at Yang Feng with a resolute aura. Go to hell. As if there were eyes on the back of his head, Yang Feng threw a punch that instantly slammed into the head of the starry sky warlock. As if the void collapsed, the punch blasted the head of the starry sky warlock, and countless fragments sputtered in all directions. So strong. The starry sky warlock who attacked Yang Feng was a warlock genius from another place in the Tsangji plain. For such a genius to be killed by Yang Feng with a punch, the eyes of the starry sky warlocks flying over flashed with apprehension. A gust of wind blew past and set off ripples in the clear pond. Yang Feng frowned slightly, and then unleashed the secret method transcendent pupils recorded in the transcendent text. His eyes surged with countless mysterious runes, turned pure gold in an instant, and looked at the pond like the eyes of a god. On the surface of the originally empty pond, there was a human warlock dressed in white without a trace of aura, which was reflected in Yang Feng's eyes. Obviously, the warlock wanted to take this opportunity to snatch the scarlet immortal black mist lotus. Yang Feng stared at the starry sky warlock, his eyes flickered, but he didn't take any action. When the warlock in white arrived 50 meters away from the scarlet immortal black mist lotus, the originally calm pond suddenly trembled, and countless splashes splashed out. A snake-like extraordinary life form with black fangs and no eyes ejected from the pond, opened its maw, and swallowed the human warlock. With a bite from its sharp teeth, the human warlock was crushed. This is the guardian beast of the scarlet immortal black mist lotus? It's only a so-so. Yang Feng smiled coldly and cast the battle demon's secret method, and a set of black armor immediately covered him. His figure fluttered, and he flew towards the scarlet immortal black mist lotus. The snake-like extraordinary life form with black fangs ejected from the bottom of the pond again and bit at Yang Feng. Yang Feng didn't evade. The battle demon armor ejected 3-meter-long black blades. When the black ray slashed past, the snake-like extraordinary life form's head was cut in half. Yang Feng appeared in front of the scarlet immortal black mist lotus, grabbed it, and pulled it out of the pond. A black hole appeared in his hand, and he sent the scarlet immortal black mist lotus into the semi-plane in his sea of knowledge. Yang Feng pressed down with his hand, and the water domain enveloped the pond and sucked all the water into the semi-plane. Before long, a clear and transparent pond appeared in the semi-plane inside Yang Feng. There are countless low-grade magic crystals piled up around the pond, and there is a scarlet immortal black mist lotus growing in the pond. Zhang Xian and the other 5 warlocks landed in front of Yang Feng. Zhang Xian took a step forward and said in an aloof tone, as if it was a matter of course, "Yang Feng, I am Zhang Xian, the eldest disciple of the Luo Feng continent's master Luo Feng. The scarlet immortal black mist lotus is very important to me. Give me the scarlet immortal black mist lotus, and I will give you 1 million high-grade magic crystals." On the Zhangji plain, magic crystals were divided into 6 grades: low grade, intermediate grade, high grade, superior grade, monarch grade, and holy grade. Among them, the majority were low-grade magic crystals, followed by intermediate-grade magic crystals. As for high-grade magic crystals, the number of them decreased sharply. 1 intermediate magic crystal could be exchanged for 100 low-grade magic crystals. 1 high-grade magic crystal could be exchanged for more than 1,000 intermediate magic crystals. Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses and above had to use high-grade magic crystals to assist in their cultivation in order to make rapid progress. Yang Feng scoured the Nishino state, yet he only got a little over 10 million high-grade magic crystals. The preciousness of high-grade magic crystals could be well imagined. However, no matter how precious high-grade magic crystals were, they couldn't compare to the scarlet immortal black mist lotus. The scarlet immortal black mist lotus was a treasure that even infinity warlocks would be moved by. Zhang Xian clearly didn't take Yang Feng seriously, which was why he offered such a price. Yang Feng sneered, "Is there something wrong with your head? I will give you 1 million high-grade magic crystals, and you give me a scarlet immortal black mist lotus." Luo Mingyan stepped forward proudly and said, "I am Luo Mingyan, the daughter of the Luo Feng continent's master Luo Feng. My soul aptitude is superior level 7. I am only 1 step away from breaking through the heaven-man boundary and possessing inferior level 8 soul aptitude. The scarlet immortal black mist lotus is very important to me. Give it to me, and I will give you a chance to pursue me." The Bright World warlock Luo Feng dominated a subcontinent larger than the Fuso subcontinent, and called himself the master of the Luo Feng continent. In the Luo Feng continent, Luo Mingyan was a top genius. Not only did she have a powerful father, but she also had a superior level 7 soul aptitude. She was a genius among geniuses. This fostered her unruly temperament. In her opinion, giving Yang Feng a chance to pursue her was already very remarkable. When Yang Feng heard Luo Mingyan's words, he was taken aback slightly, and then revealed a smile of ridicule and said indifferently, "I'm not interested in you." Luo Mingyan was taken aback, and then anger welled up in her beautiful eyes. This was the first time someone dared to refuse her. Zhang Xian said indifferently, "Yang Feng, this is the brilliant ancient capital. Here, There is no mechanical legion, nor a quasi-glorious dawn warlock like Seijo Yorawa to protect you. Yang Feng said, so what? Do you want to snatch my scarlet immortal black mist lotus? You have no strength and a precious treasure, that's the way to disaster. Since you don't want to hand over the scarlet immortal black mist lotus, then there's no need for us to protect you. Zhang Xian took Luo Mingyan and the others back a few steps and said loudly, this person has nothing to do with us. If you want to make a move, then don't worry about us. Formidable spirit force full of killing intent locked on Yang Feng. Starry sky warlocks from different places of the Cangxi plain appeared and surrounded Yang Feng. There were 43 of them. Chapter 502. The Starry Sky Warlocks from different places have been apprehensive about Zhang Xian and his party, who have 3 quasi-moonlight warlocks. Now that Zhang Xian and his party have made it clear that they have nothing to do with Yang Feng, they no longer have any scruples. They don't care about a mere junior Starry Sky Warlock. A man dressed in black with advanced Starry Sky Warlock rank cultivation base took a step forward along with 8 Starry Sky Warlocks, stared covetously at Yang Feng, and barked, hand over the scarlet immortal black mist lotus, or this day next year will be the anniversary of your death. Yang Feng suddenly said with a smile, there is only one scarlet immortal black mist lotus, but there are 43 of you here. How are you going to divide it? When he said that, the 43 Starry Sky Warlocks looked at each other, and their eyes shimmered with vigilance. The hearts of 16 solitary Starry Sky Warlocks stirred, and they cast stealth secret methods and disappeared. Although the 16 solitary Starry Sky Warlocks hid themselves, but as if they were the embodiment of poisonous fangs hidden in the hearts of the people, they could give these warlocks a fatal blow at any time. The remaining Starry Sky Warlocks split into 5 groups. Among them, the group led by the man in black and the group formed by Zhang Xian's group of 5 were clearly much stronger than the other 3 groups. The other 3 groups of people also noticed this, and they approached each other, vaguely confronting the black-clothed man's group. The warlock in black sneered and shouted, there is only one scarlet immortal black mist lotus, but there are 9 lotus seeds. Let's go together and kill this person, and then we'll divide the 9 lotus seeds equally. Let's all attack together and kill him. Whoever puts in more effort will get more lotus seeds later. After that, we'll work together to leave this place and kill all the trash that's peeping from the side. When he said that, the eyes of the other warlocks flashed fiercely, and they stared at Yang Feng with killing intent in their eyes. With their strength, they are fully capable of doing what the warlock in black said. Yang Feng uttered, wait a minute. There was a flash of contempt in Zhang Xian's eyes, and he sneered, what, are you going to hand over the scarlet immortal black mist lotus? Gazes of contempt and disdain converged on Yang Feng from all directions. Yang Feng said lightly, I'm a peace-loving person, I don't like killing for no reason. However, I am also a person who likes to nip danger in the bud. Before I finish, you can still escape, and I will spare your lives. If you don't run, I won't show any mercy when I kill you later. The warlock in black suddenly laughed loudly, haha, who do you think you are? A trifling junior Starry Sky Warlock dares to boast shamelessly about wanting to kill us? What an idiot who doesn't know his place. You must be a barbarian who rules over a subcontinent and is used to being arrogant and conceited. The phrase, frog in the well refers to people like you. What an arrogant fool. We have more than 20 people here. Even a moonlight warlock may not be our match. He actually wants to kill us all. How arrogant. Idiot. The warlocks surrounding Yang Feng showed a smile of ridicule and ridiculed one after another. Luo Mingyan, however, suddenly frowned slightly, an ominous premonition welled up inside her, and she barked, let's retreat. With that, Luo Mingyan turned into a stream of light and shot into the distance without looking back. Mei Yi followed Luo Mingyan without hesitation and left the place. Zhang Xian was taken aback. His thoughts revolved lightning fast, and then he blurred into motion and followed Luo Mingyan. The other two personal disciples of Gue Wuheng with advanced Starry Sky Warlock rank cultivation base hesitated for a moment, then glanced at the Warlock in black, sighed in their hearts, and blurred into motion, turned into two streams of light and chased after Luo Mingyan. Although the Scarlet Immortal Black Mist Lotus was good, but one needed to be alive to enjoy it. Without the three quasi-moonlight Warlock rank experts Luo Mingyan, Mei Yi, and Zhang Xian holding the line, the two advanced Starry Sky Warlocks couldn't compete with the other Warlocks. Yang Feng looked in the direction Luo Mingyan and company left in surprise. He scanned the area with his spirit force and found that apart from Luo Mingyan and company, the rest of the people didn't leave. Instead, 6 warlocks flew over from afar and hid. Sure enough, money moves people's hearts. In that case, you can all go to hell. Yang Feng's words haven't fallen completely, when a spatial fluctuation surged, and he appeared behind the warlock in black and slammed a fist into the head of the warlock in black and blasted it apart. Luo Du was killed. Luo Du was insta-killed. Who is that person? How could he insta-kill Luo Du? Isn't he a junior Starry Sky Warlock? Shocked gazes focused on Yang Feng from every corner. The warlock in black was called Luo Du, and he was a fierce powerhouse on a certain subcontinent. More than 10 Starry Sky Warlocks have died at his hands. For such a powerhouse to be insta-killed by Yang Feng left the other warlocks dumbfounded. After insta-killing Luo Du, Yang Feng spread the fingers of a hand and operated the Skyfire 7 Colors secret method, and 7 Color Skyfire flew out of his palm and turned into a violent storm of fire that swept towards the surroundings. When the 8 Starry Sky Warlocks beside Luo Du were swept by the 7 Color Skyfire, their life force fields became fuel for the 7 Color Skyfire, making it burn more vigorously. 2 junior Starry Sky Warlocks were directly burned to ashes. The other 6 Starry Sky Warlocks screamed as they cast secret methods to resist the 7 Color Skyfire. The face of an advanced Starry Sky Warlock changed dramatically, and he barked, "Everyone, let's go together and kill this fiend. Otherwise, we'll all be killed by him." The Starry Sky Warlocks began to silently recite incantations and prepare powerful spells. 5 Bloodline Warlocks stimulated the power of their bloodline and transformed into a 100-meter-tall giant, an ancient white dragon, a winged snake, a rock wolf, and an abyssal fiend. Spells barreled towards Yang Feng like raindrops. Yang Feng operated the law of space and pointed with a finger, and spatial cracks suddenly appeared and devoured the spells. In the next moment, spatial cracks suddenly appeared in front of the 6 Starry Sky Warlocks who were struggling to resist 7 Color Skyfire, and spells barreled and blasted the 6 Starry Sky Warlocks apart. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he appeared above the giant and stomped on the giant's head. With a loud bang, the giant's head exploded like a watermelon, and a Starry Sky core flew into his storage ring. Spells barreled towards Yang Feng again, and then were instantly devoured by the spatial cracks and bombarded the other warlocks, killing them directly. A warlock in cyan robe barked, "Everyone, bring out your trump cards. Otherwise, only death will await us." Before the warlock in cyan robe's words fell, Yang Feng appeared behind him. Under the horrified gaze of the warlock in cyan robe, Yang Feng blasted his head apart with a punch. Seeing Yang Feng slaughter the Starry Sky Warlocks like chickens and dogs, a chill welled up in the hearts of the Starry Sky Warlocks, and they cast secret methods and fled in different directions. "You want to escape? It's too late." Yang Feng smiled coldly, and the spatial domain erupted in a flash and enveloped an area dozens of kilometers in radius. The Starry Sky Warlocks shuttled through the spatial domain, but to their horror, they found out that they flew directly in front of Yang Feng. Yang Feng brandished his fists and blasted the Starry Sky Warlocks into pieces. "Yang Feng, you're going too far. Everyone, let's fight him together." There was a flash of madness in the eyes of a Starry Sky Warlock, and he silently recited an incantation and waved his hand, and a large gold net radiating brilliant light fell from the sky and shot towards Yang Feng. The golden net is an extremely precious level 6 secret treasure containing the mysteries of laws. It passed through Yang Feng's spatial domain, swept towards him, and pulled him into the golden net. The large gold net cut off the vitality of heaven and earth between Yang Feng and Yang Feng, making him unable to cast powerful spells that consume the vitality of heaven and earth. What an amazing secret treasure! A dignified look in his eyes, Yang Feng operated the battle demon's secret method, and a black blade ejected from the black armor formed by the battle demon's secret method and slashed at the large gold net. The large gold net suddenly became extremely soft, drifted backward, and strangely evaded Yang Feng's blade. A resplendent blade ray and a dazzling spark passed through the spatial domain and slammed into Yang Feng while the large gold net restrained him. The battle demon armor flashed with black light and blocked the resplendent blade ray. After the dazzling spark came into contact with the battle demon armor, it was engulfed and annihilated. What secret method is that? How come its defense is so strong? Battle demon's secret method. Is that the battle demon secret technique of the battle demon sect of the top 10 sects? Seeing this scene, the starry sky warlocks besieging Yang Feng felt a chill in their hearts, and their eyes shimmered with despair. Yang Feng extended his hand, and the starry sky warlock who released the large gold net strangely appeared in front of him. He punched the starry sky warlock in the head and blasted it apart. When the starry sky warlock died, the large gold net dimmed. Yang Feng beckoned with his hand, and it flew into his hand. When the starry sky warlock who released the large gold net died, the starry sky warlocks inside the spatial domain struggled for a while before they were all killed by Yang Feng. Chapter 503. Looking through a crystal ball, Mei's pretty face turned pale, her heart filled with fear, and she whispered, "So strong. This Yang Feng is really strong." Zhang Xian's expression was very unsightly, but he rejoiced inside. If he hadn't followed Luo Mingyan and escaped, he might have been one of the dead. When Yang Feng killed his way to the back, many starry sky warlocks surrendered to him. But they were all killed one by one. There were countless treasures in the brilliant ancient capital, and the starry sky warlocks collected a lot of good treasures these days. They coveted Yang Feng's treasures, but Yang Feng wouldn't let them go. Zhang Xian turned to look at Luo Mingyan, who was staring at the crystal ball with a pale face, and his eyes flashed with a scorching shade. Junior disciple Sister Mingyan's innate ability to sense danger is really amazing. If she hadn't sensed the danger, we would all be dead by now. Luo Mingyan was not only Luo Feng's daughter, but also awakened the innate ability to sense danger like many powerful extraordinary life forms after she was born. As long as there was a life-threatening danger, Luo Mingyan would sense it in advance and make the right response. It was for this reason that Luo Feng let his precious daughter come to the brilliant ancient capital to look for opportunities. Luo Mingyan's beautiful eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and she whispered, "To kill more than 40 starry sky warlocks, amazing. The true disciples of the 10 great sects aren't all idiots." The true disciples of the 10 great sects of the Great Cloud Dynasty have traveled to the Luo Feng mainland, but they were far weaker than Luo Mingyan, which made her look down on people. Mei sighed faintly. The Great Cloud Dynasty's 10 great sects really deserve their reputation. He's just a junior starry sky warlock, yet he was able to kill more than 40 starry sky warlocks with ease. How terrifying. It seems that the rumor that he has formed a virtual world isn't false. Virtual world. When Zhang Xian and the others heard this term, their hearts stirred and filled with scorching heat. The powerhouses who had condensed a virtual world were the strongest powerhouses who were invincible among their peers. The ruler of the Luo Feng continent, Luo Feng, had the support of the entire Luo Feng continent's resources, but he still hadn't formed a spectral world. The difficulty of forming a spectral world was obvious. Zhang Xian looked at Luo Mingyan with a complicated look in his eyes. "Among us, If anyone has a chance of forming a virtual world, it should be her. Luo Mingyan's superior level, 7 soul aptitude made her a genius among geniuses even in the Battle Demon sect. One must know that a person with a rank 8 soul aptitude was a monstrous existence. In the entire Battle Demon sect, only Shi Shui had a level 8 soul aptitude. Zhang Xian suddenly said, "Let's go. If we go over now, it will be troublesome if his eyes turn red from killing." Luo Mingyan hesitated for a while before nodding slightly and agreeing to Zhang Xian's proposal. Although she was curious about Yang Feng, but she wasn't willing to risk her life to get in touch with him. Several Starry Sky warlocks hiding in the distance and spying on this side with various spells also cast spells and fled into the distance, not daring to launch a sneak attack on Yang Feng. Yang Feng pressed the dimensional crest and released the level 2 portable fortified stronghold. Scanning ripples spread in all directions, searching for treasures in the surroundings. There were no precious extraordinary plants within dozens of kilometers in radius. Clearly, the life magic energy in the vicinity was extracted by the scarlet immortal black mist lotus, which resulted in no precious extraordinary plants growing in the surroundings. The more precious the extraordinary plants were, the more powerful and rare they were. Wherever monarch grade and holy grade extraordinary plants were located, there wouldn't be a second precious extraordinary plant. They would absorb all the nutrients, and that was what made them so powerful. After scanning the surroundings, Yang Feng sat on a flying saucer and flew towards the depths of the brilliant ancient capital. This mountainous area was just the outer part of the brilliant ancient capital. He still had to pass through the wind, fire, water, and earth regions before he could enter the brilliant ancient capital. The Split Wind Canyon was the only way to enter the Desert of Wind. We're finally here. This is the Split Wind Canyon, the entrance to the Desert of Wind. When Zhang Xian's group of 5 arrived in front of the Split Wind Canyon, they looked at the yellow wind blowing from the center of the canyon with excitement in their eyes. The Desert of Wind, the Mountain of Fire, the Sea of Ice, and the Land of Gravity, these 4 regions were the only way to the brilliant ancient capital. Of course, these 4 regions weren't so easy to pass through. Every time the brilliant ancient capital opened, more than 100,000 Starry Sky warlocks would enter, but less than 20 people would actually reach the brilliant ancient capital each time. After entering the brilliant ancient capital, Starry Sky warlocks would obtain great benefits, which attracted countless warlocks to enter the brilliant ancient capital. Stop. If you want to enter the Split Wind Canyon, hand over all your storage treasures. Zhang Xian's group had just approached the Split Wind Canyon, when more than 30 Starry Sky warlock auras suddenly gushed out from the surroundings of the Split Wind Canyon and surrounded Zhang Xian's group of 5. A petite, sallow, and emaciated quasi-moonlight warlock in black, looking like a refugee, walked out and barked. Luo Mingyan's pretty face flickered. She glanced around, and her heart shook. Among the more than 30 Starry Sky warlocks, there were 10 quasi-moonlight warlocks, and the rest were mostly advanced Starry Sky warlocks and pinnacle Starry Sky warlocks. The combined strength of the more than 30 Starry Sky warlocks was far stronger than that of Luo Mingyan's group. Even though she had always been arrogant and domineering, but she had no choice but to suppress her temper. After all, she was just a spoiled brat, not a fool. Zhang Xian cupped his fists in salute and said, "I am Zhang Xian, a personal disciple of the master of the Luo Feng continent, the bright world warlock Luo Feng. Please give us some face and let us pass. When you come to the Luo Feng continent in the future, I will do my best to entertain you and let you have a good time." Bright World Warlock. When the more than 30 Starry Sky warlocks heard this name, their faces changed dramatically, and their eyes shimmered with apprehension. Bright World warlocks were powerful existences that could contend against intermediate divine force rank gods. If they went to another plane to ascend to godhood, then once they succeeded, they could even establish a pantheon like the Dark Elves Lolth. Any Bright World warlock was a powerful existence that couldn't be underestimated. They were comparable to gods in terms of strength. They only needed one strike to kill the more than 30 starry sky warlocks. The face of the warlock in black flickered, and he revealed a flattering smile. So you are Zhang Xian, a personal disciple of the bright world warlock Luo Feng. My name is Lu Dajiao, a rogue warlock from the Gale continent. It's my honor to meet a genius like you. How about this, let's have a drink together and get to know each other. How about I make way for you guys to enter? Give me some face. There was a flash of contempt in Zhang Xian's eyes. In the Luo Feng continent, after hearing his name, warlocks who wanted to curry favor with him would show the same expression as Lu Dajiao. For rogue warlocks, currying favor with a personal disciple of a bright world warlock was equivalent to having a big backer. Naturally, countless rogue warlocks would come to curry favor with Zhang Xian and his party. Zhang Xian suppressed the impatience in his heart and reluctantly revealed a smile, saying, "Okay. I'll have a few drinks with you." A starry sky warlock waved his hand, and a map flew out. One set of tables and chairs after another flew out of the map. One after another, beautiful women flew out of the map and served as maids. Very quickly, an elegant pavilion suitable for banquets was built here. When Zhang Xian saw this scene, his eyes lit up, and he took a seat and exclaimed in admiration, "This is the immortal banquet painting of beauties. I didn't expect you to have such a secret treasure." The immortal banquet painting of beauties was a secret treasure developed for banquets. The souls of 108 beautiful girls were sealed in the map, and their bodies were made from treasures similar to the fuso tree, which were then sealed in the map. Once there was a need for a banquet, the beautiful women could be released and served as maids. Because the immortal banquet painting of beauties required the souls of living people, it was too cruel. It has been banned in the Great Cloud Dynasty, and the number of immortal banquet paintings circulating in the world was very small. When Zhang Xian saw the immortal banquet painting of beauties, he couldn't help but be tempted. With a forthright smile, Lu Dajiao raised his glass and drained it in one gulp. "That's right. Senior disciple Brother Zhang, you're really experienced and knowledgeable. If you like this immortal banquet painting of beauties, then I'll give it to you after we finish drinking. Come, I'll drink first as a sign of respect." Without batting an eyelid, Zhang Xian cast several detection spells on the wine glass. After confirming that there was nothing wrong with the wine in the glass, he felt a little relieved and drained it in one gulp. Luo Mingyan and the others cast several detection spells on the wine glasses and food. After confirming that there was nothing wrong with them, they began to eat. When Lu Dajiao saw this, he showed a strange smile, shook his left hand, and made a gesture. Black rays shot out from behind the chairs of Zhang Xian's group of 5, turned into 5 afterimages, and stabbed towards them. Zhang Xian, Luo Mingyan, and Mei Yi shone brightly, and magic shields suddenly appeared one after another. The 5 black rays stabbed at the magic shields like shooting stars, pierced through them, and stabbed into their bodies. Black runes extended along the bodies of Zhang Xian's group of 5 and locked their life force, making them unable to move. Chapter 504. Startled and angry, Zhang Xian asked coldly, "Lu Dajiao, what do you mean by this?" Lu Dajiao showed a mocking smile. "What do I mean? How could you ask that? Are you an idiot? Isn't it clear that we want to rob you of your treasures, and then kill you to silence you?" Zhang Xian threatened fiercely, "If you dare touch us, my master won't let you off. A bright world warlock will kill you all." A cruel gleam in his eyes, Lu Dajiao sneered, "Are you an idiot? This is the brilliant ancient capital. Every time it opens, thousands of starry sky warlocks die. We won't kill you either. We'll only destroy your sea of knowledge, cut off your limbs, and throw you into the desert of wind to be buried. Even if your master is proficient in astrology, he'll only calculate that you died in the desert of wind. As for your companions, after we've had our fun, we'll send them down to accompany you." A quasi-moonlight warlock sneered and stared at Luo Mingyan and Mei Yi with a lascivious gleam in his eyes, and he sneered, "These righteous fools are too proud. Don't you think about where this place is? Outside, we flatter you because you have a good master and a good background. Here, you are nothing. You are just our prey." A quasi-moonlight warlock smiled malevolently, his eyes flashed with lust, and he stared at Luo Mingyan. "These two women are really beautiful. It's the first time I've played with such beautiful female warlocks. Compared to them, ordinary women don't have any taste." As if they have fallen into an ice cave, Luo Mingyan and Mei Yi suddenly felt ice-cold, and their eyes shimmered with despair. When they thought of the miserable fate they were about to fall into the hands of these scum, they felt a chill run down their spine. Face pale, Luo Mingyan threatened loudly, "I am Luo Mingyan, the daughter of the Luo Feng mainland's master Luo Feng. If you capture me and exchange me for a ransom from my father, he'll definitely give you enough compensation. He will definitely pay you enough, and even promote to a moonlight warlock isn't out of the question. If any of you dare to touch a single hair on my head, my father will definitely kill all of you. Not a single one will be spared." Lu Dajiao disdainfully smiled and said, "You are too stupid. It is because your father is a bright world warlock that we must kill you. As for the ransom, asking a bright world warlock for a ransom, isn't that courting death? Do you think we're stupid enough to fall for it? Bright world warlocks are terrifying existences in the world comparable to transcendence. If it wasn't for the fact that the brilliant ancient capital is a treasure built by a Holy Spirit warlock rank powerhouse, which can isolate countless spells, Lu Dajiao and them wouldn't dare to attack Luo Mingyan and them lightly. As for asking a bright world warlock for a ransom, that is really stupid. That bright world warlock can trace them back to their roots with a few spells. From 1,000 kilometers away, he could kill these starry sky warlocks one by one with spells." Lu Dajiao glanced at Zhang Xian and revealed an evil smile. "Oh right, Zhang Xian, I still lack a dog. If you learn to bark like a dog, then willingly let me set up a restriction and become my dog. I'll give you a way out and spare your life." The other starry sky warlocks showed excited smiles and stared at Zhang Xian with a vicious gleam in their eyes. Warlock geniuses with extraordinary origins like Zhang Xian are the most hated existences for rogue starry sky warlocks who have experienced countless hardships. In the past, they had also been bullied by many powerful forces during their cultivation. Now that they can torture such a proud son of the heavens, they are very excited. There was a flash of fear in Zhang Xian's eyes, and he lowered his head without saying a word, no longer displaying his previous arrogance. "You're very arrogant, kid. Since that's the case, then go to hell." Lu Dajiao showed an evil smile and extended his hand, and an invisible hand grabbed Zhang Xian and threw him to the ground. Then, he took a step forward, stomped on Zhang Xian's head, and exerted force bit by bit. Great pain spread all over Zhang Xian's body, his face twisted, and his hands struggled. Lu Dajiao smiled excitedly. Seeing the proud son of the heavens cut such a sorry figure under his foot gave him great satisfaction and pleasure in his dark heart. "If you don't want to be my dog, then go to hell." Woof! Zhang Xian groaned in despair and pain as he gripped Lu Dajiao's leg tightly with both hands. "Don't worry, Luo Dajiao." Lu Dajiao was taken aback, and then burst into laughter. "Haha, did you hear that? A personal disciple of a dignified bright world warlock barked like a dog. Haha. How interesting. So this is a bright world warlock disciple, how disgusting. Haha. The other starry sky warlocks ridiculed and ridiculed. There was a flash of incredulity in Luo Mingyan's beautiful eyes, and as if something collapsed, she barked, "Zhang Xian, how can you do this? Even if you die, you can't succumb to these scum." Zhang Xian's face was covered in blood as he crawled up from the ground. When he saw Luo Mingyan's beautiful face, his eyes flashed with madness as he shouted, "Luo Mingyan, shut up. I've been putting up with you for a long time. You shut up. Shut up. Lu Dajiao's eyes flashed with ridicule, and he uttered like a fiend, they became enemies, how interesting. Zhang Xian, since you're willing to be my dog. After I'm done with this woman, I'll give her to you to play with. Zhang Xian uttered with a fawning expression, okay. Thank you for the reward, master. This woman is unruly and headstrong, but I've been putting up with her. If her father wasn't a bright world warlock, I would have already done something to her. Luo Mingyan and Mei Yi looked at Zhang Xian with cold and disappointment in their beautiful eyes. Zhang Xian is the most outstanding man of the younger generation that the two of them have ever come into contact with, and they both have a good impression of him. But today, Zhang Xian's performance completely shattered their good impression. A fiendish smile in his eyes, Lu Dajiao glanced at Luo Mingyan's group of 4 and said, if you guys are willing to be my dogs, I can spare your lives. There was a flash of fear in Luo Mingyan's beautiful eyes, and she gritted her teeth and uttered, kill me. My father will avenge me. Mei Yi closed her eyes, concealing all the fear and despair in her eyes. The other 2 Starry Sky warlocks fell into silence. Stubborn fool, go to hell. 2 Starry Sky warlocks took a step forward, smiled ferociously, and stepped on the heads of 2 Starry Sky warlocks from Luo Mingyan's party, crushed their heads, and dug out their Starry Sky cores. Seeing this scene, Zhang Xian shuddered, fear written all over his face. Lu Dajiao pointed at Luo Mingyan, a lascivious gleam in his eyes, and said, I'll play with this woman first. As for the woman, you discuss among yourselves who will play with her first. When it's time to divide the treasures, I'll get a smaller share. Don't kill her. Old Lu, don't break her. It's not fun to play with a dead body. Lascivious laughter came from the side, making Luo Mingyan's hair stand on end, and her body trembled, filled with fear. Suddenly, a Starry Sky warlock in charge of reconnaissance said, someone is coming. Lu Dajiao said exasperatedly, what bad luck. Some of you go and kill him. Don't affect my mood. You want to kill me? Then go to hell. An overbearing voice echoed in the area, and a fist instantly slammed into the head of a Starry Sky warlock and blasted his head apart. A figure with an extraordinary temperament and a domineering aura appeared in the area. The 30-plus Starry Sky warlocks immediately threw Luo Mingyan and the others aside and quickly enchanted themselves with defensive spells. For rogue cultivators, saving their own lives was the top priority. As for the others, if they died, then so be it. Luo Mingyan's beautiful eyes widened, a glimmer of hope streaked past her eyes, and she stared at the figure, it's him, Yang Feng. There was a flash of excitement in Mei Yi's beautiful eyes, Yang Feng. Zhang Xian looked at the heroic and domineering Yang Feng, and his eyes flashed with jealousy, curses. It's him. It's actually him. At the beginning, Zhang Xian looked down on the junior Starry Sky warlock Yang Feng. But now, he cut a sorry figure. In the fight over the Scarlet Immortal Black Mist Lotus, however, Yang Feng went on a killing spree, showing the demeanor of a powerhouse. In contrast, Zhang Xian cut a sorry figure. Lu Dajiao stared at Yang Feng, frowned slightly, and asked coldly, who are you? Zhang Xian hurriedly replied, Master, he is Yang Feng, a true disciple of the Battle Demon sect, and the ruler of the Fuso subcontinent's Nishino state. Lu Dajiao's face fell, and he saluted Yang Feng, saying, so you are the peerless genius Yang Feng who defeated the Tai Yi sect's holy son Yuanyang. I am the rogue cultivator Lu Dajiao. Please forgive us for not recognizing you. If we have offended you in any way, please forgive us. Lu Dajiao smiled and said respectfully, we brothers have always admired you, Yang Feng. How about you give us the honor of having a few drinks with us and getting to know each other? The 30-plus Starry Sky warlocks surrounded Yang Feng and exuded a faint sense of oppression, as if they would attack at any moment. This force was enough to contend against a Moonlight warlock. Luo Mingyan wanted to warn Yang Feng, but found that she couldn't speak, and her spirit fluctuations couldn't leave her body. She could only watch anxiously as Lu Dajiao and the others deceived Yang Feng like a puppet. "You ants aren't worthy of my acquaintance." Yang Feng smiled and operated the battle demon secret method, and a set of black armor fell from the sky and covered him. Chapter 505. As soon as he unleashed the battle demon secret method, Yang Feng spread the fingers of a hand, and the law of space surged, and spatial mirrors suddenly appeared behind the warlocks and pulled them into the spatial mirrors. Spatial mirrors appeared in front of Yang Feng, and 7 starry sky warlocks appeared in front of him, unable to resist at all. He punched out 7 times and blasted the heads of the 7 starry sky warlocks apart. The face of a starry sky warlock changed dramatically, and he cried out, "The law of space." He's a starry sky warlock who has mastered the law of space. The countenances of the other starry sky warlocks changed dramatically, and fear streaked past their eyes. The law of space was one of the most difficult laws to master. Among human warlocks, only the most talented warlocks could master a trace of the law of space. Those warlock geniuses were practically invincible freaks in the same rank. Lu Dajiao barked, "Use spatial disorder spells. Interfere with this space." The law of space is extremely profound. Even he has only grasped a superficial understanding of it at most. As long as the space is chaotic, the law of space will be useless. After countless years of development, the warlock's combat experience was also incomparably rich. In many planes, there are powerful extraordinary life forms innately proficient in the force of space. To deal with these extraordinary life forms innately capable of manipulating the force of space, as long as spatial disorder spells are used, the extraordinary life forms will be unable to use the force of space. Without mastering spatial disorder spells, apart from some infinity warlocks, human warlocks would not be able to compete with extraordinary life forms innately capable of manipulating the force of space. The 2 quasi-moonlight warlock rank powerhouses silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and spatial ripples spread in all directions, turning the space in the surroundings chaotic. Only a glorious dawn warlock rank powerhouse proficient in the law of space can use spatial force in the chaotic space. Yang Feng glanced at the distorted space and realized that he can no longer freely manipulate the space and easily kill these warlocks. The 13 starry sky warlocks cast secret methods, stimulated the bloodline force inside them, and transformed into 16 grotesque extraordinary life forms with different innate abilities. With a faint smile, Yang Feng silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and 7-color skyfire suddenly appeared and turned into a violent sea of fire that swept towards the warlocks. Burned by the 7-color skyfire, the magic shields of the 6 warlocks collapsed, and their life force fields turned into nutrients for the 7-color skyfire at the moment they came into contact with the 7-color skyfire. The face of a quasi-moonlight warlock changed dramatically, and he silently recited an incantation, took out a blue bead secret treasure, and threw it. A long river gushed out of the blue bead and swept towards 7-color skyfire. Mist rose, and the river and Yang Feng's 7-color skyfire cancelled each other out and extinguished each other. Interesting, with the help of a secret treasure, he can contend with my 7-color skyfire. Sure enough, no human warlock of the Zhangji plane can be underestimated. Yang Feng sighed slightly, then his figure fluttered, and he appeared behind the quasi-moonlight warlock wielding the blue bead secret treasure like a ghost and blasted the other party's head apart with a punch. Practically at the same time, a blue fork flew out from the side, continuously transforming between illusion and reality, and stabbed towards Yang Feng. The blue fork is called the Dragon Hunting Soul Fork. It is a secret treasure obtained by Lu Dajiao after he and his people killed a quasi-moonlight warlock. It can directly attack the soul of a warlock. Even if a moonlight warlock doesn't cast a special defensive spell, but when stabbed by the dragon hunting soul fork, their soul will be injured. Yang Feng sent out a palm and slammed it into the blue fork. The dragon-hunting soul fork suddenly collapsed, turned into a strange blue ray, and entered Yang Feng's body. Yang Feng only felt his body tremble slightly, as if he was hit by a siege hammer. He felt a little uncomfortable, and a slight pain came from the depths of his soul. Yang Feng's eyes suddenly surged with dignity. This is a secret treasure that directly attacks the soul. For these scum to have such a secret treasure, it seems that I can't underestimate them. If it wasn't for the battle demon armor weakening the power of the dragon-hunting soul fork by more than 90%, then even if Yang Feng implanted the semi-plane seed in his sea of knowledge, he would still be severely injured by the dragon-hunting soul fork. When he saw this, Lu Dajiao felt a chill in his heart, and his eyes shimmered with despair. He actually blocked my dragon-hunting soul fork. Are the true disciples of the battle demon sect this powerful? Yang Feng turned around, his gaze fell on Lu Dajiao, and killing intent streaked past his eyes. Lu Dajiao's face fell. He cast a spell on himself, turned into a violent hurricane, and fled into the distance. Yang Feng moved, appeared in front of Lu Dajiao like a ghost, extended his hand, and the law of wind surged. The violent hurricane twisted, and Lu Dajiao's figure appeared midair. Lu Dajiao's face twisted, and he roared wildly, "Save me!" A 100-meter-tall Balrog covered in raging flames took a step forward and sent a fist covered in flames barreling towards Yang Feng. "Break!" Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and 9 revolutions divine wind blades containing the law of wind suddenly appeared and swept towards the Balrog like a meat grinder. That 100-meter-tall flame demon was instantly torn apart, turning into countless fragments that scattered on the ground, its flesh and blood burning with raging flames. When Lu Dajiao saw the quasi-moonlight warlock rank Balrog disintegrate, his countenance changed dramatically, and he shouted frantically, "Yang Feng, I am willing to submit to you, spare my life. Spare my worthless life. I know a big secret. A secret about an infinity warlock's residence." A blade formed from 9 revolutions divine wind easily cut off Lu Dajiao's head, and then Yang Feng put it into a storage ring. "Everyone, let's kill him and avenge Lu Dajiao." A quasi-moonlight warlock roared, blurred into motion, turned into a stream of black light, and fled into the distance. Except for 5 warlocks who couldn't see reality and rushed towards Yang Feng, the rest of the warlocks cast various secret methods and fled into the distance. It's too late to escape now. Yang Feng showed a mocking smile, spread the fingers of a hand, and activated the spell 9 revolutions divine wind. Incomparably violent hurricanes surged out from the horizon like peerless natural disasters, violently slashing in all directions. Struck by the berserk 9 revolutions divine wind, one warlock after another was chopped into pieces and fell from the sky. Only 3 quasi-moonlight warlocks cast queer secret methods, forcibly escaped from the 9 revolutions divine wind, and then disappeared. Standing with his hands behind his back, Yang Feng uttered flatly, "I didn't kill them all. Quasi-moonlight warlocks sure have some skill." Zhang Xian gritted his teeth, and his eyes filled with jealousy. "So strong. Is this Yang Feng's strength? He's so strong." Yang Feng beckoned with his hand, and Luo Mingyan and Mei Yi flew to in front of him at once. He casually patted them, and a powerful force directly entered their bodies. 2 black magic sealing needles shot out of Luo Mingyan's body and fell to the ground. 2 quasi-moonlight warlock rank auras gradually diffused from the 2 girls. Luo Mingyan's beautiful eyes sparkled, and she said with a sweet smile, "Yang Feng, thank you for saving us." Mei Yi responded gratefully, "That's right, senior disciple brother Yang Feng. If it weren't for your timely arrival, we would have been defiled by those bastards." Yang Feng smiled and pointed at Zhang Xian, "How do you plan to deal with this guy?" Luo Mingyan frowned, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with disgust, but she hesitated. Zhang Xian knelt on the ground and wept. He pitifully knelt in front of Luo Mingyan, kowtowed repeatedly, and pleaded, junior disciple Sister Ming Yen, it's all my fault. However, I was also forced to do so. I don't want to die. I'm really afraid of death. Please, spare my life. I will repent in the future. For the sake of our 100 years of friendship, please give me a chance. Luo Mingyan already despaired of Zhang Xian. But when she heard his plea and thought of how he took care of her in the past 100 years, her heart softened, and she uttered with a frigid expression, "Zhang Xian, I'm very disappointed with your performance. From today on, you are no longer a person of the Luo Feng mainland. For the sake of our 100 years of friendship, I won't kill you. Get lost, the further the better, and never appear in front of me again." Mei Yi frowned, but still remained silent. Zhang Xian's heart relaxed slightly. He lowered his head, his eyes shimmered with resentment, and he said respectfully, "Yes. Yes. I'll get lost." Yang Feng watched Zhang Xian leave and raised his eyebrows, but he didn't say anything. Zhang Xian's power was sealed. In the brilliant ancient capital, there were many dangers. Now that he had lost his power, he was in a dangerous situation. Even if he had power, he was not Yang Feng's opponent. Luo Mingyan said, "Yang Feng, my father once entered the brilliant ancient capital and gained a lot, which was how he advanced to a bright world warlock. I have a map of the brilliant ancient capital here, which shows a hidden treasury of the brilliant sage. How about you explore the treasury with us?" Yang Feng pondered for a while, and then said, "Okay. But how do we divide the treasures in the treasury?" Luo Mingyan replied with a smile, 50 to 50. The two of us take 50%, and you take 50%, how about it? Yang Feng showed a satisfied smile, "Okay. Let's go." Chapter 506. As soon as he stepped into the desert of wind, Yang Feng saw countless violent yellow wind whistling wildly in the endless desert, rolling up a large amount of sand and forming one violent tornado after another. Swept by the yellow demonic wind, the countless grains of sand inside possessed the might comparable to that of a high-grade bullet. Even if it was a level 3 warlock, once they entered the desert of wind, they would be swallowed by the countless yellow demonic wind and turned into a pile of fragments. The yellow wind swept the sand all over the desert of wind. Once you entered, it was equivalent to being attacked by a level 7 meteorological spell at all times. Once some weaker starry sky warlocks entered the desert of wind, they would be torn to pieces by the sand swept up by the yellow wind. It wasn't that Lu Dajiao and the other starry sky warlocks stuck in the split wind canyon didn't want to go to the brilliant ancient capital, but that they had no hope of crossing the desert of wind. The might of the level 7 meteorological spell was only equivalent to that of a level 4 single-target offensive spell. However, the level 4 single-target offensive spells hardly ever stopped, and there were no blind spots. No matter where you went, you would be attacked. Attacked by the endless level 4 single-target offensive spells, even quasi-moonlight warlocks would exhaust their life force, and then be torn to pieces. Yang Feng swept the yellow wind with a glance, then operated the battle demon's secret method, and a black armor suddenly appeared and covered him. When the sand swept up by the yellow wind hit the armor Yang Feng's battle demon's secret method has manifested, they were ricocheted, unable to harm Yang Feng in the slightest. Yang Feng frowned slightly. Although the yellow wind couldn't penetrate the battle demon armor and cause him harm, but it was wearing down the power of the battle demon armor at all times. Yang Feng swept Luo Mingyan and Mei Yi with his gaze. He saw Luo Mingyan take out a yellow box secret treasure, and a tremendous devour force gushed out of the yellow box, devoured the wind and sand around Luo Mingyan and Mei Yi, and then ejected from the other side, forming a strange cycle. Luo Mingyan, under the protection of the yellow box artifact, seemed very relaxed, as if she could easily traverse the desert of wind. Luo Mingyan's beautiful eyes lit up, and she said with a triumphant and proud smile, "Yang Feng, beg me. As long as you beg me, I will let you in and use this sandstorm treasure box to protect you. Secret treasures were the reason why human warlocks could contend against those innately powerful extraordinary life forms from other planes. In order to fight against those powerful extraordinary life forms as well as all kinds of extremely dangerous natural disasters, countless powerful secret treasures were developed by alchemists. Luo Mingyan might not be as strong as Lu Dajiao and the others, but the sandstorm treasure box that could restrain the desert of wind was enough to allow her to pass through the desert of wind easily. The desert of wind is nothing to me. Yang Feng looked at the triumphant Luo Mingyan, smiled faintly, dispersed the battle demon armor, and turned into a huge whirlpool. The berserk yellow wind rolled up a large amount of sand and mercilessly slammed into Yang Feng, before being devoured and sent into the semi-plane. A primal aura shook and turned the yellow baleful astral wind into pure wind elements that drifted in his demi-plane. Luo Mingyan watched this scene dumbfounded and muttered in a low voice, "What a monster!" The sandstorm treasure box was a secret treasure that Luo Feng obtained by spending a lot of wealth and by chance. If it wasn't for this secret treasure, Luo Feng wouldn't have been able to pass through the desert of wind. But now Yang Feng didn't use any secret treasures or defensive secret methods, yet he devoured the yellow baleful astral wind. This was simply heaven-defying. Mei Yi's beautiful eyes shimmered with a peculiar gleam, and she said softly, "They are the strongest geniuses of the Great Cloud Dynasty." Sure enough, powerhouses who formed a virtual world are monster-like existences. Luo Mingyan clenched her small fists and gritted her teeth, saying, "A virtual world? I must form a virtual world as well, so that I can give him a fright." Mei Yi gave Luo Mingyan an envious look, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with jealousy. Luo Mingyan was Luo Feng's daughter, and Luo Feng was not only a bright world warlock, but also the master of a subcontinent. With the support of the entire subcontinent's resources, coupled with her superior level 7 soul aptitude, she had hopes of forming a virtual world. Although Mei Yi was a personal disciple of a bright world warlock, but the resources of a rogue bright world warlock and the master of a subcontinent couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. Moreover, Luo Mingyan was Luo Feng's daughter, so Luo Feng was naturally willing to take out countless resources to cultivate her. As Yang Feng devoured the endless yellow baleful astral wind, the balance of the semi-plane's 4 elemental essences in his sea of knowledge began to break. After some deduction, Yang Feng understood that if he continued to absorb like this, his semi-plane would collapse. No wonder powerhouses who formed a virtual world don't casually absorb elemental energy from the outside world. It turns out that once the limit is reached, the semi-plane will collapse. However, as long as this problem is solved, then I can absorb all kinds of elemental energy without limit. For me, many dangerous places will be as easy as walking on flat ground. When the semi-plane was about to reach its limit, the 13 void energy furnaces set up in Yang Feng's semi-plane activated at once. The wind elemental energy was continuously extracted by the 13 void energy furnaces and forcibly refined into one wind crystal after another. With the 13 void energy furnaces extracting the wind elemental energy, the 4 elemental essences in Yang Feng's semi-plane were once again balanced. Void energy furnaces were the crystallization of Shizu technology. When navigating the vast starry sky, energy was the most critical link. Void energy furnaces were machines that extracted various kinds of energy from the space and synthesized them into energy crystals. Void energy furnaces that could extract energy from the void contained extremely high technological content. Originally, the materials needed to be converted by a level 4 energy and matter converter. However, Yang Feng obtained many precious materials in the Fuso subcontinent, including materials for void energy furnaces. He refined 36 void energy furnaces, placed them in his semi-plane, and extracted elemental energy from them. After the 13 void energy furnaces were activated, it didn't take long for 8 of them to extinguish. The remaining 5 void energy furnaces continuously extracted the wind elemental energy pouring into the semi-plane, forming a state of balance. Strolling in the desert of wind, Yang Feng devoured the yellow baleful astral wind. What's that? After walking for hundreds of kilometers in the desert of wind, Yang Feng saw 9 berserk astral wind dragons intertwining in the desert of wind, and yellow light shot out from the place where the astral wind dragons were located. Luo Mingyan said loudly, "These are the rare treasures hidden in the desert of wind. Yang Feng, I advise you not to go there. Before you, many people went to the place where the astral wind dragons are in an attempt to get the treasures, but they were all torn to shreds by the astral wind dragons. Unless they have a special secret treasure, only glorious dawn warlocks can get the treasures guarded by the astral wind dragons." Rare treasures. Yang Feng's eyes lit up, and he revealed a smile and said, "You go first, I'll go take a look." With that, Yang Feng strode towards the place guarded by the 9 astral wind dragons amid the violent astral wind. Luo Mingyan muttered in a low voice, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with envy, "This madman doesn't care about his life." If it wasn't for the fact that she wasn't strong enough, Luo Mingyan would also like to go and take a look at what treasure the astral wind dragons, which tore apart countless geniuses, were guarding. The brilliant ancient capital was a relic site that appeared since the time of the Second Warlock dynasty. Since then, countless experts have entered the brilliant ancient capital. The treasures in the brilliant ancient capital had yet to be taken away, so the difficulty of taking them away could be well imagined. When Yang Feng approached the 9 astral wind dragons, the berserk yellow baleful astral wind suddenly changed into sharp wind blades that slashed towards Yang Feng. The yellow baleful astral wind seemed to have transformed into the most elite royal guards of a state, and its fighting strength increased by more than 10-fold. Each wind blade was equivalent to a level 5 single-target offensive spell. Even moonlight warlocks couldn't resist the hundreds of wind blades formed from the yellow baleful astral wind. A dignified look in his eyes, Yang Feng extended his hand, and a huge whirlpool suddenly appeared and frantically sucked the wind blades into the semi-plane. In Yang Feng's semi-plane, a gust of wind swept along the yellow sand and wreaked havoc in the semi-plane, looking like it wanted to tear the semi-plane apart. Of the 36 void energy furnaces, 5 started up again, and 10 frantically extracted the wind elemental particles in the semi-plane, maintaining the balance of the elemental particles in the semi-plane once more. With a thought, Yang Feng operated the Battle Demon secret method, and the black Battle Demon armor suddenly appeared and covered him. The 9 astral wind dragons were no small matter. Even moonlight warlocks would be torn to pieces if they were careless. Yang Feng didn't dare to be careless. Along the way, Yang Feng devoured the yellow baleful astral wind at all times and arrived below the 9 astral wind dragons. Below the 9 astral wind dragons, there was a vast square. In the center of the square, there was a pond, and in the center of the pond, there was a yellow crystal suspended in the pond. Berserk wind elemental particles escaped from the yellow crystal and formed 9 astral wind dragons. As if some mechanism was triggered, the 9 wind dragons suddenly moved, turned around, and glared at Yang Feng with human-like ferocity in their eyes. Their figures blurred, and they pounced at Yang Feng. Chapter 507. Yang Feng's face flickered, and he silently recited an incantation, pointed with a finger, and cast the secret method 9 revolutions divine wind. A violent 9 revolutions divine wind that surpasses the yellow wind suddenly appeared beside Yang Feng and formed a fearsome wind pillar that surrounded him. The wind elemental particles in the surrounding yellow wind were continuously extracted by the 9 revolutions divine wind and formed a violent 9 revolutions divine wind that separated Yang Feng from the yellow wind. The fearsome wind dragon suddenly appeared and extended its claws, and the 9 revolutions divine wind wall that could resist moonlight warlock rank attacks was extracted. The wind elemental particles that formed the 9 revolutions divine wind were extracted by the wind dragon in an instant. Shit! The 9 revolutions divine wind dragon is even stronger than moonlight warlocks. Yang Feng's face fell, and a premonition of death welled up inside him. He took out the ruler's Rubik's Cube and crushed it. The Rubik's Cube quickly disintegrated into a set of ruler battle armor that covered his body. An astral wind dragon strangely teleported and appeared in front of Yang Feng, and then swallowed him in one gulp. As if a meat grinder, countless large and small hurricanes, as if drills, frantically revolved inside the astral wind dragon made of pure astral winds and blasted into Yang Feng. Yang Feng seemed to have endured hundreds of level 5 single-target offensive spells at once, and the ruler armor issued ear-piercing sounds. Under tremendous pressure, it could shatter at any moment. Ruler. Maximum power, start. With a thought from Yang Feng, Glorious Sun Warlock rank power was extracted from the Glorious Sun core on the ruler's armor and poured into him. Yang Feng operated a secret method, turned into a huge black hole, and frantically devoured the wind elemental particles of the wind dragon. Since the wind dragon was not a life form, it could not be killed. Even if it was a Glorious Sun Warlock, it would be very troublesome to deal with them. The only way to eliminate them was to extract their power and let them die. When the wind dragon was sucked in by Yang Feng, it instinctively sucked in wind elemental particles from all directions to maintain its existence. One after another, fearsome wind elemental particles poured into the semi-plane inside Yang Feng, forcing the void energy furnaces to open one after another and frantically extracting wind elemental particles from the semi-plane. The figures of the other 8 wind dragons fluttered, and they pounced on the wind dragon that swallowed Yang Feng. The 9 wind dragons combined into one and formed a 3,000-meter-long wind dragon. Inside the astral wind dragon's body, countless wind blades, wind awls, and wind drills bombarded the sovereign battle armor, causing tiny cracks to appear on it. Even if it was a true Glorious Sun Warlock, but if they weren't a freakish powerhouse who formed a virtual world, then once they were swallowed by the astral wind dragon, they would be doomed. Eyes shot with blood, Yang Feng extracted world force from the semi-plane and poured it into his body. He operated a secret method recorded in the primal chaos imperishable body, and runes suddenly appeared on the surface of his body. Break. A Glorious Sun Warlock rank aura suddenly rose from the astral wind dragon. Yang Feng roared and slammed a primal chaos annihilation fist into the abdomen of the astral wind dragon. The law of primal chaos erupted in an instant, turned the wind elemental particles in the abdomen of the astral wind dragon into primal chaos, and tore open a windless passage. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he flew towards the square along the windless passage. There was a powerful barrier in the square, and not a trace of the astral wind could pass through the barrier and enter the square. Countless hurricanes rolled, and the wound on the abdomen of the astral wind dragon immediately healed. There was no sign of injury, and its fierce might didn't diminish. It extended its claw towards Yang Feng. When the claw of the astral wind dragon entered the wind, it strangely teleported in front of Yang Feng and extended its claw towards him. Yang Feng turned around, extracted the power of the semi-plane inside him, and sent another primal chaos annihilation fist. The fist containing the law of primal chaos slammed into the claw of the astral wind dragon and shattered the claw, turning it into a state of primal chaos. At the same time, Yang Feng borrowed this force to slam into the square. The astral wind dragon, which even Glorious Sun Warlocks may not be its opponent, appeared outside the square and roared wildly, but it couldn't take half a step into the square. Riddled with scars, Yang Feng heaved a sigh of relief and showed a smile. The ruler armor shrunk into a magic cube, and he threw it into the semi-plane to recharge and repair itself. The top battle robots of the Shizu had the ability to repair themselves. Yang Feng used precious materials to forge the ruler armor, which also had the ability to repair itself. Of course, self-repair also consumed a lot of energy. But for Yang Feng, the energy issue wasn't a problem. Yang Feng turned around. His gaze didn't fall on the pond, but on a jade disc at the edge of the pond. The brilliant Great Holy, left a wind origin crystal here for a fated person of later generations. In the mountain of fire, the sea of ice, and the land of gravity, there are fire origin crystals, water origin crystals, and earth origin crystals respectively. If there's a fated person, you can take them. I only hope that the person who takes these 4 origin crystals can fulfill my wish. My wish lies in the brilliant hall, where my treasure trove is hidden. If you are willing to fulfill my wish, you can take the treasure trove. The words left by the brilliant Great Holy on the jade disc shone brightly. Even though countless years have passed, they were still vivid, as if they had life and were about to come to life. The power of a Holy Spirit warlock was incredible. If it wasn't for the fact that the jade disc was a miraculous object, it wouldn't be able to bear the words of a Holy Spirit warlock. Yang Feng's gaze just swept past the words left by the brilliant Great Holy, and then his gaze was deeply attracted by the few lines below. Azure. Unfortunately, I didn't have the chance to get this wind origin crystal. How could someone in the Starry Sky Warlock realm enter this place? That's a good joke. 1. Light. Beneath the resplendent Great Sage Jade Annulus, there were 7 lines of words. Each of the 7 lines of words exuded an incomparably domineering and terrifying aura. The words of the brilliant Great Sage were suppressed by the 7 lines of words below to the point that they lost all their spirituality, giving off a feeling of suffocation. In the 7 lines of words, it seems that the 7 warlock emperors are fighting through the words. Among them, the word light gives off a slightly inferior feeling. Even though the writer has tried his best, but still can't compete with the other 6 lines of words. Yang Feng's eyes lit up and shimmered with enigmatic light. These are words left by the 7 warlock emperors. Clearly, the 7 warlock emperors have been here before in order to make up for the regret of not being able to enter this place. The wind origin crystal, earth origin crystal, water origin crystal, and fire origin crystal are peerless treasures that can directly evolve a semiplane into a small world. For warlock monarch rank powerhouses, the 4 source crystals are rare treasures. However, for warlock emperors who have established a complete world inside them, the 4 source crystals are of little use. They don't care about them at all. Yang Feng looked at the words left by the 7 warlock emperors with enigmatic light in his eyes. Each of the words left by the 7 warlock emperors contains terrifying power. Even though countless years have passed, the power contained in the words is still terrifying. If it wasn't for the fact that the jade disc is a strange object, it would have been broken a long time ago. The power contained in each of the words on the jade disc is enough to kill a warlock like Yang Feng. If I write that Yang Feng was here, I wonder what expression the powerhouses who come here in the future will have. A strange idea suddenly emerged in Yang Feng's mind. Eager to give it a try, he arrived in front of the jade disc and touched it with a finger. With his fleshly body, he can easily leave a line of words on even super alloy steel with his finger. When Yang Feng's finger touched the jade disc, a frightening force erupted from the jade disc, slammed into his body, and sent him flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his internal organs were injured, his facial orifices bled, and his soul was shaken. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with astonishment. Amazing. After being blessed by the 7 warlock emperors, the jade disc has become a treasure. With my current strength, I can't leave a word on it. After drinking 2 vials of healing elixirs, Yang Feng took a deep look at the jade annulus and then looked around. In this square, apart from the jade disc, there is only the crystal clear pond. Yang Feng extended his hand, and a powerful attractive force enveloped the wind origin crystal and sucked it into his hand. After losing the wind origin crystal, the violent wind dragon outside issued a mournful cry, and then quickly disintegrated into 9 wind dragons. The 8 astral wind dragons flew directly into the square and condensed into a yellow light in the middle of the pond. The remaining astral wind dragon absorbed countless astral winds and split into 9, turning into 9 astral wind dragons that guarded the outside. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with admiration. so that's how it is. This is a wind origin crystal formed with the help of the force of heaven and earth. After hundreds of years, a new wind origin crystal will be born. What an amazing arrangement! The Desert of Wind is a strange natural environment formed by the brilliant Great Holy with a peerless spell. With the help of this strange natural environment, a treasure like the wind origin crystal can be formed. With the power of the Desert of Wind, dozens of the wind origin crystals in Yang Feng's hand can be formed. This is a means of Holy Spirit warlocks to simulate astronomical phenomena. Chapter 508. When Yang Feng arrived outside the square with the wind origin crystal in hand, the 9 wind dragons quickly fled in all directions, not daring to approach him. The wind dragons were non-corporeal existences constructed from wind elemental particles. They weren't living beings. Even Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses couldn't kill them. They could only eliminate them. These non-corporeal existences constructed from wind elemental particles feared origin treasures like the wind origin crystal the most. Once they get close to the crystal of wind origin, they will be directly absorbed by the crystal of wind origin and become a part of it. With the wind origin crystal in hand, Yang Feng easily crossed the Desert of Wind and arrived at the junction of the Desert of Wind and the Mountain of Fire. At the junction of the Desert of Wind and the Mountain of Fire, there was a flat land with an area of about 1,000 meters in radius. The flat land was calm and tranquil, without any abnormalities. Sitting on the flat land, Luo Mingyan and Mei Yi drank elixirs and recovered the life force they consumed. When Luo Mingyan saw Yang Feng, her beautiful eyes lit up, and a look of joy streaked past her eyes. "Yang Feng, you came back alive." Yang Feng showed a smile. Although Luo Mingyan wasn't good with words and was somewhat unruly and headstrong, but her personality was naive and straightforward, making people unable to get angry with her. Mei Yi's beautiful eyes lit up, and she uttered with a smile, "Congratulations, senior disciple brother Yang Feng." Since Yang Feng came back alive and in good condition, he naturally obtained the treasures guarded by the 9 wind dragons. As if her heart was scratched by a cat, Luo Mingyan's bright and spirited eyes flickered, and she asked full of curiosity, "By the way, Yang Feng, what treasure did you get from the 9 wind dragons?" Yang Feng replied with a solemn expression, "The treasure I got from the wind dragons is a top secret. If I tell you, can you guarantee that you won't tell others about it?" Luo Mingyan hurriedly replied, "I can. I promise I won't tell others about it. Even if it's my father, I won't tell him." Yang Feng showed a meaningful smile and uttered, "I can as well." Mei Yi giggled, and her tender body trembled. "Bastard!" Luo Mingyan was taken aback, but soon after, she understood the implication of Yang Feng's words. She grumbled coquettishly and no longer questioned. The wind origin crystal is a treasure that will move even infinity warlocks. This was one of the best treasures for evolving a demiplane into a small world. It was also a treasure needed to transform a virtual world into a small world. The wind origin crystal was definitely a peerless treasure that could only be found by chance for those experts who possessed a virtual world. Once exposed, infinity warlock rank powerhouses will likely attack him. Naturally, Yang Feng won't tell others this secret casually. Yang Feng looked in the direction of the Mountain of Flames and saw that there were active volcanoes in the area where the Mountain of Flames was located. Thick smoke billowed, the earth shook, and from time to time, volcanoes erupted and ejected pillars of magma on the earth. Within the range of the Mountain of Flames, the ground was covered in magma and flames were burning everywhere. The air was filled with all kinds of poisonous gases. From time to time, the volcanoes ejected a copious amount of magma mixed with rocks. Just by standing outside the Mountain of Flames, one could feel the terrifying temperature inside the Mountain of Flames. Once an ordinary level 1 warlock entered the Mountain of Flames, the life force field protecting them would collapse in less than 10 seconds, and then they would spontaneously combust and turn into a pile of ashes. Apart from that, there were strange flames burning in the air near every mountain of flames. Those flames seemed to have a life of their own as they wandered around wantonly. Wherever they moved, the place would be set ablaze with raging flames. Even if it was a starry sky warlock rank powerhouse, if they didn't possess the bloodline of a flame elven monarch, a balrog, or other special extraordinary life form, then if they were careless, they would be burned to ashes by the strange flames burning in midair. Staring nervously at the flame sprites, Luo Mingyan took out an umbrella-shaped secret treasure and said, "Those are flame sprites born from the mountain of flames. They are very dangerous. Once burned by them, even moonlight warlocks will be seriously injured or even burned to death. The best way to pass through the mountain of flames is to avoid the flame sprites." Before Luo Mingyan's words fell, Yang Feng stepped into the mountain of flames, came to in front of a flame sprite, and extended his hand. A huge whirlpool swept the flame sprite into the semi-plane inside him. A primal chaos force shook the flame sprite and shattered it, and it turned into pure fire elemental particles that filled the semi-plane. 8 void energy furnaces activated in a flash and frantically extracted fire elemental particles from the semi-plane, maintaining the elemental balance in the semi-plane. Without hesitation, Luo Mingyan took Mei's little hand and came to Yang Feng's side. Yang Feng smiled, then opened the huge whirlpool and extracted the fire elemental particles around Luo Mingyan and Mei. After walking for hundreds of kilometers in the mountain of flames, a 1,000-meter-tall volcano appeared in front of Yang Feng. There were 9 flame dragons coiled around the huge volcano, each of which exuded despairing fluctuations of power. Even if it was a flame life form like the Balrog or the flame elven monarch, they would be burned to ashes once they got close to the 9 flame dragons. "You go first, I'm going to take a look." Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he rushed towards the 9 flame dragons. "Let's go." Luo Mingyan glanced at Yang Feng, then took out the secret treasure flame umbrella and opened it, and a flame shield suddenly appeared and enveloped the two of them. Under the protection of the secret treasure flame umbrella, they strode outside. When Yang Feng approached the huge mountain of flames, he operated the battle demon's secret method and activated the ruler, and then turned into a stream of light and rushed towards the center of the mountain of flames. The flame sprites surrounding the mountain of flames rushed towards Yang Feng with scorching aura, and were devoured by him one by one. The 9 flame dragons turned around and rushed towards Yang Feng with terrifying flames that could even burn moonlight warlocks to ashes. Yang Feng took the initiative to meet the 9 flame dragons head-on. His body turned into a huge whirlpool, and the 36 void energy furnaces in the semi-plane frantically extracted the surrounding fire elemental particles. He forcibly rushed out of the 9 flame dragons and jumped into the magma lake in the center of the mountain of flames. In the magma lake in the center of the mountain of flames, there was a fire origin crystal suspended in the air. Yang Feng reached out and grabbed the fire origin crystal. As soon as the fire origin crystal entered Yang Feng's hand, like the 9 wind dragons, the 9 flame dragons underwent a change and began to nurture a new fire origin crystal in the center of the magma lake. For days later, Yang Feng walked out of the land of gravity. During these 4 days, Yang Feng used the same method to obtain the water origin crystals and earth origin crystals hidden in the Sea of Ice and the land of gravity. The Sea of Ice was a sea full of frigid force that was difficult for birds to cross. It was guarded by 9 ice dragons. The land of gravity, on the other hand, was an area shrouded by a powerful magnetic force. The 9 magnetic dragons could freely manipulate gravity. However, the 9 ice dragons and the magnetic dragons could not resist Yang Feng. After expending some effort, Yang Feng took away 2 origin crystals. As soon as they walked out of the land of gravity, a magnificent building complex full of an ancient aura appeared in front of Yang Feng and company. Among the buildings, every single one of them was extremely high-end and radiated resplendent light. Even though countless years had passed, they had not been obliterated by the passage of time. Luo Mingyan pointed at the buildings and said, this is the brilliant ancient capital. Every single one of those buildings had treasures, an inheritance hidden within. However, once you enter the buildings and take away the treasures, you'll be teleported out of the brilliant ancient capital. At the time, my father was lucky enough to find a hidden treasury. Because the restrictions on the treasury have been broken, we can take the treasures inside without worrying about being teleported out. Yang Feng nodded and followed Luo Mingyan into the brilliant ancient capital. As soon as he entered the brilliant ancient capital, rich life magic energy diffused from the brilliant ancient capital. Yang Feng could clearly sense that under the nourishment of the rich life magic energy, his physique was evolving and transforming. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light. As expected of a city once inhabited by a holy spirit warlock, it's really a holy land for cultivation. In the brilliant ancient capital, there were warlock towers full of ancient auras. Each warlock tower was as tall as a mountain and covered with countless runes. Yang Feng stared at the warlock towers with a scorching shade in his eyes. Without the protection of spells, many secret treasures and potions would decay and lose their power after hundreds of thousands of years. However, with the protection of spells, even after hundreds of thousands of years, the secret treasures and potions could still be used and wouldn't be eroded by time. When the brilliant Great Holy created the brilliant ancient capital, it was when he was in his heyday. Even after hundreds of thousands of years, the warlock towers were still intact and possessed great power. At the same time, there were countless good things inside the warlock towers. Luo Mingyan looked at the runes engraved on the warlock towers and sighed regretfully. These runes are left behind from the first warlock dynasty era, and have been cracked countless times. Unfortunately, the powerhouses who engraved these runes were infinity warlocks. Even though these runes have been cracked, but we Starry Sky warlocks can't break the power of infinity warlocks. What a pity! The development of warlocks has gone through one warlock dynasty after another. Their combat experience and research on runes have far surpassed that of the first warlock dynasty. Chapter 509. In the first warlock dynasty era, the runes engraved in the warlock towers of the brilliant ancient capital were profound and almost impossible to crack. Even few infinity warlocks could crack them. But in the modern era, these runes have been thoroughly studied. An infinity warlock rank powerhouse could easily crack the runes in the brilliant ancient capital. However, even though they knew the method to crack the runes, Yang Feng and the other Starry Sky warlocks couldn't do anything about them. Because the runes carried the power of an infinity warlock, trifling Starry Sky warlocks couldn't destroy them. The times were constantly advancing. If a Moonlight warlock from the first warlock dynasty encountered a modern Moonlight warlock, they would basically be beaten to a pulp. Only a heaven-defying powerhouse like the Time Lord could suppress a Moonlight warlock of the same rank. In the first warlock dynasty, existences like the Wind Dragon were virtually invincible enemies for Moonlight warlocks. But in the modern era, warlocks would use various sealing secret treasures to seal the wind elemental particles that make up the Wind Dragon, and eventually destroy it. Yang Feng's group of three crossed a street, when a handsome warlock dressed in black, with an indifferent expression and an extraordinary appearance, walked out from the side. The warlock in black glanced coldly at Yang Feng's group of three, and his eyes shimmered with vigilance. Then, he stepped back into the street and disappeared. To be able to pass through the desert of wind, the mountain of fire, the sea of ice, and the land of gravity, one must be a genius among Starry Sky warlocks. After coming to the brilliant ancient capital, they must have a lot of good treasures on them. The warlock in black was very vigilant against Yang Feng and the others, fearing that they might have evil intentions. Shuttling through the brilliant ancient capital, Yang Feng's group crossed one street after another and arrived in front of a warlock tower exuding an ancient and desolate aura. It's here. Luo Mingyan gave an excited smile, took out a black page, silently recited an incantation, and pressed the black page against the wall next to the warlock pagoda's gate. A black radiance flashed, and a black gate suddenly opened. Without hesitation, Luo Mingyan plunged into the black gate, and Mei Yi quickly followed. Yang Feng stepped into the black gate. His eyes blurred, and a huge palace appeared in front of him. Inside the huge palace, there was a spiral passageway that led to the upper floors. At the entrance of the passageway were two statues that were 20 meters tall. They were incredibly muscular and had countless natural runes engraved on them. They gave off a domineering aura and were 80% similar to humans. One of them had a blood-red mark on its head, while the other had a tooth mark on its head. When Yang Feng saw the two stone statues, his heart shook slightly. These are statues of arch-gods? Before the Time Lord founded the first warlock dynasty, the Zhangji Plain was an age of arch-gods. Powerful ancient gods had the terrifying power to turn the world upside down and move mountains and seas. In the era of the ancient gods, humans were merely slaves, playthings, or even food for the ancient gods. Those ancient gods possessed incomparably powerful physiques. Once they reached adulthood, they would possess powers comparable to gods and demons. Furthermore, their lifespans were incomparably long. Every lower-rank ancient god had a lifespan of more than 10 million years. The most ancient gods even had a lifespan of more than 100 million years. The Zhangji Plain's archgod race was extremely powerful. No existences from other planes dared to provoke the archgod race of the Zhangji Plain. The only weakness of the archgods was their difficulty in reproducing. It was extremely difficult for pure-blooded archgods to be born. In the entire Zhangji Plain, there might not be a new archgod born in a year. Moreover, archgods were extremely proud. Apart from marrying within their race, they would never marry other races. Hybrids born from the union of humans and other races were treated as hybrids and slaves. The Time Lord rose to prominence in the archgod era. He led the humans, who had already gained a bit of influence at that time, to forge alliances and cut through thistles and thorns. He suppressed and killed the archgods of the Zhangji Plain step by step. After fighting for more than 1,000 years, he finally exterminated the archgods, established the first warlock dynasty, and allowed humans to dominate the Zhangji Plain. The brilliant Great Holy was one of the 12 Great Holy followers of the Time Lord, so it wasn't unusual for him to seal two archgod statues here. As if they sensed the aura of a living person, the two petrified stone statues radiated light. Their stone-like bodies gradually regained their luster, and moonlight warlock rank auras gradually recovered. Great petrification. When Luo Mingyan saw this scene, her pretty face flickered. She silently recited an incantation and pointed at the two archgod statues, and a grey ray shot out from her finger and enveloped one of the archgod statues. Mei Yi immediately cast Great Petrification, and a grey ray enveloped the other archgod statue. Under the effect of Great Petrification, the two archgod statues that were recovering their fleshly bodies began to petrify inch by inch, and their aura of life began to gradually disappear. Great Petrification was a level 5 single-target spell that specialized in restraining powerful existences that recovered their fleshly bodies from petrification. It was of great use in many relic sites. In the first Warlock Dynasty era, many relic sites' mighty experts liked to use petrification to seal powerful archgods of that era as guardians of the relic sites. After many relic site explorations, modern human warlocks have mastered a way to deal with these relic site guardians, which was to prevent them from resurrecting, and instead petrify them. Just before the two relic guardians were about to be completely petrified, the tooth imprint on the forehead of an archgod suddenly erupted, and a strange bloody maw appeared on the archgod's head. The maw opened and inhaled, and the two beams of great petrification were instantly swallowed by the strange bloody maw. Two moonlight warlock rank auras slowly spread from the two statues. Luo Mingyan's face fell, and she barked, "Shit! We failed. Run!" Archgods were the most powerful existences in the Zhangji Plain, and they were virtually invincible in the same rank. In the era of the Time Lord, only peerless human powerhouses who established a world could contend against archgod powerhouses of the same rank. Even the Time Lord was defeated many times at the hands of these archgods. It wasn't until he established a complete world that he was able to suppress archgod powerhouses of the same rank and finally reached the summit. The two Moonlight Warlock archgods weren't existences that a trifling quasi-Moonlight Warlock could contend against. Luo Mingyan's words have just fallen, when Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he appeared behind the archgod with a Fang imprint on the forehead and sent a primal chaos annihilation fist barreling towards the archgod. The huge bloody maw on the archgod's body quickly shifted to its back and bit at Yang Feng. Yang Feng's fist covered in the battle demon armor slammed into the archgod's maw with the power of annihilation, and a vast force erupted in an instant and shattered the archgod's maw along with its body, turning it into countless fragments that scattered on the ground. Luo Mingyan and Mei Yi quickly chanted incantations and pointed at the ancient god statue engraved with a blood imprint on its forehead. Grey magic radiance fell on the ancient god statue and forcibly sealed it. Yang Feng stepped forward and sent a primal chaos annihilation fist slamming into the other archgod statue, and a violent force erupted in an instant and blasted the archgod statue to pieces, and countless bloody fragments scattered on the ground. What an amazing archgod! He still hasn't recovered to his peak. He can actually injure me. After destroying the two archgod statues, Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with a dignified shade, and he looked at his right hand. He saw that there were several bloody holes on his right hand that were bitten by teeth, and drops of blood were flowing out of his right hand. Under the effect of a strange force, the wounds were difficult to heal. After Yang Feng practiced the primal chaos imperishable body, although he only had an intermediate Starry Sky Warlock rank cultivation base, but his physique was comparable to that of a quasi-glorious Dawn Warlock, and his recovery ability was comparable to that of many extraordinary life forms. Ordinary injuries could be healed in a few breaths of time, but the wounds inflicted by archgods were slow to heal. Because the archgod's bite contained the power of law, it destroyed Yang Feng's recovery ability, making it difficult for him to fully recover. Reportedly, the reason why the 8 Warlock Emperors died early was because they fought with powerhouses of the same rank and suffered serious law injuries. As strong as Warlock Emperors were, it was difficult for them to recover, and they could only die early. Yang Feng took out a vial of elixir and poured it on his right hand. Immediately, sizzling sounds rang out and clouds of black mist rose. The vial of elixir burned his right hand black, and bursts of sharp pain transmitted from his right hand. Yang Feng looked at his scorched right hand and heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the archgod's law force wasn't strong. It seems that I have to refine a weapon-grade secret treasure. In this way, even if the weapon is destroyed by the law force, it won't be able to harm me. Although Yang Feng's right hand was scorched black by the potion, but the archgod law force was dispelled. His right hand radiated formidable life force and quickly healed. Yang Feng beckoned with his hand, and the archgod corpse with a Fang imprint swept into his storage ring. Archgods were virtually extinct. This archgod corpse had great research value, and could even be sold for the price of a glorious Dawn Warlock rank extraordinary life form. As for Luo Mingyan and Mei Yi, they divided the corpse of the other ancient god and they revealed a satisfied look. Chapter 5:10. Archgods could be seen everywhere in the archgod era. The master of any powerful force was an archgod. However, after being hunted down by the 8 Warlock dynasty's human warlocks for hundreds of thousands of years, the number of archgods was very small, and they didn't dare to appear in front of people. Most of the surviving archgods had already become strong divine force rank and mighty divine force rank gods of other planes. As long as they didn't enter the Zhangji plane, no one would provoke such powerful existences. It was precisely because of this that archgods were very rare in the modern era. Their flesh and blood had become very precious. Archgods were different from other races. Once an archgod reached adulthood, a space similar to a virtual world would be born inside them. The most powerful archgods would even form a complete world inside them. The various secret methods that humans cultivated originated from archgods. Starting from the era of the Second Warlock Dynasty, human warlocks began to unceasingly explore other planes. Only then did they obtain all kinds of cultivation methods from the formidable beings of other planes. Henceforth, the world of human warlocks began to have all kinds of secret methods. Spell models were cultivation methods that human warlocks created by imitating various powerful archgods. Powerful archgods were born with all kinds of formidable innate abilities. After dissecting their bodies, it could be found that there were various innate runes similar to spell models in their brains. The spell model was the materialization of various natural curses in the bodies of the ancient gods. It was also equivalent to the existence that humans could construct with their own mental strength after modification. With all kinds of spell models, humans could cast all kinds of spells. As the source of all human secret methods, archgods' flesh and blood had great research value. Moreover, once archgod corpses were auctioned, archgod warlocks with archgod bloodline would fight over them. Archgod warlocks were human warlocks with archgod bloodline flowing inside them. In the First Warlock Dynasty and the Second Warlock Dynasty, archgod warlocks were a powerful force that played a decisive role in human warlocks. But with the passage of time, archgod warlocks' archgod bloodline gradually thinned, and even though they had various secret methods, they gradually declined. Bloodline warlocks were much more powerful than warlocks of the same rank, and their cultivation speed was much faster. However, the dependence on the power of the bloodline was also great. If the bloodline was thin, then the speed of cultivation would be shackled by the bloodline. In the lower realms, cultivation would be extremely fast, but in the higher realms, it would be as slow as a snail. In the Fuso subcontinent, there were a lot of moonlight warlocks, but there were no glorious sun warlocks. This was because they had evil god bloodline inside them. Due to the bloodline shackles, it was difficult for them to break through. If the two ancient god corpses were to be auctioned, they would definitely fetch a sky-high price. After dividing up the two archgod corpses, Yang Feng's group of 3 followed the spiral staircase to the second floor of the Warlock Tower. When she reached the second floor of the Warlock Tower, Luo Mingyan's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up, her tender body trembled, and her beautiful eyes filled with excitement. So many high-grade magic crystals. On the second floor of the Warlock Pagoda, the high-quality magic crystals were piled up into a small hill, exuding extremely rich life magic energy. In the era of the ancient gods were born with all kinds of secret cultivation methods, and they could directly absorb the creature demon energy in the world. Their cultivation did not require magic crystals at all. Therefore, in the era of the ancient gods, all kinds of treasures of heaven and earth emerged one after another, and high-grade magic crystals could be seen everywhere. Modern human warlocks could already produce low-grade magic crystals through some extraordinary plants, such as ancient energy absorption trees. However, high-grade magic crystals and above still could not be produced. There were more than 1 billion high-grade magic crystals in this small hill. If converted to low-grade magic crystals, there were even more than 30 trillion low-grade magic crystals. This was definitely an astronomical amount of wealth. High-grade magic crystals were a necessary resource for Bright World Warlock rank powerhouses and above to practice cultivation. Transactions between Bright World Warlock rank powerhouses used high-grade magic crystals as the unit of currency. Bright World Warlock rank powerhouses and above wouldn't use low-grade magic crystals to conduct transactions. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with excitement, and he revealed a smile. So many high-grade magic crystals. I struck it big this time. Not bad, with so many high-grade magic crystals, my lord will surely be pleased. Following a calm voice, a handsome man with blonde hair and blue eyes, dressed in a white priest robe, holding a white scepter in hand, with blonde hair and blue eyes, with a mysterious divine imprint engraved on his forehead, slowly stepped into the second floor. Halos of holy light radiated with the light of dawn continuously appeared behind the handsome man, making him look extraordinary and sacred, like a god walking in the mortal world. The person behind the handsome man was Zhang Xian, who was released by Luo Mingyan's group of 2. When Luo Mingyan saw Zhang Xian, her pretty face suddenly changed, and she exclaimed, "Zhang Xian, how do you know the location of this treasury?" Zhang Xian sneered, "That old bastard Luo Feng still doesn't trust me. He only told you the location of the treasury, not me. However, Mingyan, you're still too inexperienced. How can you hide what I want to know from me?" There was a flash of regret in Luo Mingyan's beautiful eyes, and she gritted her teeth and said, "I really regret not killing you at that time." Zhang Xian showed a mocking smile and said, "Who told you to be stupid?" Zhang Xian said respectfully to the handsome young man, "Master, this person is Yang Feng, a true disciple of the Battle Demon sect. He has a scarlet immortal black mist lotus. He got the treasure in the periphery of the brilliant ancient capital, I saw it with my own eyes." Scarlet immortal black mist lotus? The eyes of the handsome young man lit up, and he glanced at Yang Feng and said arrogantly, "I am a divine son of the Supreme Dawn Lord, Esren. Lowly human warlock, offer everything you have to me, then convert to my lord, become a believer of my lord, and recite my lord's name at all times. Otherwise, I will purify you in my lord's place." Yang Feng asked curiously, "Dawn Lord? Which plane's divine son of the Dawn Lord are you? How dare you? How can a petty human warlock like you inquire about the name of my lord? Kneel." Esren raised his eyebrows and barked. Holy halos formed from the light of dawn bloomed behind him, and frightening divine might, not losing to feeble divine force rank gods, spread in all directions with him as the center. Some weak-willed starry sky warlocks even knelt on the ground, unable to resist. "You don't have the qualifications to make me kneel." Yang Feng smiled coldly and operated the battle demon secret method. A black battle demon armor appeared on him in a flash, and powerful life force spread in all directions with him as the center. There was a flash of killing intent in Esren's eyes, and he said coldly, "Stubborn heretic. Receive the divine judgment of the great Dawn Lord. God says that as long as there is light, the world is full of light." Esren raised the god armament brilliant light god staff in his hand, and the divine mark on his forehead radiated gold light. His eyes turned pure gold and exuded the indifference and majesty of a god. He enunciated each syllable, seemingly slow, but actually fast. In an instant, pure, nearly endless light of dawn suddenly appeared and swept towards Yang Feng, Luo Mingyan, and Mei Yi. Luo Mingyan waved her lily-white hand, and a blue brocade level, 6 secret treasure blue sea glass handkerchief suddenly flew out and turned into a blue light curtain that firmly protected her and Mei Yi. Eroded by the endless light of dawn, the blue light curtain was eroded inch by inch. No matter how Luo Mingyan urged her life force, she still couldn't resist the erosion of the light of dawn. If it wasn't for the fact that Luo Mingyan was a quasi-moonlight warlock rank expert, then even if she operated a level 6 secret treasure, she would still be eroded and purified by the light of dawn in an instant. When the endless light of dawn hit Yang Feng's battle demon armor, the battle demon armor covering Yang Feng issued sizzling sounds, and a copious amount of black smoke rose from the battle demon armor. The battle demon's secret method can't resist for long. This swindler is really strong. Yang Feng's face flickered. His figure fluttered, and he shuttled through the endless light. In a breath of time, he appeared in front of Esren, extracted a wisp of world force from the semi-plane inside him, and then sent a primal chaos annihilation fist barreling towards Esren. Wall of Dawn. Esren silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and a copious amount of light of dawn suddenly shrank and formed a huge wall of light blocking in front of Yang Feng. When Yang Feng's primal chaos annihilation fist slammed into the huge wall of light, the huge wall of light shattered, and all the light returned to primal chaos. So that's how it is. To be able to destroy my wall of dawn, your strength is indeed enough to dominate the lowly human warlocks. But in front of the Supreme Dawn Lord, you're still just an ant, a slightly more powerful ant. Surprise streaked past Esrin's eyes, and a thin golden scripture appeared in his left hand at some point in time. Dawn 12 movements him. The golden scripture opened on its own, and 12 golden pages flew out of the golden scripture, opened, and floated in the air. From the 12 golden pages, 6 men and 6 women flew out, forming a total of 12 beautiful and holy angels. They closed their eyes, clenched their fists, and crossed their arms in front of their chests. They recited hymns of praise to their gods. The figures of countless believers suddenly appeared behind the 12 angels, and endless voices formed a powerful torrent of hymns that swept towards Xiaofan like a sea. Chapter 5:11. One after another, divine force crystals appeared beside Esrin, and then turned into ashes, and tremendous divine force poured into the golden scripture. The hymn chanted by the countless believers across countless planes turned into countless tiny golden runes, which formed a golden torrent that engulfed Xiaofan. Praise the Lord, you are the supreme existence. Praise the Lord, you are the only true God in the world. Except for you, all gods are false gods. Praise the Lord, you are the light, you are the dawn, you are everything. The countless golden runes seemed to be able to scour the soul, and countless voices reverberated in Xiaofan's ears, body, and sea of knowledge. The prayers of the countless believers were full of piety, respect, concentration, and holiness. Their voices seemed to scour Xiaofan's soul in an attempt to transform him on the soul level. The prayers of the countless believers reverberated in Xiaofan's soul and body, yet Xiaofan didn't feel any pain. Instead, endless warmth and the joy of the believers gushed out of the golden runes, giving him a feeling of euphoria and power to immerse himself in it. If it was the power of pain, Xiaofan could resist it. However, the endless joy was more frightening than the pain. If Xiaofan wasn't paying attention, he would be swallowed by the endless joy. Only a trace of sobriety remained in the depths of his mind, and then he sank into oblivion. I am Xiaofan, I am the god of war, I am the ruler of shadows. Except for me, all gods are false gods. On the Feisua plain, Xiaofan's god clone opened his eyes, and a magnificent, mighty, and sacred voice reverberated in his divine country. I am Xiaofan. I only believe in myself, I only believe in my own strength. I will never believe in anyone. If there is a God, then I am the only true God in the world. An overbearing, unruly, and utterly exclusive will rose inside Xiaofan, causing him to open his eyes. He struggled out of the great joy step by step, and his eyes burned with the flames of anger. With just one step, Xiaofan would have been completely assimilated by the Dawn 12 movements him, and eventually become a fanatic who believed in the Dawn Lord. By then, he would have dedicated everything to the Dawn Lord. By then, his self-consciousness would have been completely deprived, and he would have been reduced to a puppet. It was the first time that Xiaofan had encountered a corrosive attack that directly touched the soul like the 12 movements of Dawn him. He was hit and almost defeated. The universe is so big that nothing is too strange. I've underestimated the people of the world. Eyes shot with blood, Xiaofan erupted with life force, extracted the power of the semi-plane inside him, and resisted the erosion of the 12 movements of Dawn. At the same time, he mused. In the vast universe, there were countless planes, and in those planes, there were countless strange extraordinary creatures and all kinds of strange secret techniques. Some secret arts were so bizarre that even if one was far stronger than the other party, one could still lose to the other party if one was not careful. To be able to struggle out of the 12 movements of Dawn him, this lowly human warlock is very strong. There was a dignified look in Esrin's eyes, and a large number of divine force crystals appeared on him. The countless divine force crystals collapsed, and tremendous divine force poured out. The golden runes formed from the hymn recited by countless believers shone brightly and suppressed Yang Feng's soul, making him drowsy and unable to budge. The soul dominated the body. Yang Feng's body was not harmed, but his soul was firmly suppressed by the countless golden runes. Almost unable to budge, he could only bitterly resist the erosion of the golden runes. Esren's eyes shimmered coldly, and he barked, "Zhang Xian, go and kill this heretic." The 12 movements of Dawn Hymn was a powerful god armament. It was thanks to this god armament that Esren was able to firmly suppress Yang Feng. However, this god armament consumed a lot of energy, and Esren was unable to budge while operating it. "Yes, Master." Zhang Xian's eyes shimmered with resentment. With a flick of his wrist, a level 5 secret treasure gale spear appeared in his hand. A violent wind enveloped the gale spear, and man and spear unite turned into a green spear ray stabbing towards Yang Feng. "You're really lucky to be my ruler's sacrifices." Yang Feng's eyes were indifferent. The black ruler magic cube appeared in his hand, quickly disintegrated, and turned into a black armor that covered his whole body. A vast glorious dawn warlock rank force gushed into Yang Feng's body from the ruler armor, nearly bursting it. Zhang Xian stabbed at Yang Feng's ruler armor with his spear. With a clear sound, the level 5 secret treasure gale spear was bounced away. How is this possible? There was a flash of incredulity in Zhang Xian's eyes. With his quasi-moonlight warlock rank cultivation base and the full strength of the level 5 secret treasure gale spear, even a glorious dawn warlock wouldn't be able to receive such an attack so easily. Yang Feng extended his hand, and as if his right hand turned into a black hole like whirlpool, a fearsome attractive force pulled Zhang Xian over. A look of despair on his face, Zhang Xian begged bitterly, "Sir Yang Feng, I know I was wrong, please spare my life. I swear, from now on, I will never go against you. My teacher is Luo Feng, and I am his personal disciple. If you kill me, he won't let you off." A cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng slammed a fist into Zhang Xian's head and smashed it into pieces. As if a watermelon, the pieces splashed about. "Now it's your turn." After tossing Zhang Xian's remains aside, killing intent surged in Yang Feng's eyes, and he ignored the dense golden runes and locked his gaze on Esren. What a scary guy. When Esren saw this scene, regret welled up inside him, and he regretted provoking Yang Feng. But now that he was riding a tiger, he couldn't back down. With Yang Feng's monstrous killing intent, he could only fight to the death. A solemn expression on his face, Esren's eyes radiated golden light. As if a living god, he silently recited an incantation, and countless divine force crystals suddenly appeared, burned wildly, and turned into a torrent of divine force that entered his body. His aura rose steadily until it reached the moonlight warlock rank. Once used by a demigod with a godhead, divine force crystals could elevate the power of a demigod to the feeble divine force rank god rank for a short period of time. Some powerful demigods relied on god armaments and divine force crystals to slay a true god. Dawn God Mountain. Appear. With a wave of Esren's hand, a palm-sized mountain absorbed a copious amount of divine force and turned into a 3-meter-tall hill. Countless rays of dawn radiated from the hill and shot towards Yang Feng. The Dawnlight God Mountain was created after the Dawnlight God King killed a god and extracted the laws of the god's broken divine kingdom. With the god's remains as the main body and the entire divine kingdom as the auxiliary, it was a divine artifact with boundless power. As long as he had enough divine force crystals, Esren could use this god armament to suppress moonlight warlock rank powerhouses. When the Dawn God Mountain flew above Yang Feng, endless divine light of dawn descended from the sky, sealed the space, and crushed down towards Yang Feng with the force of a mountain. Under the endless divine light of dawn, the space was sealed, and the law of space had no effect. Yang Feng had nowhere to hide. Break! With a roar, Yang Feng extracted the power of the ruler armor, combined it with a trace of world force extracted from the semi-plane, and blasted a primal chaos annihilation fist into the Dawn God Mountain under the buff of the Battle Demon's secret method. Boom! Along with an earth-shattering blare, the Dawn God Mountain, which was refined from the remains of a divine country and weighed tens of millions of tons, was blasted away by Yang Feng's fist. Yang Feng's right arm was shattered by the strong backlash force. Relying on the ruler armor to maintain its shape, the bones inside were completely shattered. There was a flash of panic and despair in Esran's eyes, and he cried out, How is this possible? The Dawn God Mountain is the remains of a divine country. How can a trifling starry sky warlock blast it away? Go to hell. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he appeared in front of Esran. With a cold look in his eyes, he punched Esran in the head with his remaining left hand and blasted his head into pieces. With Esran's various god armaments, Yang Feng didn't dare to be careless when dealing with such an enemy. After smashing Esran's head with a punch, Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and 7-color skyfire suddenly appeared, turned into a fire dragon, shot towards Esran, and burned his body to ashes. Only a storage ring and a few powerful god armaments remained. Luo Mingyan looked at Yang Feng with bright light in her beautiful eyes. He's dead. So strong. How fearsome. Esran was much stronger than many Moonlight warlocks in terms of battle prowess, and he had several powerful god armaments. Such a powerhouse was killed by Yang Feng. Luo Mingyan was naturally very excited. Mei's gaze fell on the ruler armor on Yang Feng, and her beautiful eyes shone with extraordinary splendor. Amazing. That secret treasure is so strong. If Yang Feng hadn't equipped the ruler armor, he might not be Esran's opponent. After all, Esran was not only a quasi-moonlight warlock, but also had countless divine force crystals and several powerful god armaments. His battle prowess was much stronger than that of many moonlight warlocks. Chapter 5:12. Yang Feng beckoned with his hand, and the brilliant light god staff, the golden scripture, and the dawn god mountain as well as Esran's storage ring immediately appeared and fell into his hand. Yang Feng's tremendous spirit force swept the 3 god armaments, and his eyes shimmered with regret. Unfortunately, these 3 god armaments require divine force of dawn, radiance, and radiance to operate. In my hands, I can only exert part of the power of these 3 god armaments at most. As for the Dawn God Mountain, I can use other methods to refine it. The brilliant light god staff, the golden scripture, and the Dawn God Mountain all contain the law of light. Only powerhouses who use divine force of light could use them freely. They were not general-purpose god armaments. With the extraordinary wisdom brought about by the Apple of Wisdom, Yang Feng has comprehended a trace of the law of light and can manipulate the light domain at will. However, compared to a powerhouse like Esran, his light domain looked very crude. Yang Feng could also use the 3 god armaments of light, but their power was far less than that of Esran's, even if he burned photon divine force crystals. Yang Feng scanned Esran's storage ring with his spirit force, and his eyes revealed a look of joy. So many divine force crystals. This Esran actually has 1 million divine force crystals. Although Yang Feng's true body could not use the 1 million divine force crystals, but his god clone could transform the divine force crystals into various divine force crystals through other methods. Moreover, the divine force crystals could be traded with the radiant primary god on the Feisua plane to purchase various precious treasures. Although Yang Feng took over all the believers of the Shadow Prince Mecha's grade 9 plane, but he could only obtain less than 3,000 divine force crystals in a year. This was because when the priests of the gods used various divine spells, they would also consume the power of faith. Therefore, in many churches, if you wanted a priest to act, you had to pay a price. Yang Feng's eyes suddenly lit up, and his spirit locked on a bronze awl in Esran's storage ring, and his eyes flashed with excitement. this is a level 7 secret treasure. Level 7 secret treasures could only be used by glorious Dawn Warlock rank powerhouses. A Moonlight Warlock with a level 7 secret treasure may even defeat a glorious Sun Warlock without a level 6 secret treasure. The reason why Esran didn't use this level 7 secret treasure was obviously because he had just obtained it, and he couldn't use it freely. As the divine son of the Dawn Lord, Esran was proficient in the law of light and could freely manipulate god armaments of light, but it wasn't so easy to manipulate secret treasures of warlocks. Moreover, the power of a rank 7 secret treasure was peerless, and the amount of life energy it consumed was also extremely terrifying. The crystallized divine force of light in his hand couldn't provide the power to manipulate this level 7 secret treasure. Otherwise, as long as he used this level 7 secret treasure with all his strength, he would be able to seriously injure or even kill Yang Feng. With a flick of his wrist, Yang Feng took out the awl and carefully looked at it for a while. His eyes flashed with a peculiar glint, lightning awl. Judging from the runes inscribed on it, it should be a product of the First Warlock Dynasty era. This is really rare. In the First Warlock Dynasty era, the Plentiful Treasures Holy, one of the 12 Holy Spirit Warlocks, genius human warlocks, was famous for his alchemy. The Plentiful Treasures Holy and the Time Lord were both teachers and friends. The Time Lord learned his alchemy from the Plentiful Treasures Holy. In the era when human warlocks and archgods fought fiercely, the secret treasures used by the top human warlocks came from the Plentiful Treasures Holy and his disciples. According to legend, the Plentiful Treasures Holy has refined several Empyrean-grade secret treasures. In terms of refining technology, the alchemy of the First Warlock Dynasty era naturally couldn't compare to that of the modern era, which has gone through the 8 Warlock dynasties. However, in terms of materials, the modern era was far behind that of the First Warlock Dynasty era. There was a flash of regret in Yang Feng's eyes. What a good material. This lightning awl should be a secret treasure forged from the vertebra of a warlock monarch rank archgod that can manipulate lightning. It's a pity that the technique is too crude and wasted such a top material. Otherwise, with modern alchemy, coupled with some other precious materials, this lightning awl can be refined into a top-level 9 secret treasure. Just as Yang Feng was lost in thought, Mei Yi suddenly said, "Senior disciple brother Yang Feng, the two of us only want 10% of the magic crystals here." Yang Feng came back to his senses, turned around, and found that Mei Yi has pulled Luo Mingyan to the entrance between the first and second floors, and a look of vigilance streaked past her beautiful eyes. Yang Feng suddenly realized that his silence just now has been misunderstood as him trying to silence them. 1 billion high-grade magic crystals can even tempt Bright World warlocks to kill for 1 billion high-grade magic crystals. Even the Bright World warlock Luo Feng, the master of the Luo Feng continent, may not have 1 billion high-grade magic crystals. Yang Feng uttered with a smile, "Since we agreed on a 50-50 split, then I only want 50%. However, all the treasures on this fellow belong to me. Zhang Xian's treasures belong to you." Mei Yi breathed a sigh of relief, and then went to collect the 1 billion high-grade magic crystals with Luo Mingyan. After Yang Feng's group of 3 collected all the high-grade magic crystals on this floor, they continued to climb the Warlock Tower and entered the 3rd floor. On the 3rd floor of the Warlock Tower, there are bookshelves. On the bookshelves, there are 3 precious ancient books refined from the skin of special extraordinary life forms. Each of the 3 ancient books exudes a powerful aura. Clearly, the owner of the skin was extremely powerful during his lifetime. Yang Feng took a step forward, silently recited an incantation, and pointed with his hand. Ripples spread out from the 3 ancient books, and the spell protecting the 3 ancient books disappeared. Lightning God Secret Method. Fire God Secret Method. Ice God Secret Method. Yang Feng took a look at the 3 ancient books, and disappointment streaked past his eyes. The 3 ancient books talk about how to cultivate step by step as a human to become the Thunder God, Flame God, and ice god of the three arch-gods. In the Zhangji Plains ancient times, the thunder god, the flame god, and the ice god were powerful existences comparable to Holy Spirit warlocks. If these three ancient texts were in the first warlock dynasty era, they would be treasures that countless powerhouses would fight over. But in modern times, their value isn't high, and they only have some research and reference value. That's because in modern times, human warlocks with the bloodline of the thunder god, the flame god, and the ice god are very rare. Even human warlocks with the bloodline of the three arch-gods, if the bloodline concentration doesn't reach a certain level, they won't achieve much in cultivating these three secret methods. What secret method? Let me take a look. Very curious, Luo Mingyan took the three ancient books and glanced at them. Her eyes shimmered with contempt, and she handed them to Mei. They're useless. Mei glanced at them, and regret streaked past her beautiful eyes. She returned the three ancient books to Yang Feng. In ancient times, these things were peerless treasures. But in modern times, they're of little value. In those ancient ruins, these things often appear. After experiencing the 8 warlock dynasties, the Zhangji Plains human warlock cultivation system has matured. The secret methods created by the 10 great sects are extremely powerful and far more powerful than ancient secret methods. If the Battle Demon sect's Battle Demon secret method, the Tai Yi sect's 9 Brilliant Sun secret method, and other secret methods were placed in the first warlock dynasty, they would tempt even Holy Spirit warlocks. This table is a first-rate treasure. Yang Feng's gaze inadvertently swept past a wooden table, and then his eyes lit up. He grabbed the wooden table, looked at it carefully, and revealed a smile. Luo Mingyan's beautiful eyes lit up, and she leaned over, a fragrance wafting from her. She said with an excited smile, "This is 9 jade immortal incense wood. The first warlock dynasty era is really rich in resources. To think that someone would use such a treasure to make a table." 9 jade immortal incense wood was wood cut from extraordinary trees like the 9 jade immortal incense tree. Once this wood was ignited, it would emit a vision. Smelling this fragrance could greatly increase a person's wisdom in a short period of time. When deducing secret methods, igniting a piece of this wood would have a miraculous effect. Yang Feng extended a finger and drew with it, and the 9 jade immortal incense would split into 2, and then he put it away. Yang Feng and his party continued to loot the treasures inside the warlock pagoda floor by floor. There were no secret treasures inside the warlock pagoda, only a variety of precious materials. Those precious materials also allowed Yang Feng and his party to return with a bountiful harvest. After completely looting the warlock pagoda, Yang Feng and his party then left the warlock pagoda. As soon as they left the warlock tower, Yang Feng looked towards the center of the brilliant ancient capital. In the center of the brilliant ancient capital, there was a towering warlock tower that looked like a pillar supporting the sky. The warlock tower was engraved with countless mysterious runes and exuded an overbearing aura, as if the warlock tower was the center of the world. The warlock tower was the center of the brilliant ancient capital, the former residence of the brilliant sage, the brilliant holy tower. Luo Mingyan took a deep look at the brilliant holy tower and said, "Yang Feng, the brilliant holy tower has a formidable defense. We're not strong enough, so we won't go there." Everyone knew that there were formidable treasures left by the brilliant sage in the brilliant holy tower, and they might even be holy-grade secret treasures. However, few people would go to the brilliant holy tower, because the brilliant holy tower had a formidable defense mechanism. Once an expert went to the brilliant holy tower and couldn't pass the defense mechanism, they would be killed or teleported away. Only freakish starry sky warlock rank experts could get the treasures in the brilliant holy tower. Chapter 513. Yang Feng and Luo Mingyan parted ways and walked towards the brilliant holy tower alone. "It's so big." When he arrived at the foot of the brilliant holy tower, Ong Feng saw a 100-meter-tall bronze gate in front of the gate of the brilliant holy tower. The bronze gate is engraved with countless mysterious runes. In front of the bronze gate stood 4 people, each of whom had an extraordinary temperament. Starry sky warlocks who could break through the desert of wind, the mountain of fire, the sea of ice, and the land of gravity weren't weaklings. Luo Mingyan and Mei were quasi-moonlight warlock rank geniuses. Although they couldn't compare to freakish geniuses like Yang Feng, Esren, and Yi Yuanyang, but they were still very powerful. Some weaker junior moonlight warlock rogue cultivators might not be their match. A young man with long red hair and an unruly temperament glanced at Yang Feng and revealed a smile. Here comes another one. A handsome young man dressed in white with a refined temperament came to in front of Yang Feng with a gentle smile on his face. I am Lei Sheng, a true disciple of the Tianhua sect. Hello, brother. This unwieldy gate is the first checkpoint set up by the brilliant Great Holy. Enchanted with countless gravity runes, although the unwieldy gate is only 100 meters tall, but it weighs tens of millions of tons. Enchanted with spells to disperse the vigor of heaven and earth near the unwieldy gate, you can only push open the unwieldy gate with the power of your fleshly body. If the 5 of us join forces, we can definitely push open the unwieldy gate and go inside. Yang Feng uttered with a smile, I am Yang Feng, a true disciple of the Battle Demon sect. I want to try the unwieldy gate by myself. Lei Sheng uttered with a moved expression, the Battle Demon sect's Yang Feng, you're the Yang Feng who defeated the Tai Yi sect's holy son Yi Yuanyang. How disrespectful. The Tai Yi sect's holy son Yi Yuanyang wasn't famous in other subcontinents, but he was famous in the Great Cloud Dynasty. After all, he is the holy son of the head of the Great Cloud Dynasty's 10 great sects, the Tai Yi sect. Since his debut, he has never been defeated in a fight of the same rank. He is regarded as a future infinity warlock of the Tai Yi sect. The fact that a freakish genius like Yi Yuanyang was defeated by Yang Feng caused a huge sensation among the major forces of the Great Cloud Dynasty. The Battle Demon sect's Yang Feng. It's him. He defeated Yi Yuanyang. So it's him. The other 3 warlocks near the unwieldy gate restrained their indifferent attitudes and looked at Yang Feng with apprehension and graveness in their eyes. As soon as Yang Feng set foot on the jade steps, he felt the surrounding vigor of heaven and earth change slightly, and the various elements of heaven and earth were rejected and stripped away. If it was an elemental warlock in such an environment, they wouldn't even be able to display half of their strength. Only blood meridian warlocks can use the power of blood meridians, while body-tempering warlocks can use the power of their fleshly body to display their usefulness. This should be the prototype of the anti-magic field. Anti-magic field was developed by human warlocks to deal with elemental life forms and human warlocks. It was a magic array that could change the distribution of elemental elements of heaven and earth. Elemental warlocks once dominated the world by relying on their formidable elemental control. However, as soon as the anti-magic field appeared, elemental warlocks were no longer as tyrannical as before. Pure elemental warlocks couldn't withstand a single blow from the anti-magic field. An advanced starry sky warlock rank body-tempering warlock can kill an advanced bright world warlock rank elemental warlock inside the magic band domain. Of course, anti-magic field could be set up in a specific terrain with the help of the force of heaven and earth, or with the help of warlock towers to change the power of the elemental elements of heaven and earth, or with the use of precious secret treasures and countless resources. In the first Warlock Dynasty era, some of the Holy Spirit warlocks at the apex of the world comprehended the anti-magic field, and the brilliant Great Holy was one of them. Of course, anti-magic field had its limitations, that is, it didn't have much effect on powerhouses who have already implanted semi-plane seeds or have a virtual world. Most of the 12 Holy Spirit warlocks who followed the Warlock Emperors were freakish powerhouses who formed a world inside them. Anti-magic field didn't have much effect on them. Naturally, no one studied it. When Yang Feng came to the unwieldy gate, he pushed hard, but the unwieldy gate didn't budge. He couldn't help but frown. Lei Xing said, "Brother Yang Feng, don't force yourself. The unwieldy gate isn't that easy to push open. If we gather our strength, we should be able to push it open." The other 3 starry sky warlocks were also human dragons and phoenixes. They were all geniuses in their places. They have tried to open the unwieldy gate, but they all returned without success. They naturally knew how difficult it was to push open the unwieldy gate. Although the 3 starry sky warlocks didn't want to offend Yang Feng, but their eyes showed contemptuous smiles, as if they were looking at a fool who overestimated his capabilities. Yang Feng took a deep breath, a cold ray surged in his eyes, and he extracted the tremendous power contained in the semi-plane inside him. Runes containing the mysteries of the primal chaos imperishable body appeared on his body, and he pushed hard. Amidst the deafening rumbles, the profound gate was slowly pushed open. It's open. He actually pushed open the unwieldy gate by himself. What a scary guy. When the 4 starry sky warlocks saw this scene, their countenance changed, and a look of dejection welled up in their eyes. They were all warlock geniuses from different places. They thought that even if they weren't as good as freaks like Yi Yuanyang and Yang Feng, they wouldn't be too far off. Yang Feng's performance dealt a great blow to the confidence of the 4 of them. After all, the 4 of them together, and 2 of them were blood meridian warlocks who unleashed the power of their blood meridians, yet they were still unable to shake the unwieldy gate. Resplendent holy light shot out from the unwieldy gate, shone on Yang Feng, and swept him away from the unwieldy gate. The heavy profound gate also closed once again amid a series of cracking sounds. It's closed. What's going on? Damn it, so this is what happens after a person pushes open the gate. When the 4 starry sky warlocks saw the unwieldy gate close again, they were dumbfounded and filled with shock. This was the first time they saw someone push open the unwieldy gate, yet they didn't expect such a thing to happen. Swept by the irresistible holy light, Yang Feng came to the center of a very wide square. In the center of the wide square, there was a jade stele. The square was very empty, with nothing around it. The person who pushed open the unwieldy gate, "As long as you promise me one thing, you can get my gift." Yang Feng looked at the jade stele, and saw a line of words written by the brilliant Great Holy appear on the jade stele. When Yang Feng finished reading the ancient characters on the jade stele, resplendent light shot out of the jade stele and entered the void. The void twisted, and the projection of a pond-sized jade basin loomed in the void. There was a huge stone in the jade basin. Yang Feng looked at the huge stone as black as ink, and his eyes lit up and flashed with excitement. This is a top material for refining Empyrean-grade secret treasures, mysterious gold god iron. There's actually such a treasure here. If I use this mysterious gold god iron to refine that machine, my strength will soar by a large margin. Mysterious gold god iron was a top material for refining Empyrean-grade secret treasures. After going through the 8 warlock dynasties, this kind of treasure had become a treasure that could only be encountered by chance. If a gram of it fell into an auction house, it would fetch a sky-high price. In the jade basin, there was a pond-sized piece of mysterious gold god iron. If this piece of mysterious gold god iron was put up for sale, no one would be able to come up with enough magic crystals to buy it. Even Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses would go crazy for this piece of mysterious gold god iron. The jade stele flashed, and a line of golden text flew out of the jade stele and suspended in the air. This is mysterious gold god iron I obtained during my travels. This amount of mysterious gold god iron is enough to forge 10 powerful Empyrean-grade secret treasures. As long as you promise to help me resurrect to the best of your ability, then this piece of mysterious gold godly metal will belong to you. Yang Feng's heart shook slightly, and his eyes shimmered with astonishment. Resurrect. Can such a thing really be done? After an ordinary person dies, if they don't believe in any god, their soul will fall into the netherworld, fall into the Styx, and be washed away by the Styx, and all their memories will be erased. After a person who believes in a god dies, if their soul isn't taken away, their soul will be led into the divine country of the god, where they will get a second life. Then, with the passage of time, the soul will weaken and eventually die. Only by using a soul stone can they live longer. However, it will take about 10,000 years for the soul to finally die after entering the divine country of the god. Compared to the lifespan of an ordinary person, this is equivalent to eternal life. As for powerful existences like Holy Spirit warlocks and warlock emperors, their soul will decay and eventually die under the erosion of time. This is the first time that Yang Feng has heard of a Holy Spirit warlock who wants to resurrect. Yang Feng pondered for a while, and then his eyes shimmered with determination. Okay. If it's within my power and doesn't violate my path, I can promise to help you resurrect. The main material of an Empyrean-grade secret treasure like mysterious gold god iron is a treasure that can only be encountered by chance. Yang Feng has vaguely guessed that the resurrection of the brilliant Great Holy won't be that simple. But for the sake of mysterious gold god iron, he is still willing to take the risk. Chapter 5:14. Rays of dazzling golden light entered the void, as if they were dragging the jade basin inch by inch into this world from an endless distance. The image of the jade basin became clearer bit by bit, and the unique aura of mysterious gold god iron gradually diffused in this space. Suddenly, there was a flash of light in the hall, and a young man of medium stature, with rings on his hands, strange runes engraved on his face, and a dangerous aura appeared on the teleportation array with a crystal radiating bright light in his hand. When the young man who exuded a dangerous aura saw the divine dark gold metal, his eyes instantly bloomed with an extremely excited light. Divine dark gold metal. One of the materials of an Empyrean-grade secret treasure. Go to hell. The young man swept Yang Feng with his gaze, and killing intent streaked past his eyes. He pointed at Yang Feng and uttered coldly. With a flash of black light, a 10-meter-tall ghost-type abyssal fiend viscount with a black mark on the forehead and a pair of horns on the head suddenly flew out from behind the young man and stared at Yang Feng with eyes full of killing intent. His figure fluttered, and he appeared in front of Yang Feng in the blink of an eye and sent a claw stabbing towards Yang Feng's heart. Mysterious gold god iron is one of the materials of an Empyrean-grade secret treasure. Even infinity warlocks will be tempted by mysterious gold god iron, and may even fight over this treasure in person. Silencing the witness became the young man's only choice. With a thought, Yang Feng operated the battle demon secret method, and the black battle demon armor covered his whole body in an instant. He pointed with a finger, and layers of strange space appeared between him and the ghost-type abyssal fiend. The ghost-type abyssal fiend's claw slammed into the layers of strange space. After spending more than a second, the claw still couldn't reach Yang Feng. Die. A cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng flicked his finger, and the 9 revolutions divine wind suddenly appeared and turned into 4 sharp wind blades that slashed at the ghost-type abyssal fiend and cut it open. A puppet. Yang Feng took a look inside the ghost-type abyssal fiend and saw that there is no fiend blood flowing inside it. Instead, there are countless runes formed from white viscous liquid. Countless runes have been runes inside the ghost-type abyssal fiend, firmly controlling it. To be able to defeat my third puppet, you do have some ability. I've decided, you're my 13th puppet. There was a cruel and excited smile in the young man's eyes. He pointed with a finger, and light shone, and a backed abyssal fiend viscount, an astral void dragon exuding moonlight warlock rank aura, and a pale human elemental warlock dressed in an elemental wizard uniform suddenly appeared. A cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng took out the ruler magic cube and pressed it, and the ruler magic cube quickly changed into a set of black armor that covered him. The young man smiled malevolently and said, "Kill him. Let's see whether your law of space or the astral void dragon's law of space is more powerful." Astral void dragons were astral extraordinary life forms born in the astral boundary. Adult astral void dragons possessed moonlight warlock rank strength and were born with the ability to freely manipulate spatial force. Among human warlocks, only the most monstrous powerhouses who specialized in the study of the law of space could contend against them in terms of the law of space. The eyes of the 10-meter-long astral void dragon flashed fiercely, and it opened its maw, and strange spatial ripples suddenly reverberated in the area, and twisted spatial rifts suddenly appeared around Yang Feng. Even if it was a moonlight warlock, they would be torn apart and suffer heavy injuries when hit by the twisted spatial rifts. Spatial disorder. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and strange spatial ripples suddenly spread in the void, distorting the law of space in this area. In the distorted and chaotic space, it was difficult for the strong astral void dragon to freely manipulate space. The young man said with a cold smile, "Spatial disorder? Even if you can deal with the astral void dragon, but against one of the most powerful extraordinary life forms in close combat, the backed abyssal fiend Viscount, you still have no chance of winning." Following a flash of afterimages, the backed abyssal fiend Viscount appeared in front of Yang Feng like a ghost and stabbed a claw at Yang Feng's heart. As if a poisonous dragon, its tail made a turn and stabbed towards Yang Feng's brain from behind. The backed abyssal fiend was an extraordinary life form most adept at close combat. Once it got close, it could even kill a god-rank powerhouse. Break. Yang Feng smiled coldly. Instead of retreating, he took a step forward, strangely appeared in front of the backed abyssal fiend, and slammed a fist into the backed abyssal fiend. In a flash, a frightening power erupted, and the backed abyssal fiend was blasted into countless pieces. There was a flash of fear in the eyes of the young man, and he exclaimed, "How is this possible? The fleshly body of a backed abyssal fiend is comparable to that of a god or a dragon. How could it be smashed by a single blow?" The human elemental warlock standing next to the young man pointed at Yang Feng with a level 6 secret treasure rank flame scepter, and white lava scarlet flames that could even seriously injure moonlight warlocks suddenly gushed out and turned into a violent fire dragon sweeping towards Yang Feng. Faced with the white scarlet lava flames, Yang Feng didn't evade. He silently recited an incantation, and 4 whirlpools appeared around him. The whirlpools engulfed the white scarlet lava flames and sent them into his semi-plane, where they were shattered by primal chaos force and turned into pure fire elemental particles. Go to hell. Killing intent surged in Yang Feng's eyes, and a primal chaos annihilation fist slammed into the young man with the power to shatter the vacuum. Boom! Following a loud blare, the magic shields of the young man shattered one after another, and Yang Feng's fist pierced through the young man. Violent annihilation force spread in all directions and tore the young man to pieces in an instant. The young man's remaining head opened its mouth and asked strangely, "I am Ngui of the True God Hall. What's your name?" Yang Feng frowned and said, "You're not dead. This is just a golem clone of yours." Yang Feng keenly felt that when he killed the young man, he didn't feel his soul extinguish. "That's right. Damn ant, what you cultivate is the battle demon sex battle demon secret method. I, Ngui, will remember you. There will be no rest until one of us is dead. The next time we meet, it will be the time of your death." A strange black passageway suddenly appeared, and the young man's head exploded, and a scarlet light flew towards the black passageway. Killing intent streaked past Yang Feng's eyes, and he extended his hand towards the scarlet ray. "You want to escape? It's not that simple. Explode." The remaining human elemental warlock rank golem shone with red light and exploded in an instant, and endless flames enveloped the area and engulfed Yang Feng. The power of the explosion of a moonlight warlock rank elemental warlock rank golem could easily injure a quasi-glorious dawn warlock rank expert. When the smoke and dust of the explosion dispersed, Yang Feng's intact figure was revealed. There were a few cracks on the ruler armor. Yang Feng's eyebrows creased slightly as he said, "He escaped." With Starry Sky Warlock rank strength, he can manipulate 3 Moonlight Warlock rank golems. Maybe he's the true inheritor of the Golem Lord's inheritance. This guy is so strong. Yang Feng implanted a semi-plane seed inside him, cultivated the primal chaos imperishable body secret method created by the Taboo Lord, and used the battle demon secret method and the ruler magic cube, yet he was only able to destroy part of Shui's golem avatar. From this, it can be imagined how powerful Shui is. With Ngui controlling 3 Moonlight Warlock rank golems at the same time, even an ordinary advanced Moonlight Warlock rank expert may not be his opponent. Yang Feng mused, True God Hall, I've never heard of this organization. I didn't expect that a force other than the 10 great sects could cultivate such a powerful genius. It seems that the situation in the Great Cloud Dynasty is far more complicated than I imagined. The Zhangji Plain has experienced 8 warlock dynasties, and the human warlock civilization has flourished 8 times and reached its zenith. Countless powerful warlock geniuses emerged and established one powerful force after another. At present, the Great Cloud Dynasty dominated the Eastern world. On the surface, the 10 great sects and the 7 great families were the most powerful forces in the Great Cloud Dynasty. However, there were undercurrents surging. Who knows how many reclusive families and powerful forces hidden in the darkness of history were stirring. Yang Feng has already sensed the strength of the magic note and true God Hall through the genius powerhouses they cultivated. Without enough resources and powerful secret methods, it was impossible to cultivate such heaven-defying powerhouses. If Yang Feng stayed in a place like the Tyrannid subcontinent, he would at most be an ordinary Starry Sky Warlock, and any Moonlight Warlock could crush him. After a period of time, the mysterious gold god iron finally showed its true form. Yang Feng grabbed the mysterious gold god iron and stored it in the semi-plane inside him. He carefully stored it away. Yang Feng carefully examined the surroundings. After finding no abnormalities, he finally arrived at the teleportation array. A radiance shrouded him and he disappeared in a flash. Chapter 5:15. In a secret chamber, an ordinary-looking young man wearing a mask suddenly trembled slightly. He opened his eyes, which were filled with anger. He let out a beast-like roar, "Damn bastard, how dare you steal my mysterious gold godly metal? I won't let you get away with this." With Shui as the core, quasi-moonlight warlock rank fluctuations of power spread in all directions and set off violent waves of air in the secret room. After venting, Shui spread the fingers of a hand, and a black magic mirror appeared in front of him. With a flick of his finger, a black ray of light shot into the magic mirror. The magic mirror set off ripples. After a while, an androgynous voice came from the magic mirror, "Shui, what's the matter?" Shui said flatly, "Wind Seeker, what geniuses have appeared in the Battle Demon sect recently? They must be geniuses below the Moonlight Warlock rank who have cultivated the Battle Demon secret method to the pure black Battle Demon realm and formed a virtual world. There is only one person who meets all the requirements, Yang Feng, the personal disciple of the Battle Demon sect's great elder Huang Yihe. With his pinnacle great warlock rank cultivation base, he once defeated the Tai Yi sect's holy son Yi Yuanyang who has formed a virtual world in the Battle Demon sect. If there are no other hidden geniuses in the Battle Demon sect, then it should be him. Shui, you should have suffered a big loss in the brilliant ancient capital this time. If I'm not mistaken, you should have been defeated by Yang Feng. That's really surprising. You should have 12 Moonlight Warlock rank golems, yet you still lost to Yang Feng. He's really strong. What secret treasure does he have to be able to defeat you? The androgynous voice asked. Shui quickly analyzed, he should be a powerhouse who formed a virtual world, proficient in the law of space, and has a body-tempering warlock style of fighting. He should have a magic armor secret treasure. The magic armor secret treasure is extremely powerful, and should be between level 7 and level 8 secret treasures. It has a strong defense and can provide the user with formidable power. The battle between An Shui and Yang Feng only lasted for a very short time, but he has already deduced a lot of information. This was the strength of a top battle warlock genius. Many warlocks wouldn't easily expose their trump cards, that's because of the variety of fighting styles between warlocks. By using specific spells, they could suppress specific treasures. Using targeted secret treasures, human warlocks could defeat those stronger than them. Windcatcher's voice rang out, "Then is it possible for him to join our true God Hall and become one of us?" Killing intent flashed through An Shui's eyes as he said coldly, "He is my enemy, my mortal enemy. I will definitely kill him. None of you are allowed to make a move against him, nor are you allowed to recruit him." Windseeker's voice changed into a gentle and moving woman's voice. "It seems that Yang Feng obtained a rare treasure left by the brilliant sage in the brilliant ancient capital. Even you, An Shui, are tempted by that treasure. I'm very curious about what rare treasure he obtained in the brilliant ancient capital. And, can you tell me?" An Shui's eyes flickered, and he uttered faintly, "It's a top material for refining golems. If I can get my hands on that top material, I won't have any suspense in promoting to a Bright World Warlock in the future, and even promoting to an Infinity Warlock won't be impossible." Mysterious gold god iron was one of the primary materials for crafting Empyrean-grade secret treasures. If this matter was learned by an Infinity Warlock, An Shui would have nothing to do with it. No matter how heaven-defying his aptitude was, a Starry Sky Warlock couldn't compete with an Infinity Warlock. Windcatcher uttered with a smile, "A trifling top material won't make you lose your composure like this, An Shui. Goodbye." An Shui waved his hand, and the image on the magic mirror disappeared. Killing intent streaked past An Shui's eyes, and his voice full of killing intent reverberated in the area. "Yang Feng of the Battle Demon Sect, the next time we meet, it will be the time of your death." In a hall of the brilliant holy tower, light shone, and Yang Feng appeared in the hall. In the corner of the hall, there was a golden bookshelf. On the golden bookshelf, there were neatly arranged golden beast skin scrolls. Atop a high platform in the hall, there were 10 halos suspended in the air. 4 of these halos were empty, obviously the artifacts inside them had been taken away. As for the remaining 6 halos, each one contained an artifact exuding a terrifying aura. As soon as Yang Feng entered the hall, a line of information flashed in his mind, letting him understand that he can take away all the secret methods on the golden bookshelf, but only 3 of the secret treasures inside the 6 halos. When he takes the 3rd secret treasure, he will be teleported out of the brilliant ancient capital. When Yang Feng arrived in front of the golden bookshelf, he took down the gold animal skin scrolls. Each of the gold animal skin scrolls is extremely precious and can be used to practice cultivation until the Holy Spirit Warlock realm. Unfortunately, the secret methods recorded in the gold animal skin scrolls require Archgod bloodline to be practiced. Most of the human warlocks who followed the Time Lord in the past were mixed-blood humans with Archgod bloodline. Less than 5% of the human warlocks had pure human bloodline. The King of Time was also a hybrid of a human and an ancient god. He was not a pure human. In the First Warlock Dynasty era, the Time Lord created orthodox warlock secret methods with his supreme wisdom, allowing pure human warlocks to practice cultivation. However, in the First Warlock Dynasty, the strongest powerhouses who occupied the entire Warlock Dynasty were those mixed-blood humans with Archgod bloodline. The top secret methods were those that purified Archgod bloodline and evolved toward the Archgod bloodline. Thunder Emperor 9 Transformations, this is a secret method that leads to the Warlock Emperor rank. Yang Feng took down one of the 3 most precious and precious gray animal skin secret method scrolls placed on the golden bookshelf and looked at it. Suddenly, his eyes flashed with shock. The Thunder Emperor was a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse of the Archgod era. According to legend, after the Time Lord advanced to a Warlock Emperor, he didn't challenge the Thunder Emperor for a long time, because the Time Lord wasn't certain of his victory at the time. For some reason, the two Archgod Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses, the Thunder Emperor and the Flame Emperor, fought each other and injured their origin. In the end, they were besieged by the Time Lord along with 12 holy warlocks and 108 monarchs. After fighting for 3 days and 3 nights, they finally killed the Thunder Emperor. Once the Thunder Emperor died and the Flame Emperor disappeared, no one in the Zhangji Plain was the Time Lord's opponent. It was only after the Thunder Emperor was killed that the Time Lord became truly invincible. He grew stronger and stronger, never losing again. It was said that the Time Master had injured his origin in the battle with the Thunder Emperor, triggering his old injuries, which was why he had fallen so early. This led to the collapse of the first Warlock dynasty. Yang Feng's heart stirred, and his eyes flashed with excitement. Thunder Emperor 9 transformations. This is an Empyrean-grade secret method. In other words, secret methods of the same grade are also Empyrean-grade secret methods. Empyrean-grade secret methods were very rare. There were only 7 recognized Empyrean-grade secret methods in the human race. The Dawn text created by the Dawn Lord was considered to be the strongest holy-grade secret method. In addition to the 7 recognized Empyrean-grade secret methods of the human race, there were also many Empyrean-grade secret methods created by archgods, dragons of primordial, and other races. In the Second Warlock Dynasty era, the Taboo Lord plundered other races' Empyrean-grade secret methods for research, and finally created the Taboo text, which was a human warlock's Empyrean-grade secret method. Every complete Empyrean-grade secret method contained the painstaking effort of a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse as well as the research path they took. No Empyrean-grade secret method is outdated. The various secret methods developed by modern human warlocks are based on the 7 human Empyrean-grade secret methods as the core and combined with the secret methods created by countless powerhouses from other planes to develop them. Although the Empyrean-grade secret method Thunder Emperor 9 transformations could only be practiced by Archgod warlocks with the Thunder Emperor bloodline. However, other people could comprehend many principles from this Empyrean-grade secret method and create new secret methods. Flame Emperor Secret Method. When Yang Feng got the second animal skin scroll, his eyes flashed with excitement. The Flame Emperor was a powerhouse of the same rank as the Thunder Emperor. At the time, before the Time Lord promoted to a Warlock Emperor, he was hunted down and seriously injured by the Flame Emperor many times. After the Time Lord promoted to a Warlock Emperor, the two were apprehensive of each other, and didn't fight directly. After the Thunder Emperor died, the Flame Emperor disappeared. According to legend, the Flame Emperor died because he was too seriously injured in a fierce battle with the Thunder Emperor. The first 9 volumes of the Time text. As soon as Yang Feng opened the third animal skin scroll, his eyes flashed with excitement, and he uttered, "Time text, it's the Time text, how lucky." The harvest on this trip to the brilliant ancient capital is really great. The Time text is an Empyrean-grade secret method created by the Time Lord. It contains the law of time and is extremely powerful. At the time, the Time Lord controlled time with the Empyrean-grade secret treasure Wheel of Time. Illuminated by the light of the Wheel of Time, even Holy Spirit warlocks would have time reversed at will. They would either instantly age and decay, or instantly rejuvenate into an infant, and their power would dissipate completely. Countless other race powerhouses have joined forces to besiege the injured Time Lord, including many Holy Spirit warlocks. But in the end, they couldn't withstand a single blow from the Wheel of Time, and all of them died. The Time text is an Empyrean-grade secret method that contains the crystallization of the Time Lord's law of time. Since the first Warlock dynasty, there have been less than 100 people who have cultivated the original version of the Time text. And every person who has cultivated the Time text is a peerless genius of that era, virtually invincible in the same rank. Chapter 5:16. There were a total of 12 original volumes of the Time text. After going through the 8 warlock dynasties and countless battles and contests, the time text has fallen into the hands of different major forces. The Battle Demons sect has a quarter of the time text remnant volumes. The value of the 9 complete volumes of the time text is tremendous. Even if you can't directly cultivate the secret methods recorded in the time text, but you can obtain great inspiration from the time text and research all kinds of other secret methods. Although there were only 12 volumes of the time text, but it was all-encompassing. In addition to the secret methods created by the Time Lord, it also recorded many orthodox warlock cultivation methods and tricks. Although there were only 9 volumes of the time text, but they were much more valuable than the Thunder Emperor 9 transformations and the Flame Emperor secret method. After all, the time text was a secret method for human warlocks to cultivate, while the other 2 secret methods required Archgod bloodline warlocks with Thunder Emperor and Flame Emperor bloodline to cultivate. After collecting all the animal skin volumes on the golden bookshelf, Yang Feng went to the 6 halos and examined them carefully. In each of the 6 halos, there was a bronze halberd, a green ancient bow, a large golden seal, a ring, a long black box, and an ancient bronze shield. World Ring. Shoot the Heavens Bow. Mountain Shield. Come here. Yang Feng recited the names of the 3 secret treasures, and the 3 halos shattered, and the 3 treasures turned into 3 golden rays that fell into his hand. As soon as the 3 treasures fell into his hand, light shone, and he disappeared. He was teleported out of the brilliant ancient capital. A strange spatial force enveloped Yang Feng, and in the next moment, he appeared in a strange valley. Caught it. This drawing god tower is really amazing. Yang Feng looked around and saw 26 warlocks standing around him, each with a Starry Sky warlock rank cultivation base or above. The 2 people in the lead were a junior Moonlight warlock and an intermediate Moonlight warlock. At the center of the valley was a small tower that was 10 meters tall and engraved with countless mysterious runes. Rays of strange green light radiated from the small tower and rose into the sky, forming strange paths in the sky. The 26 warlocks in the surroundings had dark yellow skin, short statuses, and exuded a ruthless and bloody aura from their foreheads. Shrouded in fiendish chi, they were clearly vicious people who had taken countless lives. The junior Moonlight warlock dressed in a yellow robe stared at Yang Feng with gloomy killing intent in his eyes and said frigidly, "Boy, hand over all your storage treasures. We can let you live. Otherwise, this will be your burial ground." Yang Feng frowned slightly and asked, "Who are you?" The eyes of a one-eyed quasi-Moonlight warlock shimmered with frigid killing intent, and he uttered frigidly, "We are from the Butagania blood group. Brat, hand over all the treasures you got from the brilliant ancient capital. Otherwise, we'll peel off your skin inch by inch, seal your cultivation base, and roast you over a fire." Butagania blood group? Never heard of it. A force with Moonlight warlocks. If this was the Fuso subcontinent, there's no way I wouldn't have heard of it. In other words, this isn't the Fuso subcontinent. You people should be scum who specialize in robbing warlocks who leave the brilliant ancient capital. However, since you provoked me, you're out of luck. Go to hell, all of you. With a flash of killing intent in his eyes, Yang Feng pressed the dimensional badge on his chest, and a black ray shone, and an arc-shaped battlestar suddenly appeared and fired a rain of light barreling towards the 26 Starry Sky warlocks. Swept by the dense rain of light, the magic shields and life force fields of the 6 Starry Sky warlocks were shattered, and they disappeared in the rain of light. Countless Starry Sky rippers descended from the sky at Mach 10 speed and attacked the remaining 20 warlocks. You're courting death. I'm going to catch you, skin you alive, and break your bones inch by inch. I'll dig out your eyes and liver to go with my wine. Eyes shot with blood, the junior Moonlight warlock bellowed and belched a stream of scarlet fire barreling towards Yang Feng. Wherever the scarlet flames passed, the surrounding space was burned to the point of being slightly distorted. A cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng extended his hand, and a whirlpool suddenly appeared and swallowed the scarlet fire, and then sent it into his semi-plane. He operated the Battle Demon secret method, and the black Battle Demon armor covered his whole body. Die! Yang Feng silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and the 9 revolutions divine wind suddenly appeared and turned into a violent storm sweeping towards the junior Moonlight Warlock. The junior Moonlight Warlock's face fell, and he silently recited an incantation. Suddenly, green runes appeared and formed a hexagram, and a wind hexagram barrier constructed from wind elemental particles opened. The junior Moonlight Warlock was a powerful elemental warlock. Without being restrained, elemental warlocks were among the most powerful warlocks, comparable to bloodline warlocks in terms of battle prowess. Elemental Warlock. Unfortunately, you don't have the corresponding elemental secret treasure. Otherwise, you might barely be able to fight me. Yang Feng smiled coldly, and the 9 revolutions divine wind instantly shrouded the wind hexagram barrier. The sharp and violent 9 revolutions divine wind slashed the barrier apart, and countless wisps of divine wind slashed the junior Moonlight Warlock into countless pieces. You dared to kill Baba Tag. I'm going to eat you. After Yang Feng insta-killed the junior Moonlight Warlock, the eyes of the intermediate Moonlight Warlock flickered fiercely, and he stimulated the power of bloodline inside him. His body fluttered, and he turned into a 100-meter-tall lava giant covered in flames and issued a heaven-shaking roar. Lava giants were powerhouses among giants. Living in magma and volcanoes, they could innately manipulate the force of fire. They were fearsome existences that could fight dragon and ogre rank powerhouses. What a pity. I just want to kill you, not exchange pointers with you. Yang Feng snapped his fingers, and the Arc Battlestar's main artillery flashed, and a resplendent beam of light slammed into the intermediate Moonlight Warlock lava giant and vaporized the upper half of the lava giant's body, leaving only a moonlight core behind. So strong. This guy is so strong. He's a monster. When the Starry Sky Warlocks saw this scene, shock streaked past their eyes, and they blurred into motion, turned into streams of light, and fled in different directions. The 2 Moonlight Warlocks have already died. Even though the remaining Starry Sky Warlocks could contend against a Moonlight Warlock, but they still weren't willing to fight to the death. Want to escape? Come back, all of you. With a cold smile on his face, Yang Feng spread the fingers of a hand, the law of space surged, and spatial mirrors appeared in front of the fleeing Starry Sky Warlocks and engulfed them. Spatial mirrors suddenly appeared and opened. The Starry Sky Warlocks have just left the spatial mirrors, when they were met with a rain of light from the Arc Battlestar. Swept by the dense rain of light, the remaining Starry Sky Warlocks were only able to resist for less than a second before they were all killed. Engineering robots flew out of the Arc Battlestar, searched for the corpses of the Starry Sky Warlocks, and brought them into the Battlestar. These guys are really savage. So many people died tragically at their hands. All the storage treasures were gathered in Yang Feng's hand. He scanned the storage secret treasures with his spirit force, and then frowned at once. In the storage secret treasures of the Warlocks, there were many Warlock corpses. Many of the Warlock corpses had traces of extreme abuse. Ordinary people would feel nauseous at the sight of these corpses. They just wanted to kill these beasts. This is the Indivisi subcontinent. The guys in this subcontinent cultivate very strange secret methods. Similar to pleasing evil gods, they draw power from human pain. There is a dangerous force hidden in this subcontinent, and the experts of this dangerous force are at least glorious Dawn Warlocks. They aren't existences that I can provoke at present. A lot of information was quickly fed back from the heads of the Warlocks killed by Yang Feng. After reading the information, Yang Feng frowned slightly. In the Indivisi subcontinent, human Warlocks cultivate an extremely evil secret method. Similar to ancient devils and fiends, they abuse life forms and draw power from the pain and despair of intelligent life forms. Gods draw power from the faith of intelligent life forms, while evil gods, ancient devils, fiends, and darkness gods draw power from the pain, fear, despair, grief, and other negative emotions of intelligent life forms. Yang Feng mused that Sangji Plain's human warlocks have declined after all. If it was in the era of the 8 warlock dynasties, unless the central warlock dynasty acquiesced, it would be impossible for anyone to cultivate such a secret method. An infinity warlock rank powerhouse can flatten the Fuso subcontinent and the Indivisi subcontinent. It's impossible for them to cultivate such an evil secret method. The warlock emperors of the 8 warlock dynasties were all people of great talent and bold vision. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to create such a brilliant warlock civilization and suppress countless planes. In the era of the 8 warlock dynasties, no one in the Zhangji Plain dared to openly cultivate evil secret methods, and particularly evil secret methods. Chapter 5:17. In the eras of the 8 warlock dynasties, subcontinents like the Fuso subcontinent that openly cultivated evil secret methods were suppressed and purged by warlock armies led by infinity warlock rank powerhouses. Evil gods that seduced humans into depravity were captured, suppressed, and turned into research materials of the warlock dynasties. Although the Great Cloud Dynasty, Breast Dynasty, Bajor Dynasty, and Kader Dynasty also had the power to crush low-level subcontinents like the Fuso subcontinent, but due to mutual restraint and apprehension, they wouldn't rashly take action against the subcontinents. After all, the Fuso subcontinent was backed by an infinity warlock rank evil god. Undercurrents were surging in the Indivisi subcontinent as well. The Great Cloud Dynasty and the other 3 dynasties couldn't send too many experts to guard these subcontinents. Their main strength was to protect their dynasties. Yang Feng glanced at the summoning god pagoda, showed a smile, and beckoned with his hand, and the summoning god pagoda entered his hand. This summoning god pagoda is really a unique treasure. It can even attract the spatial disorder teleportation of the brilliant ancient capital. Human warlock alchemists are really amazing. The summoning god pagoda was a level 7 secret treasure. Although it couldn't be used to fight, but it could be used to interfere with space. It could interfere with spatial disorder teleportation and lead people to the side of this secret treasure. It was a very unique and mystical secret treasure. Since I'm here, then I'll set up a stronghold first. With a secret stronghold, I can freely travel to and from this subcontinent. With a thought, Yang Feng put away all the treasures, converged his aura, and used the Earth Essence escape method to travel freely with the help of the Earth Force and disappeared 100 kilometers away. Yang Feng had a top-notch warp gate, a peerless treasure that could travel between planes. As long as he set up a secret stronghold in the Indivisi subcontinent, he could easily travel to and from many continents. Each continent would be like his back garden. This was the benefit of a top-notch warp gate. Warp gate technology was at the core of the Shizu's technological system. In every area ruled by the Shizu, there would be countless warp gates. The warp gates could ensure that Shizu fleets could quickly go to any corner of the universe to suppress opponents. In the Zhangji Plain, there were teleportation arrays similar to warp gates, which could allow human warlocks to quickly cross tens of thousands of kilometers. However, it was extremely difficult to make a teleportation array. It required the most top-notch alchemists and countless rare materials to refine. On the other hand, the Shi clan's warp gates could be mass-produced. This was the difference between the two civilizations. Relying on the spell energy observation, Yang Feng examined the flow of life magic energy between heaven and earth, and then walked towards the place where the life magic energy was the thinnest. The denser the creature mana was, the more powerhouses there would be. Warlocks would only establish warlock pagodas in places rich in life magic energy. No formidable warlocks would be willing to stay in places without life magic energy. After passing through a forest, a heavily armed caravan appeared in front of Yang Feng, its caravan stretching for several li. As soon as they saw Yang Feng arrive, the caravan became nervous. Two guards stepped forward, pointed their bows at Yang Feng, and barked, "Who are you?" Yang Feng swept the caravan with a glance, and immediately understood the entire caravan situation. The guards of the caravan were ordinary people, their strength at most was at the advanced warrior rank. There were a total of 55 warriors in the caravan. In addition, there was also an apprentice warlock in the caravan. The apprentice warlock was sitting in a luxurious carriage in the caravan. Yang Feng said with a slight smile, "My name is Ian, I'm an ordinary traveler currently traveling the world." After listening to Yang Feng, the two guards unconsciously put down their weapons. One of the guards revealed a gentle smile and said, "So that's how it is. This is the Turun caravan, we don't welcome outsiders. Please leave this place. I'll tell you where you'd like to go." The guard commander's complexion suddenly changed greatly, his eyes flashed with a touch of graveness, and he quickly moved towards the two luxurious carriages in the caravan. The guard commander said with a solemn expression, "Miss, there's a freak coming out of the red leaf forest, and arrived near our caravan. I suspect that he's a formidable official warlock, or a formidable apprentice warlock." A soft voice came from the caravan, "What's the reason?" The guard commander said in a low voice, "Taji, Duo Gu, they're both irascible and unruly fellows. Even I'm not that convinced. When the two of them met that person, they became docile. Only extraordinary power can make them behave like that." Yang Feng was slightly surprised when he heard that, and carefully looked at the guard commander. Yang Feng's current strength was comparable to that of a transcendent, he didn't need to cast any spells. As long as he willed it, his tremendous spirit force would be able to freely manipulate the feelings of mortals. As long as he was willing, with a single thought, he could make that guard commander see him as his savior. With a single thought, he could make a young girl fall in love with him. Yang Feng had only used a small trick on the two guards, slightly distorting their feelings, making them feel that Yang Feng was very cordial, and thus became very friendly towards him. He hadn't used any spells, nor had there been the slightest fluctuation of magic. Even a moonlight warlock wouldn't be able to see through his tricks. Although the guard commander's strength wasn't high, but his observation skills were astonishingly strong. He saw through the abnormality at a glance, and then came to report it. Yang Feng smiled faintly, feeling somewhat rueful inside. Many ordinary people also have their redeeming qualities. Unfortunately, they're too weak. Although the guard commander was extremely clever, and had responded appropriately, but their fate was still completely at Yang Feng's whim. Their life and death were completely out of their control. No matter what tricks they used, they couldn't harm Yang Feng in the slightest. This was the domain of gods and demons. A soft voice came from the luxurious carriage, saying, "To be able to affect the thinking and character of humans, if it was done by that person, then he must be a formidable existence above the official warlock rank. We must take the initiative to visit him. Otherwise, once he gets angry, then everyone in our caravan will die." The strength of warlocks was far superior to that of ordinary people. Therefore, in many places, warlocks simply didn't regard ordinary people as their own kind. Only the Great Cloud Dynasty, the Brest Dynasty, the Bajor Dynasty, and the Kader Dynasty, these four dynasties strictly restricted the behavior of warlocks, and didn't allow warlocks to indiscriminately kill the innocent. Of course, even in the Great Cloud Dynasty, there were still a lot of crimes hidden in many corners where the forces of dynasties couldn't extend. A short-haired beauty with wheat-colored skin, a height of about 1.7 meters, slightly thick lips, a sexy and well-developed figure, dressed in extraordinary life-form hide clothes, and brimming with youthful vigor, alighted from the luxurious carriage. As soon as the short-haired beauty alighted from the carriage, the gazes of countless young men in the caravan were deeply attracted by her. The short-haired beauty with the cultivation base of a level 3 apprentice warlock alighted from the carriage, took a deep look at Yang Feng, and her beautiful eyes suddenly flashed with astonishment. Why doesn't he have any life force? Could it be that he's just an ordinary person? Or is his strength far beyond the standard of an official warlock? The short-haired beauty was also a level 3 apprentice warlock. She had seen several level 1 warlocks, and even a level 2 warlock. Each of those warlocks exuded a powerful life force, which made an apprentice warlock like her feel intimidated at first sight. She couldn't see that Yang Feng had a life force, and was immediately astonished. As her thoughts revolved lightning fast, the short-haired beauty came to Yang Feng's side, exuding a fragrance, and said gracefully, "Level 3 apprentice warlock Adriana has seen you, sir. May I ask if you are a warlock, sir?" When the guards saw Adriana salute Yang Feng, surprise flashed in their eyes at once. They knew very well how proud a woman Adriana was, to the extent that even many aristocrats didn't treat her with respect. After hearing her question, the guards showed a look of understanding. A warlock, an official warlock, was a great bigwig in this 100-kilometer radius area. Even arrogant aristocrats had to lower their arrogant heads and show humility when they met an official warlock. Yang Feng said lightly, "Yes, I am a warlock." Adriana spoke more respectfully, "Our caravan is about to go to the Stupa city. May I ask if you would like to go with us, sir?" Ordinary warlocks below the Starry Sky warlock rank exuded a powerful life force at all times. Only after warlocks evolved to the Starry Sky warlock rank could they absorb all their power into the Starry Sky core and return to their original state, making it difficult for others to see their strength. Although Adriana didn't know this, but she also understood that a warlock who could restrain their life force was far stronger than she imagined. She didn't dare to be disrespectful. Official warlocks were powerful beings with inhuman strength. Many official warlocks didn't care about the lives of ordinary people. If they encountered a wicked warlock who liked to hunt humans and conduct evil experiments, then everyone in the caravan would die. Yang Feng responded, "Okay. I also want to go to the Stupa city. Please get on the carriage." Adriana very respectfully gave up the only luxurious carriage in the caravan, and Yang Feng entered the luxurious carriage and sat down without a trace of politeness. After Yang Feng entered the luxurious carriage, he said flatly, 1,000 meters ahead, there is a group of soldiers. They have 321 people, 136 horses, and 3 knights. They set up an ambush around a small hillside. When she heard that, Adriana's pretty face flickered, and she said more respectfully, "Thank you, sir." Chapter 5:18. On a small hillside, more than 300 warriors were crawling on the ground, attentively watching the passage leading to the Stupa city. A fat knight rank expert said in a low voice, "Boss, the Taran caravan has a level 3 apprentice warlock. Her strength surpasses ours by far." The gazes of the more than 300 warriors also focused on a black-armored knight, their eyes flashing with a touch of worry. A level 3 apprentice warlock was extremely powerful, the various level 0 spells she grasped, extraordinary life forms and other knowledge she possessed were beyond the imagination of mortals. For mortals, a level 3 apprentice warlock was extremely frightening. The knight dressed in a black armor said in a deep voice, "Danny, level 3 apprentice warlocks don't have a life force field to protect them, they basically can't resist arrows. As long as we sneak attack her, she'll definitely die. As long as we finish this job, we won't be able to spend the rest of our lives. We won't have to live such a bloody life anymore." When the rest of the sub-leaders thought of the extremely generous reward, their hearts heated up and they revealed looks of greed. A sub-leader's complexion suddenly changed greatly, and he cried out in alarm, "Boss, your face, only to see a black ant the size of a baby's finger crawl up to the black-armored knight's face and bite him. The black-armored knight's face suddenly swelled up, a black line extended from his face towards his heart. yet he ignored it. Instead, he creased his eyebrows slightly and said, "Tassie, what's wrong with you? Don't make a fuss." "That's right, why is there a big ant on your face?" The sub-leader was suddenly alarmed. He carelessly touched his face with his hand, touched the black ant the size of a baby's finger, and uttered extremely miserable cries. "I was wrong. I don't want to die. I beg you, spare my life. I beg you, spare my life." When the sub-leaders saw the strange black ants on the faces of the other soldiers, they also touched their faces with their hands, and the strange black ants came off their faces. Their eyes shimmered with fear and despair. "Spare my life. I don't want to die. I beg you, spare my life. I'm willing to do anything." The more than 300 warriors fell into a state of panic, confusion, fear, and despair, all of them screaming miserably. In the end, as they screamed in despair, they fell to the ground one by one, turning into more than 300 corpses. Not long after, the Talon caravan arrived. 20 guards came over to clean up the battlefield. One of the guards looked at the 300 blackened corpses and his eyes flashed with shock. He said in a low voice, "How powerful. Over 300 people died just like that. Lady Adriana's strength is truly unfathomable." The other guard sighed slightly, his eyes flashing with a touch of complexity. "Of course, this is the gap between us mortals and warlocks. Adriana was the most beautiful woman these guards had ever seen. Many of them adored her, but they were well aware that ordinary people like them and apprentice warlocks like Adriana were of two different worlds." Another guard said, "Lady Adriana is just an apprentice warlock, while that sir is a true warlock. That lord's strength is truly unfathomable." The other guard said with a smile, "A true warlock? For us, there's no difference. Whether it was an apprentice warlock or a true warlock, for ordinary people, they were terrifying existences that they couldn't afford to provoke. In front of such existences, ordinary people like them could only remain humble." Light knocking sounds came from in front of the luxurious carriage, and then Adriana's voice sounded, "Sir, I am Adriana. May I come in?" Yang Feng creased his eyebrows slightly and put the lightning awl into a storage ring. Each of the 3 secret treasures Yang Feng obtained from the brilliant Great Holy was a monarch-grade secret treasure, and the World Ring was even a holy-grade secret treasure. Each of the 3 secret treasures was extremely powerful. With Yang Feng's current strength, if he used any one of them, his power would be drained in an instant. The level 7 secret treasure lightning awl, on the other hand, could barely be used by Yang Feng as a powerful trump card. Yang Feng said, "Come in." Adriana boarded the luxurious carriage respectfully and bowed to Yang Feng, saying, "Sir Ian, you're really remarkable. As you said, there are enemies lying in ambush ahead. Thank you very much for your help. Otherwise, the Taran caravan would be in danger." As a level 3 apprentice warlock, Adriana could use all kinds of extraordinary life forms to kill more than 300 ordinary soldiers silently. But once she was ambushed by the more than 300 ordinary soldiers, she would be in danger of dying. Yang Feng said flatly, "It's nothing. If there's nothing else, you can leave." For this small caravan, the ambush of the more than 300 ordinary soldiers was a matter of life and death as well as the rise and fall of a force. But in front of a powerhouse like Yang Feng, it was nothing more than a matter of lifting a finger. Adriana's pretty face changed several times, and then her beautiful eyes finally shimmered with determination. "Sir, I have a big secret to tell you." Yang Feng's expression remained unchanged, showing no curiosity. A trifling level 3 apprentice warlock couldn't take out any treasure that could move a transcendent rank powerhouse like Yang Feng. In this caravan, Adriana was admired by countless guards like a goddess. But her appearance and temperament weren't on the same level as a stunning beauty like Eunice. She couldn't move Yang Feng at all. 3 years ago, City Master Malito of the Stupa city suddenly went against the grain and slaughtered ordinary people and warlocks everywhere. The surroundings of the Stupa city have now become hell on earth. On the surface, we're going to the Stupa city to conduct business transactions. But in fact, our real purpose is to go to the Stupa city to collect evidence of Melito's evil deeds. After collecting evidence of City Lord Melito's perverse actions, the Radiant Sword will send experts to kill Melito. City Master Melito of the Stupa city was already a level 2 warlock 3 years ago. After he switched to cultivating an evil secret method, his strength will likely increase very quickly. He may already be a level 3 warlock. Sir, if you go to the Stupa city, it will be very dangerous. You may be captured at any time and become a sacrifice for his evil method. Adriana said with a solemn expression. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with a queer shade. Level 3 warlock? In the Fuso subcontinent, the Imperial Guards in Yang Feng's royal palace were great warlock rank experts. Level 3 warlocks didn't even have the qualifications to join the Imperial Guards. Yang Feng closed his eyes and said lightly, I see. After hearing about level 3 warlock, he showed no fear. Is he also a powerful level 3 warlock? In other words, he's a great warlock above level 3. Adriana's thoughts churned, and she retreated respectfully. 2 days later, the Stupa city exuding an ancient, desolate, and declining aura appeared in front of the group. On the road leading to ancient Pagoda City, there were crosses inserted one after another, and on those crosses, there were corpses nailed one after another. Many of the corpses were already covered with insects, and their bodies were filled with the miserable state of being tortured. It was unbearable to look at. Yang Feng swept the road nailed with countless crosses and frowned slightly. What crimes did these people commit? Do they deserve to be killed? When it came to enemies, Yang Feng would mercilessly kill them without any hesitation. As for ordinary people, he would judge them according to the law. He would kill some people who had committed heinous crimes without mercy, but he wouldn't kill the innocent. When he was on the Feisua plain, Yang Feng had made several corpse forests in the Red Earth wasteland and hung the corpses of bandits, killers, and slave hunters he killed in the corpse forests to intimidate the other scum. Adriana looked at the crosses on both sides of the road with anger in her eyes. Most of these people were innocent, which was why they were killed by the Stupa city's city master Melito. As for the scum and scum, they have become the subordinates and confidants of the Stupa city's city master. The Stupa city has become a hell on earth, and order has collapsed. If it wasn't for the fact that the prices in the Stupa city are high and the profits of merchants are high, no one would be willing to go to the Stupa city to do business. Yang Feng frowned slightly and said in a low voice, killing the innocent? Yang Feng was still somewhat skeptical about Adriana's words. Unless he used a detection spell, he couldn't immediately believe the words of a person he had been with for less than 10 days. In the world of warlocks, people who easily believed the words of a person could easily die. After the Tarun caravan paid the entrance fee, it entered the city under the strange gazes of the guards guarding the gate. As soon as he entered the Stupa city, Yang Feng saw from his carriage that there were very few pedestrians in the city. The doors of the houses were closed, and almost no one came out to do business. Even the few people he saw on the street had numb expressions on their faces, looking like walking corpses. A group of knights galloped towards them, accompanied by waves of laughter and laughter. Yang Feng glanced at the knights, and his eyes shimmered with frigid killing intent. The group of knights, who were about 18 or 19 years old, had unruly and ruthless looks on their faces. Each of them was dragging a naked woman behind their horses. Many of the women were already covered in injuries from being dragged, and were screaming in pain. The knights, on the other hand, were laughing excitedly. A cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng mused, devil in human skin, such scum. It seems that the Stupa city has really decayed to the extreme. Chapter 519. Caravan. Which caravan are you? Tell the leader of your caravan to come out and see me. It was the guy in the luxurious carriage. If he doesn't come out, I'll peel off your skin and dig out your hearts to go with my wine. A fat, fair-skinned young man with slightly swollen eyes hugged a naked, big-breasted beauty. He spurred his horse and stopped in front of the Talon caravan, shouting loudly. 30 cavalrymen with numb expressions and a sinister mark between their eyebrows immediately stepped forward and pointed their 3-meter-long dragon spears at the guards of the Taran caravan. A terrifying Sky Knight level pressure emanated from the cavalrymen, making it hard for everyone in the caravan to breathe. Any Sky Knight rank expert could fight against a level 1 warlock and had the possibility of killing a level 1 warlock. It was entirely possible for 30 Sky Knight rank experts to besiege and kill an official warlock. They weren't existences that the Talon caravan's guards could contend against. Yang Feng and Adriana slowly alighted from the luxurious carriage. As soon as the fat young man with puffy eyes saw Adriana, his eyes lit up. He revealed a lewd smile and laughed unscrupulously, "Beauty. This beauty's quality is not bad. Moreover, she is an apprentice warlock, interesting. This time, he could have some fun." An apprentice warlock, compared to those mortal women, was much more fun. Their vitality was much stronger than that of mortal women, so they wouldn't die so easily after being tortured. I'm really lucky to be able to get a female apprentice warlock. Adriana suddenly felt a chill in her heart. She originally planned to sneak into the ancient pagoda city before taking her time to act, but she didn't expect to be targeted by that young man as soon as she entered and faced the danger of death. Adriana forced herself to remain calm. I'm Adriana, the person in charge of the Taran caravan. May I know who you are? The young man with puffy eyes laughed arrogantly and stared at Adriana like a cat toying with a mouse. Ha! This young master is the only son of the ancient pagoda city lord, Morlito. Adriana said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, so it's young master Kenta. I am the Talon caravan. If something happens to me in the ancient pagoda city, I will have to pay for it. Then our Talon caravan will view the ancient pagoda city as our enemy and will no longer travel to the ancient pagoda city. I'm afraid you won't be able to bear such a loss, young Master Kenta. Why don't I give you 1,000 magic stones and we can forget about this matter? A ruthless glint flashed across Kenta's eyes. His face was as hideous as a ghost's as he roared furiously, "Are you threatening me? You bitch, how dare you threaten me? You lowly livestock, you're obviously livestock to please us upper-class people. How dare you threaten me? Go! Capture her alive. After I play with her, I will break every single bone in her body inch by inch. We'll use her screams to accompany the wine. Young Master Kenta, her eyeballs are not bad. I want them as decorations. Her hands are very beautiful, I want to chop off her hands for my collection." The aristocratic youngsters following behind Kenta exuded a chaotic and wicked aura and uttered cruel words. Kenta's words had just fallen, when the 30 soldiers with numb faces and a wicked rune engraved on their foreheads erupted with Sky Knight rank chi, blurred into motion, and pounced on Adriana like 30 ferocious tigers. Adriana's pretty face suddenly changed dramatically, and her eyes shimmered with despair. If she was captured alive by Kenta and the other aristocratic youngsters, she would suffer a fate worse than death. Yang Feng glanced at the 30 soldiers with wicked runes on their foreheads and said, "What a bunch of scum. Kill these scumbags." A tyrannical spirit fluctuation came from Yang Feng's sea of knowledge and entered the evil runes on the foreheads of the 30 soldiers. The evil runes twisted and turned into control brands, and he took over the control of the 30 soldiers. The figures of the 30 incantation warriors flashed, and they suddenly pounced towards the aristocratic youths. The dragon spears in their hands stabbed towards the youths, piercing them one by one. "No! Don't! You lowly livestock, how dare you attack me? Dad, save me! My dad is Earl Dandon of the Stupa city." Under the threat of death, the aristocratic youngsters screamed miserably, wailed miserably, and some even begged for Yang Feng's forgiveness. But under Yang Feng's order, the 30 soldiers mercilessly stabbed the aristocratic youngsters to death, and then threw them aside like garbage. Kenta's eyes flickered with fear as he roared madly, "You lowly peasant, you damned livestock, how dare you kill my friend? My father Morlito will definitely kill you, pull out your tendons, skin you alive, and torture you to death. However, if you side with me and capture that woman and offer her to me, I'll spare your dog life and let you be my dog. You can enjoy the women I have left behind. Don't worry, I'll send you down first, and then send your father to accompany you." Yang Feng flicked his finger, and 9 revolutions divine wind swept towards Kenta. Kenta radiated 3 magic lights, and the 3 secret treasures Morlito left for his son activated in an instant. But in the next moment, Kenta, along with the 3 secret treasures, turned into countless fragments that scattered on the ground. The street was filled with a strong smell of blood, making it look like hell. Yang Feng, like a demon walking in hell, judged the wicked sinners. "Who's there? How dare you kill my son? I'll pull out your tendons, skin you alive, and tear you to pieces." An extremely ferocious roar came from a castle, and a short man covered in a layer of bloody mist, exuding great warlock rank might, exuding a fearsome great warlock rank might, flew over. Adriana's pretty face flickered, a look of despair streaked past her beautiful eyes, and she muttered, "Great warlock." He actually practiced cultivation to the great warlock rank. The strongest expert of the Sword of Light only had junior great warlock rank cultivation base. If Morlito promoted to a great warlock, then the strongest expert of the Sword of Light may not be his opponent. Die! Yang Feng flicked his finger, and 9 revolutions divine wind swept out. Morlito, who was flying over from afar, was torn apart and turned into countless bloody fragments that scattered on the ground. Adriana's cherry lips opened slightly. Her beautiful eyes were dull and flashing with disbelief. She reached out to rub her eyes, looked at Morlito's corpse that had turned into a pile of broken pieces, and murmured, "Dead. Morlito died just like that?" Morlito was the overlord of this area, and his ferocity was awe-inspiring. God knows how many warlocks wanted to kill this beast, only to be killed by him instead. Originally, Adriana thought that Yang Feng and Morlito would have a fierce battle, and that even if the unfathomable Yang Feng won, he would still be heavily injured. When necessary, she would even have to fight to the death. But now, Yang Feng casually pointed with a finger, and the seemingly powerful Morlito died just like that. This made her worldview collapse. Adriana looked at Yang Feng with surprise and delight, and mused, "Legend has it that there is a higher realm above the great warlock realm. Those warlocks are comparable to gods. He must be a warlock comparable to gods." As soon as Morlito was killed, more than 20 rays of light flew out from the castle and fled in different directions. These are the warlocks recruited by Morlito to serve as his minions. Yang Feng spread the fingers of a hand, and spatial mirrors appeared in front of him. The spatial mirrors set off ripples, and 23 warlocks with different appearances flew out. "Sir, spare me. Sir, spare my lowly life. I'm willing to serve you, sir. Sir, please spare my life. I'm willing to do anything for you." When the 23 warlocks with different appearances saw this scene, their faces turned ashen, and they pleaded frantically. Yang Feng uttered coldly with an indifferent look in his eyes, "When those ordinary people were tortured and killed by you beasts, they must have begged bitterly like this. But you beasts never let them off. Since you beasts have no humanity, then go to hell." Yang Feng has always believed in an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. These scum had no humanity, tortured and killed ordinary people in pursuit of power. He hated such beasts the most. Naturally, he wouldn't give them a chance to live. A female warlock with long blue hair, a sexy figure, and an ordinary appearance shouted, I am a spy sent by the Sword of Light to infiltrate this place. I have never tortured and killed an innocent mortal. Sir, please spare my life." Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and a lie detection spell fell on the female warlock. According to the lie detection spell, she didn't lie. "I am also a spy of the Sword of Light. I am a spy of the Tower of Darkness." The 22 warlocks with different appearances struggled and screamed. Lie detection spells fell on them and revealed red lights of lies. Once a warlock was detected to have lied, the incomparably violent hurricane would immediately shred them into countless pieces, turning them into countless corpses that scattered on the ground. When the female warlock with long blue hair saw this scene, her tender body trembled slightly, and a look of fear streaked past her beautiful eyes. Generally speaking, after the other warlocks killed the mastermind, they would let the other warlocks live. But Yang Feng was completely different. Not only did he kill the mastermind, but he also killed the warlocks who were his minions. He showed no mercy. When she thought that she was on the verge of death, the female warlock with long blue hair felt a lingering fear. If she had spoken a step slower, she would have become a corpse by now. Chapter 520. The long-haired blue-haired female warlock took out a bottle of potion and drank it. Her face was full of pockmarks and even had burn marks. She looked like an old witch who had gone through countless evil experiments. Her face trembled slightly, then quickly squirmed and turned into a pretty face with regular facial features, exuding the aura of a mature woman. When Adriana saw the pretty face of the female warlock, she immediately stepped forward and saluted respectfully, "Lady Ellie." Ellie glanced at Adriana, and a look of doubt streaked past her beautiful eyes. "You are?" Adriana was just a mere level 3 apprentice warlock. In Ellie's eyes, she was just a minor character. Ellie didn't remember knowing this person. Adriana replied respectfully, "I am Adriana, a level 3 apprentice warlock of the Sword of Light." Ellie was a very powerful level 3 warlock and a powerhouse with a very high status in the Sword of Light. She was the idol that Adriana worshipped. "So it's you." Ellie showed a look of realization, nodded to Adriana, strode to Yang Feng, and bowed respectfully. "Ellie greets you, sir." "How do I address you, sir?" Yang Feng replied flatly, "My name is Ian." With that, Yang Feng strode towards Melito's villa. He could vaguely feel that there seemed to be something calling him from inside the villa. Seeing Yang Feng leave, Ellie hesitated for a moment, and then gritted her teeth and was about to follow him, when she heard a voice in her ear, "Since you are a spy, you should have some understanding of the Stupa city. Come and rectify the Stupa city. Kill all those who have committed crimes deserving of death." Ellie replied respectfully, "Yes, sir." The warlock powerhouses in the Stupa city have already been killed by Yang Feng. Ellie, a level 3 warlock, coupled with Adriana, a level 3 apprentice warlock, and the guards of the caravan, can take control of the Stupa city. In the Stupa city, there is no force that can resist a level 3 warlock. Yang Feng came to the villa where Melito lived. After passing through several winding corridors, he came to a secret room. Pushing open the door of the secret chamber, one could see a blood-colored altar filled with an evil aura. At the center of the blood-colored altar was a strange statue of a handsome humanoid being with 3 vertical eyes, a pitch-black body, and a powerful appearance. Next to the bloody altar, there is a pool of blood. The blood in the pool churned and exuded a nauseating fishy smell. In the center of the pool of blood, there is a black plate with an ordinary-looking left hand. This is the left hand of the brilliant sage. That damn beast wants to use the negative energy of humans to erode that left hand and transform it into an evil artifact. When Yang Feng saw the left hand in the center of the blood pool, he suddenly understood that it is the left hand of the brilliant Great Holy. Human warlocks above the Moonlight Warlock rank were terrifying existences comparable to transcendence. Their bodies, like the corpses of extraordinary life forms, were top-notch refining materials. The corpses of Holy Spirit warlocks are top-notch secret treasure materials. Holy Spirit warlocks are the strongest existences at the pinnacle of human warlocks. Since ancient times, no matter what era, they have been the most powerful group of people. Reportedly, many of the 12 Holy Spirit warlocks who followed the Time Lord are only slightly weaker than the Time Lord. The Brilliant Sage is one of the most powerful Holy Spirit warlocks. At the time, he was even an opponent of the Time Lord. In the end, he was defeated by the Time Lord and became a follower of the Time Lord. In the first Warlock Dynasty era, the 12 Holy Spirit warlocks who followed the Time Lord were the most powerful human Holy Spirit warlocks of that era. Each of the 12 human great sages has slain many other race Holy Spirit warlock rank powerhouses. Even though hundreds of thousands of years have passed, but the left hand of the Brilliant Sage still shows no signs of decay. His fleshly body has taken on a trace of immortality, which is a characteristic that only Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses possess. At the time, the Brilliant Sage was a peerless genius who was only a step away from becoming a Warlock Emperor. But in the end, he was born in the wrong era and was no match for the Time Lord. Otherwise, he is likely to be the founder of a human Warlock dynasty. Every Warlock Emperor has practiced cultivation to the point where their fleshly body is immortal. If they are not refined or destroyed, then no matter how many years pass, their fleshly body will not decay. The fleshly body is easy to cultivate, but the soul is difficult to refine. No matter how powerful an existence is, the soul will eventually decay and perish. Once the soul perishes, even a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse will find it hard to escape death. The reason why gods were able to live for so long was because gods used the spiritual faith of countless people to create a world with special laws. They absorbed the power of faith that contained a trace of the soul power of intelligent creatures and stayed in their divine kingdom to live for more than millions of years. The left hand of the Brilliant Sage with immortality is definitely a top-secret treasure refining material. The statue of the evil existence manipulated Malido to commit all kinds of cruel and tyrannical acts. It used human despair, jealousy, cruelty, and other evil forces to corrode the Brilliant Sage's left hand. It wanted to corrode the Brilliant Sage's left hand and turn it into an evil treasure. Yang Feng flicked his finger, and 7-color Skyfire suddenly appeared and turned into a fire dragon that pounced towards the evil statue. The evil statue absorbed the negative force of countless humans in the surroundings, and then suddenly erupted with Starry Sky Warlock rank evil aura. As if it came to life, it threatened coldly in a voice that was neither male nor female, "Lowly human, you dare to blaspheme a true god. I will curse you, curse your children and grandchildren. The men will be slaves for generations and the women will be prostitutes for generations." A ray of black cursed light suddenly shot out from the 3 vertical eyes of the evil statue. 7-color Skyfire swept out and devoured the black light of curse together with the evil statue. The face of the evil statue twisted, and it screamed in horror, "Impossible. You're a Starry Sky Warlock? No, a Moonlight Warlock? How can there be a Moonlight Warlock here?" In a place like the Stupa City, where life magic energy was scarce, a great Warlock rank powerhouse was enough to dominate a region. If there was no special reason, Moonlight Warlocks, who were comparable to gods and demons, would not stay in a small place like the Stupa City. This is an avatar. You fool, you sent an avatar here. It just so happens that I can experiment with the secret methods recorded in the transcendent text. Yang Feng's eyes lit up. Recognizing the true face of the evil statue, he revealed a smile and pointed with a finger, and an imprint engraved with countless runes and exuding a profound and overbearing aura suddenly appeared and pressed towards the evil statue. The Transcendent Empyrean imprint is an Empyrean-grade secret treasure refined by the Transcendent Lord of the 3rd Warlock Dynasty. The Transcendent Empyrean imprint suppresses 108 Holy Spirit Warlock rank, 1865 Warlock Monarch rank, and 108,000 Infinity Warlock rank Transcendent rank. Once the Transcendent Empyrean imprint appears, it will extract the Transcendent force suppressed by the imprint. Wherever the Transcendent Empyrean imprint passes, any powerful existence will be easily crushed to death or absorbed into the imprint and become food for the Transcendent. The Transcendent Empyrean imprint is a powerful secret method recorded in the Transcendent text. With this secret method, it can suppress many powerful Transcendent. Once a Transcendent is suppressed in the Transcendent Empyrean imprint, they will never be able to rise again. In the Third Warlock Dynasty era, wherever the Transcendent Lord passed, tens of thousands of Transcendent opened the way. Wherever the Demon God Master went, all the demon gods and powerful existences would hide and flee in all directions. They didn't dare to show themselves, for fear of being caught by the Demon God Master and being suppressed in the Demon God Empyrean imprint. It was precisely because the Transcendent Lord was too overbearing that after his death, countless powerful existences spared no expense and descended to the Zhangji Plain to fight against human warlocks, which eventually led to the collapse of the Third Warlock Dynasty. The Transcendent text was also scattered in the war. If the Fuso Divine Tree hadn't lived long enough and didn't participate in any of the Zhangji Plains battles, it would be impossible to preserve the complete version of the Transcendent text to this day. When the evil statue saw the imprint, its face twisted, its mind shook, and it screamed, "Transcendent Empyrean imprint. This is the Transcendent Empyrean imprint. You actually know this secret method." Chaotic and queer auras spread from the evil statue. It wants to detonate this Starry Sky Warlock rank avatar. When the Transcendent Empyrean imprint landed on the evil statue, countless chains formed from runes shot out from the Transcendent Empyrean imprint and bound the evil statue. At the same time, the chains extended along the connection between the avatar's soul and the true body's soul into the void. In a palace on the evil god plane, the void distorted, and black chains extended out of the void and shot towards an evil god with 3 vertical eyes who had a dozen beautiful women in his arms. "Damn it, break for me." A chill in his heart, the evil god exerted his power to the limit, and the 3 vertical eyes released 3 black beams barreling towards the black chains. When the 3 black beams slammed into the black chains, they easily passed through them. The chains formed from runes stabbed into the evil god, passed through his fleshly body, and wrapped around his soul. True name. Say your true name. True name. Strange thoughts reverberated in the soul of the evil god's avatar and true body, and raging flames erupted from the black chains and burned the evil god's soul. Chapter 521. In front of the strange flames, the evil god issued anguished wails. The flames burning the soul was 10 times more painful than being burned by an ordinary person. Even though evil gods have a firm will, but they cannot resist the pain of their soul being burned. My true name is Shatabaluo Anta, the Moonlight Warlock rank evil god uttered a string of thousands of characters long. When he uttered the last word of his true name, he felt countless chains wrap around his soul and bind him, making him unable to budge. Once intelligent life forms promote to the Moonlight Warlock rank or above, they will obtain a true name at the same time. Every powerful existence has a different true name. By mastering the true name of a powerful existence, you can directly command them, or curse them to death through the true name. Many people don't even know their true name after advancing to the Moonlight Warlock rank. The true name is a manifestation of the laws of the universe. Even if you interrogate them, there is no result. The Demon God Empyrean Seal was a peerless secret technique that, through pain and all kinds of mysterious laws, allowed the victim to observe their own soul and say the true name that was engraved in the deepest part of their soul. Then, through the true name, they could control those powerful existences that were comparable to fiend gods. Even a powerful warlock emperor like the Time Lord would never tell his true name to a second person. Otherwise, even a Holy Spirit warlock can inflict heavy damage to a warlock emperor by using their true name. From now on, I am your master. Do you understand? When the evil god's eyes regained clarity, a thought reverberated in his sea of knowledge. The Moonlight Warlock rank evil god widened his eyes and roared furiously, "No! I, Shirtua, will never yield." Strange soul flames burned the evil god's soul, causing it to howl in pain, roll on the ground, and scream miserably. At the time, the Freak Empyrean imprint suppressed 108 Holy Spirit Warlock rank gods in the hands of the Freak Lord. Holy Spirit Warlock rank transcendents cannot contend against the power of the Transcendent Empyrean imprint. Although Yang Feng only had a Starry Sky Warlock rank cultivation base, but as a mere Moonlight Warlock rank evil god, he still couldn't compete with the Transcendent Empyrean imprint. 5 minutes later, Shirtua was rolling on the ground and wailing miserably, "I submit, I'm willing to submit to you, don't burn me. Please, don't burn it. I think it's very interesting to see you in pain. Let's burn for another 10 minutes. Aren't your bones very hard? Just hold on for another 10 minutes. Yang Feng's cold and emotionless voice came from Stonewall's soul. These evil gods toyed with the souls of humans, feeding on their pain, despair, and other negative energy. Yang Feng wouldn't go easy on these evil gods. Shirtua struggled in the pain of his soul burning for 10 minutes before he collapsed to the ground, sweating profusely. His eyes were filled with pain and anguish. "From now on, I am your master. Do you understand?" Yang Feng's voice once again reverberated in the depths of Stonewall's soul. Shirtua replied respectfully, "Yes. I understand, master. How do I address you, master?" Yang Feng replied flatly, "When you see me, you will understand that I am your master." As long as Yang Feng's demonic divine Empyrean imprint secret method wasn't broken, he could freely manipulate the Moonlight Warlock rank evil god Stonewall. As soon as the two sides met, Shirtua would understand that Yang Feng was his master. Shirtua replied respectfully, "Yes. Master." In the secret room, Yang Feng looked at the demonic divine Empyrean imprint in his hand and saw a pitch-black true name brand, which looks like it's formed from countless runes, revolving inside the illusory demonic divine Empyrean imprint. Yang Feng operated a secret method, and a resplendent black light shone, and he extracted the mysteries of the evil god Stonewall's cultivation base from the true name brand. An enigmatic ray streaked past Yang Feng's eyes, and he exclaimed in admiration, "The demonic divine Empyrean imprint is indeed an Empyrean grade secret method created by a warlock emperor. Every time you suppress a demonic god, you can extract the cultivation secret method of that demonic god and obtain a lot of knowledge. No wonder the demonic lord suppressed demonic gods everywhere." At the time, the demonic lord was a warlock emperor, an invincible existence. However, after he ascended to the throne, he still went on expeditions to suppress and hunt demonic gods. In order to obtain more knowledge, he longed to break through the limits of the warlock emperor realm and become an eternal existence. In the vast universe, there are countless races. Although many races aren't strong, but their racial aptitudes are very strange. Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses are invincible in battle prowess. They can destroy a plane with a wave of their hand and pluck the stars and the moon as if it were a walk in the park. However, even they can't use spells to imitate the racial aptitudes of some strange races. The racial aptitudes of these strange races may have a great connection with the law of eternal immortality. Therefore, when establishing a warlock dynasty, every human warlock emperor will choose to expand, explore other planes, and look for ways to become an eternal existence. Once the Transcendent Empyrean imprint suppresses a Transcendent rank powerhouse, it can trace the source of the Transcendent rank powerhouse's power through the true name of the Transcendent rank powerhouse. It can be rated as a heaven-defying secret method, not losing out to the Time Lord, the Taboo Lord, and other warlock emperors. Yang Feng entered all the knowledge grasped by the evil god Shito into the optical computer's database, and then through the Transcendent Empyrean imprint into the semi-plane inside him. His gaze fell on the left hand of the brilliant Great Holy, and a complicated shade flashed in his eyes. Yang Feng frowned slightly. I just promised to help the brilliant Great Holy resurrect, and then his left hand appeared in front of me. These old freaks are really fearsome. The timing of the brilliant Great Holy's left hand's appearance was too subtle. Even though he was strong, Yang Feng couldn't help but feel that his fate was being manipulated. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation, and detection spells fell on the left hand of the brilliant Great Holy, yet there was no reaction. The left hand of the brilliant Great Holy looks like the left hand of an ordinary human. Filled with holy force, there was no reaction from the detection spells. If Yang Feng hadn't understood that this is the left hand of the brilliant Great Holy, it would be difficult for him to detect that this is the left hand of the brilliant Great Holy who shook the world in the First Warlock Dynasty era. If the corpse of an ordinary Holy Spirit Warlock isn't sealed by a secret method, it will emit powerful fluctuations of holy force at all times. At the same time, due to the erosion of time, the holy force will dissipate, and the corpse will gradually exhaust its power and eventually decay. Only a great Holy Spirit Warlock like the brilliant Great Holy, who has comprehended a trace of the concept of immortality and possesses a trace of immortality in their fleshly body, can restrain their holy force completely and not decay even after 1,000,000 years. When Yang Feng saw that there was no reaction from the detection spells, he frowned slightly. It seems that with my current strength and knowledge, even if the brilliant Great Holy did something, I can't understand what he's doing. Yang Feng's thoughts revolved lightning fast, and he made a decision. What should I do with the left hand of the brilliant Great Holy? I can't carry this thing with me. However, since I promised to help him resurrect, I can't discard this left hand at will. I'll seal it in this stronghold for the time being. If the left hand of the brilliant Great Holy and other holy grade materials are given to a Holy Spirit Warlock rank alchemist to refine, the alchemist may be able to refine a holy grade secret treasure that can suppress the fate of a force on the level of the 10 great sects. If Yang Feng had encountered the left hand of the brilliant Great Holy before he promised to help him resurrect, he would have found a way to refine it into a secret treasure. However, since Yang Feng has promised to help the brilliant Great Holy resurrect, he can no longer use his remains. Otherwise, it may invite disaster. Any trump card of a Holy Spirit Warlock is enough to turn the current Yang Feng into ashes. As for the brilliant Great Holy, a supreme holy step existence among Holy Spirit Warlocks, he is only slightly inferior to a Warlock Emperor. The trump card of such a great holy step powerhouse is not something Yang Feng can contend against. Yang Feng grabbed the left hand of the brilliant Great Holy and put it in a jade box, and then silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger. With a flash of black light, strange seals appeared on the surface of the jade box, formed a strange pattern, and sealed the jade box. Just as Yang Feng was about to seal the jade box in the secret room, he suddenly had a thought, and he threw the jade box into his storage ring. Even without refining the left hand of the brilliant Great Holy, it is still a powerful treasure. Perhaps it can save my life in times of need. It's better to carry this kind of treasure with me. Yang Feng quickly arranged the secret room, took out an advanced warp gate, placed it in the secret room, and activated the warp gate. Soon after, Yang Feng appeared in a secret room of a castle he has already bought in the Battle Demon province. After leaving the secret room of the castle, Yang Feng changed his identity, went through teleportation arrays, and finally returned to the Battle Demon sect. Warp gates are heaven-defying technology, especially top-grade warp gates, which can freely travel between two planes. They are even more heaven-defying than planar passageways. Yang Feng doesn't want to easily expose that he has a top-grade warp gate. As soon as he returned to the Battle Demon sect, Yang Feng entered his dwelling, drank the tea refined from the mist hollow god tree leaves, and improved his soul aptitude. You're tuning in to the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.